Chapter 7-2. Gu Jing walked up to the arena and announced the matchups for the fifth round. Gu Yijin vs Wei Qingxian. Xiong Qifeng vs Yi Xing. Gu Yijin and Xiong Qifeng were the two great geniuses of the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City. They were the two most popular candidates to win first place in this year's recruitment competition. Therefore, in the arrangement of the competition, the two of them were key protected spots. As long as there were other opponents, they would not be arranged to fight each other. In this way, although they avoided Gu Yijin and Xiong Qifeng's duel, they also avoided the possibility of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian fighting each other in advance. In Yi Xing's heart, Wei Qingxian was the strongest opponent, and also the only opponent among the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City. The later he fought Wei Qingxian, the more Yi Xing liked it. Wei Qingxian felt the same way. Of course, Gu Yijin and Xiong Qifeng only saw each other as the biggest obstacle in the fight for first place. They did not see Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian as real opponents. In this way, the four of them were very satisfied with the arrangement for the fifth round. The first to go up was Gu Yijin and Wei Qingxian. Gu Yijin was only 17 years old. He was dressed in brown clothes, his face was sharp and resolute, and he held an ancient bronze sword in his arms. Standing in the arena, there was a sharp aura, like a sharp sword, showing off its sharpness. Among the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City, there were many experts who used the sword. For example, Yi Yunlong was an expert swordsman. However, the most famous swordsman of the younger generation was none other than Gu Yijin. Compared to Gu Yijin's sharp aura, Wei Qingxian had a majestic aura like that of a mountain. Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a thin veil, so outsiders could not see her peerless appearance. However, from her slim and graceful figure, they could tell that she was a beauty. Such a slender, elegant, and beautiful young lady, yet she possessed a heavy, mountain-like aura. It was truly contradictory. However, on Wei Qingxian, these two feelings were perfectly combined. This was the effect of cultivating the mountain technique to perfection. Its might was in harmony with the heaven and earth, making it look very natural. Gu Yijin held the ancient bronze sword in his arms as his gaze roamed over Wei Qingxuan's exquisite body. The corners of his lips curled up in a lonely smile. He obviously did not regard Wei Qingxian as a formidable enemy. He smiled and said, "5 swords. I only need 5 strikes to defeat you." After he finished speaking, Gu Yijin added, "Furthermore, before I defeat you with 5 strikes, I will first slice open your veil. I heard that you have looks that are not inferior to your sisters. Let me see if this rumor is true." "Ha! You don't have to be afraid. My swordsmanship is extraordinarily precise. It won't be off in the slightest and won't harm a single hair on your body." Wei Qingxuan's expression was calm. Her gaze was slightly exquisite as she said, "I hope your swordsmanship isn't as full of nonsense as your words." Gu Yijin was startled. Then, he chuckled and said, "Interesting. I like cold girls like you." Wei Qingxuan's expression turned cold and she said, "You talk too much nonsense. Make your move." A trace of anger appeared on Gu Yijin's face. Wei Qingxuan's attitude towards him had ultimately angered him. He snorted coldly and said, "Watch out for my sword." In an instant, the treasured sword was unsheathed and a flash of cold light shot out. In less than the blink of an eye, Gu Yijin had already appeared in front of Wei Qingxian. The tip of his sword had already pierced Wei Qingxuan's throat. Hiss! All the martial artists below the level of martial Dao master sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Yijin's sword was too fast. Even the vast majority of level 6 martial artists revealed looks of fear. Gu Yijin's swordsmanship made them feel fearful. However, as the target of the attack, Wei Qingxian did not show the slightest bit of fear. Her gaze was calm and instead revealed a trace of relief. At this moment, Wei Qingxuan's body suddenly retreated backward. Middle-grade body movement technique, butterfly dance steps. It was the same body movement technique as Wei Qingyan. Her body looked light, but her speed was very fast. Moreover, Wei Qingxuan's attainments in the butterfly dance steps were much higher than her sister Wei Qingyan's. Not only was it at the realm of perfection, but it had also integrated the power of wind into it. She stood at the realm of perfection and could be said to be mysterious. The speed of Gu Yijian's sword was extremely fast. However, the tip of the sword was 3 inches away from Wei Qingxuan's throat and it could not get any closer. It was not that Gu Yijian could not stab it down, but the speed of Wei Qingxuan's retreat was synchronized with the speed of Gu Yijian's sword. Although Gu Yijian's inner strength exploded wave after wave, constantly increasing the speed of the sword, wanting to lift Wei Qingxuan's veil, the last 3 inches of distance was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. Gu Yijian used up all his energy in one go but still could not catch up with Wei Qingxian. He could only stop his body, take a deep breath, and then swing his sword again. There was a flash of sword light and the treasured sword drew a fine ray of light in the void. Wei Qingxuan's body leaped up and the treasured sword swept an inch below her feet. At the same time as she dodged the treasured sword, the tip of her foot pressed down and lightly tapped on the body of the sword. This tap was near the tip of the treasured sword and was very far away from the hilt. There was a feeling of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, causing the treasured sword in Gu Yijian's hand to sink down and deviate from its direction. As for Wei Qingxian, she made use of the momentum to leap over Gu Yijian's head. Next, she landed lightly over 10 meters behind Gu Yijian. Is this your extraordinarily accurate sword technique? When Wei Qingxian landed, she chuckled. Gu Yijian's face immediately turned green and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said coldly, "Previously, I was being protective of you and was afraid of hurting you. Humph. Now. I can't care about that anymore." As he spoke, Gu Yijian's body did not stop moving. His inner strength was activated to the extreme and the treasured sword brought about a cold light. In an instant, he turned around and charged toward Wei Qingxian. However, how could Gu Yijian's swordsmanship compare to the speed of the perfected butterfly dance steps that had been integrated into the wind force? Every time Gu Yijian attacked with his sword, it was extremely fast. However, after 10 consecutive attacks, Wei Qingxian dodged them all. They did not even touch the corners of her clothes. The surrounding audience was all shocked. Even some of the important figures in the pavilion had strange looks on their faces. At first, other than a few people, who would have thought that Wei Qingxuan's cultivation of the 5th level of the martial path could actually threaten the status of Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, 2 favored sons of heaven. Even though Wei Qingxian had the potential, her cultivation had not broken through to the 6th level of the martial path. Gu Yijian, on the other hand, had already broken through to the 6th level of the martial path for half a year. He was only 1 step away from consolidating his cultivation of the 6th level. In the pavilion, Wei Jingguang's face was calm, but the look in his eyes revealed the joy in his heart. Beside him, Yi Wendao was shocked. He said, "Brother Jingguang, Wei Qingxuan's strength has actually reached such a level. This is really unexpected. This time, she has the strength to compete for first place. It seems that her entering the gifted class is basically a done deal." Wei Jingguang's face finally revealed a smile. He said, "Hee hee. Yi Xing is also not bad. Yi Xing is also not bad." Although he said that, anyone could tell that Wei Jingguang's tone was somewhat perfunctory. Obviously, he did not think that Yi Xing could be compared to Wei Qingxian. Yi Wendao knew that Yi Xing's strength was definitely not inferior to Wei Qingxuan's. However, he only smiled and did not say it out loud. On the other hand, Xiong Baolong on the side continued, saying, "How can Yi Xing be compared to Wei Qingxian? Congratulations, Brother Jingguang. The Wei family has produced a good junior. In the future, there will be another quota for Celestial Azure City's prodigies." Although the Xiong family was publicly recognized as the #1 martial arts family in Celestial Azure City, the Ye family's strength was not much worse than theirs. They had always been on good terms with the Wei family and had a strategy to attack the Ye family. Wei Jingguang smiled slightly and did not answer. The Xiong family was powerful. The Wei family had always been allied with the Ye family to contend against the Xiong family. Naturally, they had a better relationship with the Ye family. At this time, answering Xiong Baolong's words would be openly slapping the Ye family's face. Naturally, he could not do that. In the arena, Gui Jian had already struck out 18 times. The middle-grade martial arts technique, Hurricane 18 Swords, was all about speed. With the momentum of a hurricane sweeping away a fallen leaf, it defeated the opponent. Unfortunately, Gui Jian had already executed Hurricane 18 Swords once and still could not sweep away the fallen leaf that was Wei Qingxian. Gui Jian sheathed his sword and stood there, panting. He said angrily, "Wei Qingxian, you only know how to dodge and dodge. What's the point of continuing to fight like this? How are we going to determine the winner?" Wei Qingxian smiled faintly and said, "I still have to fight for first place with someone later. Of course, I have to spend the least amount of energy to defeat you. Ha! Right now, I haven't even used up 10% of my inner force. Looking at how panting you are, that crazy attack just now must have used up at least half of your inner force. Don't you think this is meaningful?" As she spoke, Wei Qingxuan's eyes narrowed. It could be seen that she was smiling very brightly at this moment. After hearing Wei Qingxuan's words, the spectating martial artists came to their senses. It turned out that Wei Qingxian was not afraid to fight with Gu Yijian. She had avoided Gu Yijian's attacks on purpose. Her goal was to deplete Gu Yijian's inner force. From the looks of it, Wei Qingxian had already won more than half of the battle. The martial artists suddenly had a higher opinion of Wei Qingxian. Not only was this woman's cultivation aptitude astonishing, her martial arts talent was astonishing. Her intelligence was equally astonishing. After Gu Yijian understood the reason, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Before the final battle, he thought that he would be able to control the battle. Therefore, he made the bold statement of defeating Wei Qingxian in 5 strikes. In the end, not only did he fail to defeat Wei Qingxian in 5 strikes, he was instead played around by Wei Qingxian in the battle. At this moment, Gu Yijian should be calm and regulating his inner force. However, after understanding all this, he could not calm down. Instead, his anger grew stronger and stronger. "Do you really think that's all there is to my strength?" Gu Yijian shouted angrily. "You can dodge the 18 Gale swords, but you can't dodge the Blazing Sun swordsmanship." The Blazing Sun swordsmanship was a high-grade martial arts technique. Gu Yijian's Blazing Sun swordsmanship was imparted to him by the Azure Sky City Lord, Gu Tsangnan. Although it was just a beginner's level, a high-grade martial arts technique was still a high-grade martial arts technique. It was extraordinary. As Gu Yijian's voice fell, the ancient bronze sword suddenly turned crimson red, as if it was being burned by a raging fire. The Blazing Sun swordsmanship converted inner force to the fire attribute. Its power was astonishing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the ancient bronze sword turned into a sword screen and enveloped Wei Qingxian. The power of this sword was astonishing and extremely terrifying. At the same time, it also sealed off all of Wei Qingxuan's escape routes. The climax is coming, please recommend me. Chapter 73. The surrounding audience stared with their eyes wide open at this moment. High-grade martial arts techniques were extremely rare in Celestial City. Which martial artist did not want to witness the power of a high-grade martial arts technique? Moreover, the crowd was also worried for Wei Qingxian. The sword veil that Gu Yijian displayed was truly shocking and made one's heart palpitate. Wei Qingxian faced the sword veil with a calm expression. Gu Yijian was only a level 6 martial artist. His inner strength had only been cultivated to the point where it could be injected into a weapon. However, no matter what, he could not let his inner strength leave his body. Therefore, although the sword veil looked terrifying, it was in fact just an illusion created by the sword being drawn too quickly. It was not a mass of sword energy that came slashing over. No matter how many illusions there were, no matter how dense the sword veil was, one thing was certain: Gu Yijian only had one sword in his hand. Moreover, this sword could only be in the same position at the same time. Boom! Wei Qingxian did not retreat half a step or dodge. Instead, she threw a punch at the sword veil. In an instant, the force of a mountain surged and the roar of a tiger roared. Wei Qingxian displayed the mountain technique and roaring tiger fist to the highest level of perfection. Clang! there was a flash of silver light and a crisp sound. Wei Qingxuan's fist accurately hit the body of the sword. Wei Qingxian wore a pair of silver gloves on her hands. When she clashed with Gu Yijian's treasured sword, she was not injured at all. Instead, the treasured sword trembled and rebounded. Although Gu Yijian's scorching sun swordsmanship was a high-grade martial arts technique, it was only at the entry level. Other than the exquisite moves, its power was not superior to a middle-grade martial arts technique at the perfection level. Instead, it was slightly inferior. Ha! Wei Qingxian roared and displayed the roaring tiger fist. She immediately launched a fierce counterattack against Gu Yijian. Gu Yijian's inner strength had been depleted by more than half. If he were to engage in a slow battle of attrition, it would instead give the former an opportunity to recover his inner strength. Thus, it was better to launch a series of frenzied attacks that would make it difficult for the latter to parry. That was indeed the case. In the face of Wei Qingxuan's frenzied attacks, Gu Yijian immediately retreated. His momentum instantly weakened as he brandished his sword to block Wei Qingxuan's fist. Clang clang clang, Wei Qingxian threw out a series of punches, all of which were blocked by Gu Yijian. However, when Wei Qingxian threw out her fifth punch, Gu Yijian could not circulate it in time due to the intense consumption of his inner strength. He was slower by half a beat and was unable to block it. Boom! Wei Qingxuan's punch landed squarely on Gu Yijian's chest and sent him flying. That surging mountain-like momentum, coupled with the terrifying power of the fist, caused Gu Yijian to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying back more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Previously, Gu Yijian had threatened to defeat Wei Qingxian in 5 moves, but it turned out to be empty talk. Now, Wei Qingxian had launched a counterattack and defeated Gu Yijian with only 5 punches. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Gu Yijian had not only lost in strength but also in face. Wei Qingxian wins this round and advances to the 6th round. Gu Jing, who was standing beside the arena, announced the result with a surprised expression. He immediately flashed to Gu Yijian's side and helped him up. In the pavilion, the leaders of the various factions exclaimed in surprise. However, due to the city lord Gu Cangnan's reputation, no one made any comments. At this moment, only Mu Feng of the Zishan Marquis residence dared to praise Wei Qingxian in front of Gu Cangnan. He said, "This young lady's skills are very good. She's a rare genius of the younger generation." Hearing Mu Feng's praise, Wei Zhengguang, who was not far away, was full of smiles, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Gu Cangnan smiled embarrassedly and said, "My son's state of mind is not good. He's made a fool of himself in front of Mr. Mu." Mu Feng had a faint smile on his face and said, "It's good to suffer more setbacks when your state of mind is not good." Gu Cangnan nodded and said, "Mr. Mu's words are reasonable. I hope my son can be taught a lesson." Mu Feng's eyes revealed a strong interest and said, "This trip to Celestial Azure City is really worth it. I've witnessed 2 geniuses of the younger generation. I'm looking forward to the next match. I wonder how long Yixing will take to defeat Xiong Qifeng." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Yixing and Xiong Qifeng had not even started fighting yet, but Mu Feng had already made such a certain judgment. It was only a matter of time before Yixing defeated Xiong Qifeng. The pavilion was filled with the top figures of Celestial Azure City, but there were very few who agreed with this judgment. Especially Xiong Tyrannosaurus and several Xiong family elders. They were very unhappy when they heard that. Of course, in front of Mu Feng, they did not dare to let out a fart. Gu Cangnan also saw that Yixing's strength was not ordinary from the exchange between Yixing and Wei Qingyan. But he did not place Yixing on the same level as Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. Hearing Mu Feng's judgment, Gu Cangnan could not help being secretly alarmed and said, "Mr. Mu thinks that Yixing will win?" Mu Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand in the direction of the stage. They've already entered the stage. On the stage, Yixing and Xiong Qifeng stood facing each other. Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian were equally famous. Gu Yijian's defeat made him feel like they were in the same boat, and he was unhappy in his heart. especially when he recalled Yi Yunlong said to him before that he would also be surpassed by the rising stars. Wei Qingxian defeated Guijian, and in other people's eyes, she vaguely also defeated him. This made Xiong Qifeng even more depressed. I, Xiong Qifeng, will never be surpassed by the rising stars. Never. Xiong Qifeng said in his heart. He looked at Yi Xing with a fierce gaze. He wanted to use Yi Xing to prove his strength as a proud son of heaven. Therefore, after the two entered the stage, Xiong Qifeng did not say a word. He directly unsheathed his treasured saber and attacked Yi Xing. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and severely injure Yi Xing. As soon as Xiong Qifeng attacked, he used his most proficient martial skill, which was also the Xiong family's unique skill, the 24 moves mountain-cleaving saber technique. The saber light was dazzling white, like silver frost, as it violently slashed at Yi Xing. When Guijin attacked Wei Qingxian, even if he was angered towards the end, it was only to defeat Wei Qingxian. He did not have the intention to severely injure Wei Qingxian. As for Xiong Qifeng, he did not have the slightest fear of injuring Yi Xing. His saber went straight for Yi Xing's vital points. Even if he would cut off Yi Xing's head with a single strike, Xiong Qifeng would never stop. In Xiong Qifeng's heart, it was not that he did not have the intention to kill Yi Xing on the stage, but he was afraid that there would not be such an opportunity. Naturally, he would not show any mercy. Seeing how ruthless Xiong Qifeng was, quite a few people around the square were shocked, and cries of alarm rang out. In the pavilion, the various big shots of Celestial Azure City were also surprised, but their expressions were different. Xiong Baolong sneered inwardly. It would be best if Xiong Qifeng could cut down Yi Xing with his saber. The Xiong family had Xiong Qixing in Indigo Mountain Academy's genius class, and he had connections with big shots in Indigo Mountain Academy. Xiong Baolong believed that even if he killed Yi Xing, with Xiong Qixing's connections in Indigo Mountain Academy, Mu Feng would not punish Xiong Qifeng too harshly. However, Xiong Baolong did not see that at this moment, Mu Feng's eyes were slightly narrowed, hiding a murderous intent. The main purpose of Indigo Mountain Academy's recruitment was to discover the younger generation's geniuses from all over the world. It was forbidden to kill during the competition. And Yi Xing was the younger generation's genius that Mu Feng had his eyes on. If he was killed in front of his eyes, then the murderer would not be able to live. However, Mu Feng's murderous intent was hidden, and outsiders could not see it. He also did not have any intention of stopping him. He was a peak 8th stage martial master. How could he not see that Yi Xing was much stronger than Xiong Qifeng? Even if Xiong Qifeng suddenly attacked Yi Xing madly, using poison and killing moves, he would not be able to do anything to Yi Xing. Mu Feng was not wrong at all. The 7-star steps was originally a mid-grade movement technique with the fastest reaction speed. The 7-star steps at the transformation stage was even more terrifying than the butterfly dance steps at the transformation stage. No matter how fast, and ruthless Xiong Qifeng's saber attacks were, they could not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. After 3 consecutive saber attacks, Xiong Qifeng knew that he was in the same situation as Guijin. Yi Xing's movement technique attainments were as shocking as Wei Qingxuan's. If he continued attacking like this, even if Xiong Qifeng died of exhaustion, he would not be able to touch the corner of his clothes. After only 3 moves of the 24 moves of the mountain-splitting saber technique, Xiong Qifeng's saber technique changed, and the saber light suddenly became like the moon. High-grade martial technique, waning moon saber technique. Waning moon saber technique was the complete high-grade martial technique of the Xiong family. The complete here did not refer to the martial technique's mnemonic chant, but to the cultivation experience. Because of this, the difficulty of cultivating waning moon saber technique was much lower than the incomplete high-grade martial techniques of the Wei and Yi families. Not only did Xiong Qifeng successfully cultivate waning moon saber technique, his attainments were even more profound than Gu Yijian's scorching sun sword technique. Moreover, Xiong Qifeng's cultivation was also a step higher than Gu Yijian's. A few days ago, he had reached the late 6th stage. Xiong Qifeng was very sure that Yi Xing could not dodge his waning moon saber technique, nor could he block it. His attack power from below was definitely stronger than Gu Yijian's. Even if he encountered Wei Qingxian, Xiong Qifeng was not afraid at all. Soft bone palm. Yixing's hands were like snakes, meeting the saber light that was like moonlight. He wore a pair of black and gold silk gloves on his hands. Yixing first deflected his opponent's power, then clasped his hands together, clamping the treasured saber. His bones were completely cultivated, and his physical strength was stronger than Wei Qingxuan's. Coupled with his vigorous inner strength, the clasping of his hands was like an iron clamp clamping down on the treasured saber. In an instant, the treasured saber was fixed between his hands. No matter how hard Xiong Qifeng pressed down, he could not chop down. Xiong Qifeng roared and fiercely pulled out the saber. Yixing's hands clamped down on the saber, and his body suddenly became light. He flew forward with the treasured saber that Xiong Qifeng pulled back. Then, his legs kicked fiercely. Middle-grade martial technique, wind-chasing kick. The wind-chasing kick that incorporated the power of the wind was as fast as a phantom, and Xiong Qifeng was immediately kicked. Yixing took a deep breath and fiercely kicked several times, one of which hit the heart. Xiong Qifeng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering heavy injuries. His hands let go of the saber's hilt, and he staggered back, shock in his eyes. He never expected that he would be heavily injured by Yixing after using a high-grade martial technique. All the spectators were also dumbfounded, their hearts thumping. They did not expect that Yixing and Xiong Qifeng's battle would also end in the victory of a fifth-stage martial artist. The two proud sons of heaven of Celestial Azure City were actually both defeated by a rising star. This indeed made many martial artists feel incredulous. From now on, Gui Jin and Xiong Qijian could no longer be called proud sons of heaven. Among the younger generation of Celestial Azure City, only Yixing and Wei Qingxian, these two rising stars, could be called the twin prides. Just as the martial artists were shocked and exclaiming, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the arena. Chapter 74. It turned out that Xiong Qifeng had waved his hand as he staggered backwards. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 cold lights shot out, aiming at 3 vital points on Yixing's body. They were hidden weapons. Hidden weapons were despised by righteous martial artists. In order to win, Xiong Qifeng had used hidden weapons in front of everyone. Moreover, the hidden weapons were aimed at Yixing's vital points. If they hit, he would die. Humph! Yixing snorted. He stepped on the Big Dipper and moved like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he dodged all 3 hidden weapons and appeared in front of Xiong Qifeng. Middle-grade martial skill, pulse-cutting palm. Yixing moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had slapped Xiong Qifeng's body 10 times. Xiong Qifeng immediately let out a mournful scream, spitting out blood as he was sent flying by Yixing. In the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiong Qifeng had attacked Yixing with hidden weapons to Yixing dodging and injuring Xiong Qifeng, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. Most martial artists were still in shock from Yixing's kick injuring Xiong Qifeng. They hadn't reacted yet. Now, Xiong Qifeng had been seriously injured, spitting out blood as he flew. No, it wasn't just a serious injury. The pulse-cutting palm was an extremely vicious martial skill. Yixing's pulse-cutting palm had been cultivated to the perfection stage, and its destructive power was astonishing. The places where Yixing had struck Xiong Qifeng's meridians had all been broken. A martial artist's internal strength was based on their meridians. If their meridians were destroyed, their internal strength would be lost. From then on, they would be a cripple. Xiong Qifeng was a 6th-level martial artist. Ordinary injuries, even serious injuries, were something he could endure. Only injuries like broken meridians, whether it was physical or mental, caused him to let out such a mournful scream. The moment his meridians broke, Xiong Qifeng's eyes were filled with shock, sadness, disbelief, and finally despair. Xiong Qifeng was thrown more than 10 meters away. His whole body was in severe pain and he couldn't get up. Yixing stood in the middle of the square with his left hand clenched into a fist behind his back. He was like a deep abyss with a majestic aura. Glancing at Xiong Qifeng, Yixing's eyes were resolute. The Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition was the biggest event that happened once every 3 years in Celestial Azure City. It received the attention of all the martial artists in Celestial Azure City. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yixing was not willing to be so heavy-handed. Even though Xiong Qifeng's saber had been ruthless, Yixing had only intended to seriously injure him, and had never thought of crippling his martial path. However, Xiong Qifeng's attempt to kill Yixing with a concealed weapon had thoroughly infuriated him. "Since you started it, don't blame me for returning the favor." Yixing naturally returned the favor with a heavy gift. If it wasn't for the fact that he was concerned about the reputation of the big shots from the prefecture city and didn't want to violate the rules of the recruitment competition, Yixing would not have just crippled Xiong Qifeng. He would have returned the favor to Xiong Qifeng and taken his life. Yixing's attack was so fast that the martial artists around the square couldn't see clearly what martial technique Yixing had used. They were only shocked by Xiong Qifeng's shrill scream, not knowing what kind of injury Xiong Qifeng had suffered. From the fact that Xiong Qifeng had fallen to the ground and could only groan in pain without moving, it could be seen that Xiong Qifeng had indeed suffered extremely serious injuries. Many of the big shots in the pavilion naturally saw the martial technique Yixing had used. Especially the LV7 martial Dao masters, they saw it very clearly. Xiong Baolong and the other elders of the Xiong family all changed their expressions at this moment. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they all stood up with a swoosh. "What a vicious little bastard. How dare you use such a vicious move in front of everyone? You're courting death." Xiong Baolong roared and was about to rush down the pavilion. Looking at his momentum, it seemed like he wanted to go up the arena and kill Yixing Pa. With a startled sound, the temperature in the entire loft seemed to have plummeted. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Xiong Baolong felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. Suddenly, all the hairs on his body stood up. He was shocked and didn't dare to move. The sound came from Mu Feng's slap on the table. His gaze didn't look at Xiong Baolong and the others. He only glanced at Gu Tsangnan indifferently. "Lord Gu, there are people in your Tiansang city who don't put me in their eyes." Mu Feng's tone was very calm and the speed of his words was also very gentle. However, everyone in the pavilion felt an inexplicable chill and their bodies turned cold. Gu Tsangnan's face changed. He swept his gaze at Xiong Bao Tian and stood up angrily. "Presumptuous. The Zishan Academy's recruitment competition is all decided by Mr. Mu. In front of Mr. Mu, it's not your Xiong family's turn to overstep your authority. Why haven't you stepped down yet?" Although the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families were the strongest in Tiansang City, there was another force that was even more terrifying. That was the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was directly under the jurisdiction of the Zishan Marquis Mansion. It was the official force under the Zishan Marquis. Although it didn't participate in the dispute of martial arts, its status was superior. Of course, the City Lord's Mansion had to maintain a good relationship with the local powerful families to manage the city. Normally, Gu Tsangnan was very friendly to the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families. However, Mu Feng, who came from the Zishan Marquis Mansion, was very angry. Compared to Mu Feng, the Xiong family was not worth mentioning in Gu Tsangnan's eyes. How could he be nice to the Xiong family? After angrily rebuking Xiong Bao Tian, Gu Tsangnan cupped his fists and bowed slightly to Mu Feng. "Mr. Mu, please calm down." Patriarch Xiong lost control of his emotions because of the injury of his junior. He didn't mean to offend Mr. Mu's dignity. Gu Tsangnan's words were smooth and tactful. Originally, Xiong Bao Tian felt humiliated by his public rebuke and was resentful. Now that Gu Tsangnan spoke up for him, his resentment towards Gu Tsangnan naturally dissipated in the blink of an eye. Xiong Baolong followed Gu Tsangnan's words and said, "It is as Lord Gu said. I was worried about my junior and lost control of my emotions. I hope Mr. Mu can forgive me." After apologizing to Mu Feng, Xiong Baolong continued, "Mr. Mu, Yixing acted viciously in front of everyone during the recruitment competition. He deliberately injured others and crippled Xiong Qifeng's martial arts. If such a vicious act is not severely punished, how can the public be convinced?" At this point, Xiong Baolong's eyes revealed a ruthless look. I suggest that we give him a taste of his own medicine. Yixing used the pulse-cutting hand to break Xiong Qifeng's meridians and cripple his martial arts. Let him taste the feeling of having his meridians broken and his martial arts crippled. Yi Wendao was furious when he heard this. He stood up and said, Xiong Baolong, don't slander others. You know in your heart who acted viciously. Xiong Baolong was about to fight back when Mu Feng waved his hand to stop him. He said, I have eyes. I can see the truth for myself. I don't need anyone to point it out. As he spoke, Mu Feng stood up and walked step by step to the edge of the pavilion. He could see the entire square below. Mu Feng continued, Xiong Qifeng acted viciously and openly used hidden weapons in the recruitment competition. He violated the competition rules and the situation is bad. He committed a heinous crime and should be severely punished. Yixing crippled his martial arts, well done. He should be crippled. Mu Feng spoke very loudly. Even many of the martial artists in the plaza heard him. Naturally, the people in the pavilion could hear him clearly. Xiong Baolong's body trembled and his face turned pale. The expressions of the Xiong family elders also changed greatly. Their Xiong family had a junior genius, Xiong Qisheng, in the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. Furthermore, he had been accepted as a personal disciple by the vice principal. The vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy was an extraordinary figure. He was at least a martial grandmaster of the 9th level of the martial path or even a half-step martial saint. Xiong Qisheng had been accepted as a personal disciple by such an important figure. It could be said that his future was limitless. In the eyes of the Xiong family, with such a relationship, Mu Feng, who came from Purple Mountain County City, should give them face. However, this was clearly not the case. The Xiong family only knew part of the situation in Purple Mountain County City. Although Purple Mountain Marquis was the master of the Purple Mountain Marquis residence and the vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy, the Purple Mountain Marquis residence and Purple Mountain Academy were two independent institutions. The vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy was a super important figure, but even he could not control the Purple Mountain Marquis residence. The reason why the Purple Mountain Academy was in charge of teaching students and the Purple Mountain Marquis residence was in charge of recruiting students was not without reason. It was to prevent certain forces or warriors from using their connections in the academy to suppress other geniuses in the process of recruiting students, resulting in the loss of talent. With the Purple Mountain Marquis residence in charge of recruiting students, the connections in the Purple Mountain Academy were useless. Mu Feng's task was to find talents for Purple Mountain Marquis. Naturally, he could not miss out on the geniuses of the younger generation. How could he suppress Yixing because of the Xiong family's relationship? No, this is not fair. Yixing and Xiong Qifeng were ruthless. Why is Yixing safe and sound? This is not fair. Violent Bear could not accept the result that Yixing was safe and sound. He still had hope for Xiong Qisheng's relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy. Mu Feng turned around, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He stared at Violent Bear and said word by word, Why? Do you want me to explain it to you? That cold aura once again spread throughout the pavilion, causing many experts to shiver. Violent Bear bore the brunt of it, and the feeling was even more intense. A terrifying sense of fear welled up in his heart. He had a feeling that Mu Feng already wanted to kill him. If he angered the other party, it was very likely that he would be killed. Thinking of a peak 8th rank martial Dao master making a move, Violent Bear broke out in cold sweat. Facing Mu Feng's terrifying aura, Violent Bear could not help but take a few steps back and said, I dare not. I dare not. The light in Mu Feng's eyes faded. Since the other party had admitted defeat, he naturally had no interest in making a move. If they did not comply, Mu Feng did not mind making a move. He would kill Violent Bear in front of everyone and see who else would dare to talk nonsense. Continue. Mu Feng said indifferently and returned to his seat. Gu Tsangnan let out a sigh of relief. As the Azure Sky City Lord, he naturally did not want anything to happen here. The recruitment competition continued. Xiong Qifeng was carried off the stage, while Yixing remained standing on the stage. Without needing Gu Jing to announce the name list for the 6th round, Wei Qingxian took the initiative to enter the stage. There was only one match in the 6th round, and that was the finals for the first place. Chapter 75. Zishan County had a total of 68 cities. Apart from the county capital, the other 67 cities were of different sizes. However, the number of students that Zishan Academy recruited was the same, 10. The county capital was the center of power and economy in Zishan County. It was also the most prosperous area for martial arts. There were countless top-notch martial arts families, and the number of students they had was a lot more than the 67 ordinary cities. In other words, Zishan Academy had a total of 770 students. Of these 770 students, 700 were in the ordinary class, and 70 were in the genius class. Of the 70 geniuses, the county capital had 30, and the other 67 cities only had 40. On average, each city had less than one genius class student. In other words, even the number 1 genius of a certain city only had a 70% chance of being accepted into the genius class. If the number 1 genius only had a 70% chance, the second place chance was close to none. Zishan Academy recruited 2 geniuses from the same city in the same batch of students. This was something that only happened once in 10 years. Therefore, to enter the genius class, winning first place in the recruitment competition was the prerequisite. Because of this, Yixing and Wei Qingxian both wanted to win first place. Especially Yixing. He was only a 2-star heaven's mandate. It was impossible for him to enter the genius class based on his aptitude, so he could only rely on his strength. The entire square was silent. All the martial artists' gazes fell on Yixing and Wei Qingxian on the stage. Before the recruitment competition started, Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian were the 2 most popular candidates for first place. Who would have thought that Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian would be defeated by these 2 rising stars, and in the end, it was Yixing and Wei Qingxian who would fight for first place. It was precisely because no one had expected this outcome that it attracted everyone's interest. No one could guess who would obtain first place in the end. In the arena, Yixing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other. Wei Qingxian said, "Thank you for your help in the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range. However, I won't let you win in the recruitment competition." Yixing smiled and said, "Junior of the Celestial Firmament City, my only true opponent is you. If I were to give way, the battle would be too boring." Wei Qingxian also smiled and said, "That's right, I also only see you as a true opponent. I hope you will also do your best, and we will have a good fight." When the cultivators heard the conversation between the 2 of them, they were secretly shocked. It turned out that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had long known of each other's strength and only regarded each other as opponents. As for the other cultivators, no one had realized how strong the 2 of them were before. Gu Yijian's face also heated up when he heard this, thinking of how arrogant he was when he fought Wei Qingxian, but the other party did not see him as an opponent at all. He could not help but sigh and reflect on himself. As for Xiong Qifeng, he was already a cripple. His heart had completely collapsed, and his eyes were filled with despair. He was already immune to these words of shock, and was even drunk in despair. He did not hear what Yixing and Wei Qingxian said at all. Yixing did not care about the other cultivators' size, and said, "If I go all out, my strength will be very terrifying. You have to be careful." Wei Qingxian blinked and said, "How terrifying will it be? My middle-grade body refining cultivation method, martial skills, and movement technique have reached perfection. I have also grasped a high-grade martial skill, and I have also comprehended a trace of wind force. Will a peak 5th level cultivation be enough to contend against you?" Yixing was slightly moved. He was able to learn a high-grade martial skill because of the super brain, but Wei Qingxian was truly talented in martial arts. The Wei family's high-grade martial skill was also incomplete. Wei Qingxian was actually able to learn it with a cultivation of the 5th level of the martial path. It could be seen that she was indeed a top martial arts genius who could not be more monstrous. Yixing said, "My martial arts attainments are on par with yours, and my cultivation is at the late 5th level. It seems that my cultivation is a small level lower than yours, and I am slightly inferior. However, my strength has never been based on cultivation realm and martial arts attainments on the surface. The outcome of a battle was not only based on the hard indicators of strength, but also a hidden factor, combat skills. It wasn't unusual for a weak person to be able to defeat a strong person with powerful combat skills. However, combat skills were a person's ability to react and judge. It was extremely mysterious and difficult to describe. However, there was no doubt that Yi Xing had the super brain, and his combat skills were undoubtedly extremely high. The super brain scanning allowed them to accurately know the opponent's attack trajectory, speed, and changes. It allowed him to almost have the ability to predict the opponent's movements. This was the key to him being able to defeat the strong as the weak. The two of them did not say much and quickly began to fight. Wei Qingxian executed the butterfly dance steps, and her entire body was like a dancing butterfly. It was extremely beautiful, and nothing more beautiful. However, her speed seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. Yi Xing's 7-star steps was also at the perfection stage. Whether it was in terms of physique or footwork, Yi Xing was worlds apart from Wei Qingxian. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xing was not inferior at all. In fact, Yi Xing's 7-star steps was even more unpredictable, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Bang, 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 the two of them were extremely fast, and when they fought, they were as fast as lightning. Most of the martial artists did not see how the two of them attacked. They only knew that when the two of them met, there was a series of explosions, proving that the process of the fight was extremely intense. Bronze art, perfection. Mountain art, perfection. Both of their body tempering techniques were at the perfection stage. The bronze art was strong in physical strength, while the mountain art was strong in aura suppression. When they fought, they were evenly matched. The martial arts that the two of them used were also at the perfection stage, and their power was equally matched. Yi Xing did not use the super brain to scan. In terms of combat awareness, Wei Qingxian was about the same as him. It was difficult to tell who was better. Furthermore, although Yi Xing's bones were complete, and he had the advantage in terms of physical collision, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's by a small level. Her inner strength was slightly better, so they were still evenly matched. The two of them fought very quickly. Not long after, they had already exchanged more than 30 moves. They had already used several middle-grade martial arts, but they were still evenly matched. The audience in the square was dazzled by the two's battle, but most of the important figures in the pavilion could still see it clearly, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Even the two martial Dao masters, Mu Feng and Gu Cangnan, nodded their heads. Mu Feng's eyes were filled with satisfaction. In terms of the use of middle-grade martial arts, the two of them had reached an extremely high level, almost touching the perfection stage. In terms of the use of movement techniques, they were truly at the perfection stage. Many of the older generation of 6th-level martial artists could not be compared to the two of them even if they practiced martial arts for their entire lives. As for movement techniques, not to mention 6th-level martial artists, even martial Dao masters who could cultivate a middle-grade movement technique to the perfection stage were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's eyes were shining brightly. The more they fought, the more excited they became, and the more they fought, the more carefree they felt. In life, it was rare to find an opponent who was on par with them. If the opponent was stronger than them, they would be suppressed everywhere. If the opponent was weaker than them, they would not be able to pose a threat. Only when an opponent who was on par with them was a great threat to them, but would not suppress them, would they be able to continuously stimulate their potential in the process of a carefree battle. Yi Xing was currently enjoying this carefree battle. He could feel that in the process of fighting with Wei Qingxian, his attainments in martial arts had become more and more skilled. This was a feeling that he had never experienced when he was cultivating or fighting with an ordinary opponent. Because of this, Yi Xing did not use the super brain scanning function to break this state of balance. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his attainments in martial arts, and he could not miss it. Wei Qingxian was the same. Therefore, even though she did not have the upper hand, she did not use a high-grade martial arts technique in the 30 or so moves with Yixing. The current state of balance was the most mysterious. It was extremely beneficial to both of their attainments in martial arts, and neither of them wanted to break it. Didn't the two of them say that they had learned high-grade martial arts techniques? Why haven't they used them after fighting for so long? Yes, it's really strange. It seems that the two of them are very close in strength. If they use high-grade martial arts techniques, as long as their attainments in martial arts are higher, wouldn't they be able to determine the winner? Could it be that they actually don't know high-grade martial arts techniques? Could it be that they were lying just now? Their purpose is to destroy each other's confidence. Seeing that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had already exchanged 30 or 40 moves and had yet to use high-grade martial arts techniques, many martial artists began to discuss. Although they could not see clearly the battle between Yixing and Wei Qingxian, they could still see that the two of them were using middle-grade martial arts techniques. They could also see that the two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Even some of the big shots in the pavilion had the same doubts. Other than Mu Feng and Gu Tsangnan, the two martial Dao masters, and a few 7th-level martial Dao masters, who could see that the two of them were honing their martial arts techniques, even the big shots at the peak of the 6th level could not see it. Very quickly, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had exchanged 50 moves. At this moment, Wei Qingxuan's martial arts technique changed from a middle-grade martial arts technique to an inferior-grade martial arts technique. Inferior-grade martial arts technique, stone-splitting palm. Stone-splitting palm was similar to mountain-splitting palm, but it was a grade lower. The profoundness and power of the moves were far inferior to mountain-splitting palm. Seeing that Wei Qingxian had suddenly used an inferior-grade martial arts technique, most of the martial artists were shocked. Just now, Wei Qingxian had used a middle-grade martial arts technique at the perfection stage and was only evenly matched with Yixing. Now that he had switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique, how could he block it? Wasn't that just courting defeat? However, the result was out of many martial artists' expectations. Bang 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 bang, after a series of explosions, Wei Qingxian used the stone-splitting palm and engaged in an intense collision with Yixing. He was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, after exchanging a few moves, Yixing was even forced to take a step back and faintly showed signs of being at a disadvantage. Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they finally understood. Transformative stage. Oh my god, Wei Qingxian has mastered an inferior-grade martial arts technique to the transformative stage. Someone exclaimed in shock. It was extremely difficult to master a martial arts technique to the perfection stage, not to mention the transformative stage. Even if it was an inferior-grade martial arts technique, other than martial Dao masters of the 7th level and above, no martial artists below the 7th level were able to master an inferior-grade martial arts technique to the transformative stage. However, what shocked the martial artists even more was that Wei Qingxian had switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique at the transformative stage. After exchanging 10 moves with Yixing, Yixing suddenly switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique as well. Transformative stage again. Just over 200 recommendation votes away from breaking the 10,000 recommendation votes for this week. Brothers, will you be able to break it today? Or will you be able to break it? Or will you be able to break it? Chapter 76. After Wei Qingxian used an inferior martial technique, Yixing had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, when Yixing also used an inferior martial technique, he reversed the situation in one fell swoop. He was once again on par with Wei Qingxian. The two people in the battle had joy in their eyes. Many cultivators thought that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had already cultivated the inferior martial technique to the perfection stage and only used it now. However, the two of them were very clear that they had continuously stimulated their potential in the process of the battle. They had finally comprehended the inferior martial technique to the perfection stage. The perfection stage referred to cultivating a martial technique to the acme of perfection. It possessed unimaginable power. Therefore, even if it was an inferior martial technique, once it reached the perfection stage, it would become extremely powerful. It was much stronger than a mid-grade martial technique at the perfection stage. Usually, only a martial Dao master in the 7th stage would be able to cultivate an inferior martial technique to the perfection stage after cultivating a large amount of martial techniques. Therefore, once a cultivator at the peak of the 6th stage cultivated an inferior martial technique to the perfection stage, it meant that they had opened the door to the martial Dao master realm. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were only in the 5th stage of the martial Dao, but this door had already been opened. For those who opened this door, it would be much easier for them to break through to the 7th stage of the martial Dao than other cultivators. Even if Yixing was only a 2-star Destiny Realm cultivator, there was still a high chance that he could become a martial Dao master after opening this door. In the pavilion, Mu Feng looked at the two people fighting in the arena. His gaze was filled with admiration. He naturally knew that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had comprehended the inferior grade martial skill to the transformation stage during the battle. He was only in the 5th stage of the martial path, yet he was able to open the door to becoming a martial master. Such a talent was rare in the history of the Purple Mountain Academy. Even Mu Feng himself, a martial Dao Grand Master who had reached the peak of LV8 at the age of 30, had only opened this door when he was at the late stage of LV6. The battle between Yixing and Wei Qingxian had yet to end, but Mu Feng had already made a decision in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, both of them would be recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. On the side, Gu Tsangnan noticed Mu Feng's expression and guessed the latter's intentions. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Every time the Purple Mountain Academy recruited a student from the genius class, it would be a huge debt to the city lord and they would be rewarded by the Purple Mountain Marquis Mansion. If there were 2 students from the genius class, then they would definitely stand out among the 67 ordinary cities. They would be valued by the Purple Mountain Marquis Mansion and have a great future. Time slowly passed by. On the arena, Yixing and Wei Qingxian executed their inferior grade martial skills and exchanged over 100 moves. Piercing Flower Hand, Chain Palm, Raging Steel Fist, Stone Splitting Palm, Shadowless Leg, Great Monument Hand. One inferior grade martial skill after another was executed by Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Without exception, the inferior grade martial skills that the two of them executed were all at the transformation stage. Ever since the first inferior grade martial skill was comprehended to the transformation stage, the two of them were like a river that had burst its banks. Their comprehension of the inferior grade martial skills was unstoppable. As the battle continued, the two of them comprehended one inferior grade martial skill after another to the transformation stage. Towards the end, even Mu Feng and Gu Tsangnan, the two martial Dao masters, were surprised. Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's progress was too fast. One inferior grade martial skill after another was executed. It almost looked like a battle between two martial Dao masters. The ordinary spectators around the square were naturally even more shocked. They had an illusion that the people fighting in the arena were two martial Dao masters. It was shocking. Although Yixing and Wei Qingxian had been fighting for a long time, no one felt bored. Instead, their hearts tightened as they paid attention to the changes in the arena. After nearly 200 moves, Yixing and Wei Qingxian finally stopped. After the last exchange, the two of them dodged and stood more than 10 meters apart. Both of their inferior grade martial skills had already reached the transformation stage. Even a martial Dao master could not cultivate a middle grade martial skill to the transformation stage. The difficulty was too high. It was impossible for the two of them to make so much progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, it was meaningless to continue fighting. The two of them stopped this kind of evenly matched fight and prepared to determine the winner. Wei Qingxian was preparing to use an superior grade martial skill to launch a thunderous attack. Yixing did not intend to use an superior grade martial skill, but he had already used the super brain scanning function to sweep Wei Qingxuan's figure into his mind. He was preparing to use an inferior grade martial skill of the transformation stage to break his opponent's superior grade martial skill. However, before the two of them could exchange blows, a burst of applause came from the pavilion. It was Mu Feng who stood up and clapped his hands, praising Yixing, Wei Qingxian. The two of you are rare prodigies of the younger generation in Zishan County. There is no need to compete anymore. The two of you can enter Zishan Academy's genius class together. The two of them on the arena looked at each other in surprise. The two of them entering the genius class together was undoubtedly the best result. The martial artists around the square, after a short moment of shock, erupted into earth-shattering cheers. In the same batch of enrollment, the same city had produced 2 genius class students. This was a rare occurrence in the entire Zishan County's 67 cities. This was a kind of glory, enough to show disdain for the other 66 cities. Therefore, all the martial artists in Tiansang City were overjoyed when they heard Mu Feng's words. Especially the martial artists of the Ya family and Wei family. They were overjoyed. For their family to produce a genius class student, it was a great thing for their family. The feeling of glory was even stronger than other martial artists. Of course, not everyone was overjoyed with this result. For example, the martial artists of the Xiong family, or some of the martial arts families that had close relations with the Xiong family, frowned slightly when they saw that Yi Xing had also been recruited into Zishan Academy's genius class. They were very unhappy in their hearts. However, recruiting Yi Xing into the genius class was Mu Feng's decision. Even if there were people who were unhappy, no one dared to say a word. They could only swallow their displeasure in their hearts. Therefore, in the pavilion, Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang were all smiles, unable to contain their joy. As for Xiong Baolong, his face was ashen, and he had a bitter expression. Ha! Congratulations to Ya family patriarch, Wei family patriarch. The younger generation has entered Zishan Academy's genius class. This is the number 1 blessing, congratulations. Gu Sangnan stood up and congratulated Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang. He said, this Gu must also thank the 2 patriarchs for nurturing such an outstanding junior. For Tiansang City to produce 2 genius class students in one batch, this Gu also feels proud and honored. Honored. Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang also hurriedly stood up. Both of them were overjoyed in their hearts. Their faces were full of smiles as they replied to Gu Sangnan. Naturally, their words were not arrogant. Instead, they also complimented this city Lord Gu. Both sides were full of smiles and joy. To the side, Xiong Baolong felt as if he had eaten a fly. Xiong Baolong said without batting an eyelid, according to the customs of Tiansang City, students who enter the genius class can leave their names on the plaque of names. I wonder how Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian are ranked compared to the previous geniuses of Tiansang City. On the plaque of names, Xiong Qixing's name was high and mighty. It even surpassed the peerless genius of the Ya family 100 years ago, Yi Tianjue. This was something that the Xiong family was most proud of. Right now, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had both been accepted into the genius class. Their popularity was at its peak. Xiong Baolong thought about it again. Perhaps only the comparison on the plaque of names would be able to suppress the two's limelight. 3 years ago, Xiong Qixing stood out from the crowd in the recruitment competition. At the age of 16, his cultivation was at the peak of the 6th rank. He swept his peers and won first place, and was accepted into the Purple Mountain Institute's genius class. At that time, Xiong Qixing had cultivated his middle-grade Qinggong to the great perfection realm. In addition, his inner strength was abundant. When he left his name on the plaque of names, he surpassed Yi Tianjue in one fell swoop, shocking all the martial artists. From then on, the Xiong family was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 martial arts family in Tiansang City. Now, as long as Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left their names on the plaque of names, Xiong Qixing, who was at the highest spot, would naturally be noticed by all the martial artists. They would recall Xiong Qixing's glorious deeds from 3 years ago. At that time, everyone would probably sigh and say, Xiong Qixing of the Xiong family is indeed the number 1 genius in the history of Tiansang City. No one can compare to him. In this way, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's popularity would naturally drop, while Xiong Qixing's prestige would be further consolidated. Leaving one's name on the plaque of names was indeed the custom of Tiansang City. Although Gu Sangnan understood the meaning behind Tyrannical Bear's words, he could only let Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian leave their names on the plaque of names as usual. Under the plaque of names, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were the center of attention. Their eyes were filled with confidence. Their middle-grade Qinggong was at the Great Perfection realm, and they had also comprehended a trace of wind force. Once they merged with the wind force, they would be able to stand at the Perfection realm. Surpassing everyone on the plaque of names was not a problem at all. However, the others did not know of their Qinggong attainments, and did not dare to guess that their movement techniques had been cultivated to the Perfection realm. Even their Qinggong was at the Perfection realm. Tyrannical Bear's face was gloomy, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Wait until your names are suppressed by the strange saint. Let's see how you can still be in the limelight. Yixing and Wei Qingxian first looked at all the names on the plaque of names. They chose the spot they wanted to leave their names on, and then looked at each other. Let's do it together. The two said at the same time, and then they laughed at their tacit understanding. Whoosh! Whoosh! One used the flying swan technique, while the other used the wind-stepping technique. Their bodies leaped up, and in the blink of an eye, they had leaped more than 10 feet. At this moment, the two of them merged with the wind force at the same time, and their inner strength exploded. Their speed suddenly continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed up another 60 to 70 feet. Exclamations sounded from all around. Tyrannical Bear was dumbfounded. Yixing and Wei Qingxian had actually reached the same height as Xiong Qisheng. However, their goal was not only to reach this height. Middle-grade Qinggong of the Perfection realm was naturally extraordinary. The two of them circulated their inner strength for the second time, and their bodies actually leaped up several feet again. All the martial artists' expressions changed. Yixing and Wei Qingxian had actually reached the top of the plaque of names, and they were 20 feet above the ground. Just as the crowd was still in shock, the two of them made their moves and left their names on the plaque of names. Yixing. Wei Qingxian. In the blink of an eye, the two names were high up on the top of the plaque of names. On Monday, I really need recommendation votes to get into the rankings. Can I get more than 2,000 votes today? Please give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 77. Yixing's name was one character shorter than Wei Qingxuan's. It was simpler and required less time to engrave. When Yixing finished engraving the two characters, Yixing, Wei Qingxian had just started engraving the third character, Xian. At this moment, Yixing's heart skipped a beat. The corner of his mouth curled up. After engraving the last horizontal line of Xing, he didn't stop. Instead, he dragged a long horizontal line and continued to draw to the side. Yixing's foot kicked off the monument of names. His body moved about 10 feet to the side and came to Wei Qingxuan's side. As for the last stroke, Yixing naturally dragged it out for more than 10 feet. Then, it connected with the first stroke of the character, Wei. At this moment, Wei Qingxian had just finished engraving the third character when she heard Yixing's soft laughter. To prevent future generations from engraving their names between us, I might as well take the space in the middle first. Hee hee. At this moment, Wei Qingxian realized that Yixing had actually connected their names together. This gave her a subtle feeling in her heart. It wasn't anger, nor was it joy. She just felt that since both of them had entered Zishan Academy's gifted class at the same time, it would be a good memory to leave their names together. After the two of them finished engraving, the second flow of inner strength was used up. Even with the transformative realm's Qinggong, it was difficult to use a third flow of inner strength. The two of them floated down and landed on the ground not long after. Thunderous applause immediately rang out in the square. Yixing and Wei Qingxian had both carved their names at the very top of the name monument. There was no monument above them, so they could be considered to have reached the very top. This completely shocked all the martial artists present to the point that they were completely convinced. They couldn't help but clap their hands and praise them. From this moment onwards, the record of Celestial Azure City was refreshed. There was a new legend. Xiong Qisheng's first place on the Fame Monument only lasted for 3 years before being trampled by Yixing and Wei Qingxian. More importantly, Yixing and Wei Qingxian were only at the 5th stage of the martial path. 3 years ago, Xiong Qisheng had participated in the recruitment competition and was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. In comparison, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were extraordinary geniuses. Of course, between the two of them, Wei Qingxian was even more shocking. Although Yi Xing had overshadowed Xiong Qixing's limelight on the Fame Monument, he was about the same age as Xiong Qixing when he participated in the recruitment competition 3 years ago. Regardless of whether he was stronger or weaker, in terms of cultivation, he was one stage lower than Xiong Qixing at the same age. Therefore, even if Yi Xing was unparalleled in the limelight, it was still difficult for him to truly hold his head high in comparison to Xiong Qixing. On the other hand, although Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was one stage lower than Xiong Qixing's, she was still very young. She was only a little over 14 years old. At this age, with this level of cultivation and this level of strength, it was truly shocking. If Wei Qingxian reached the age when Xiong Qixing participated in the recruitment competition, her cultivation would definitely not be below Xiong Qixing's. With Wei Qingxuan's current strength, if her cultivation was not weaker than Xiong Qixing's, her strength would definitely surpass his by a large margin. In comparison, Xiong Qixing was practically worthless in front of Wei Qingxian. In every aspect, he was trampled by Wei Qingxian. In the distance, Tyrannical Bear looked at the Fame Monument with an ashen face and a gloomy expression. His eyes concealed a shocking amount of fury and killing intent. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had actually left their names higher on the Fame Monument than Xiong Qixing's. In fact, it was far higher than his. This result was hard for Tyrannical Bear to accept. Wei Qingxian was just a girl. Once she entered the Purple Mountain Academy, with Xiong Qixing's status as the vice principal's disciple, he could definitely use the method of marriage to bring Wei Qingxian to the Xiong clan. He believed that the Wei clan would not refuse. Even if they refused, he could use Xiong Qixing's master to pressure them and forcefully bring Wei Qingxian over. However, Yi Xing was different. Yi Xing was a man. It was impossible to tie him to the Xiong clan through marriage. As for letting Yi Xing marry into the Xiong clan, Tyrannical Bear had never thought of it. Not to mention that it was impossible, just the fact that Yi Xing was Xiong Qixai's murderer meant that the Xiong clan's attitude towards Yi Xing could only be to kill him. Azure Sky City, Xiong clan's main hall. As soon as the recruitment competition ended, Tyrannical Bear brought his men back to the Xiong clan. Then, he gathered with the other 2 martial Dao masters of the Xiong clan and some elders of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. Tyrannical Bear did not go to watch the recruitment competition. When he found out about Yi Xing's performance in the recruitment competition and how he had surpassed Xiong Qixing on the Fame Monument, he flew into a rage. I can't let this little bastard go to the Purple Mountain Academy. I want him dead. I want him dead. Tyrannical Bear roared furiously. In Azure Sky City, he was a big shot in the 7th stage of the martial Dao. However, in front of the Purple Mountain Academy, a martial Dao master like him was not even worth mentioning. If Yi Xing entered the Purple Mountain Academy, Tyrannical Bear would not be able to touch a single hair on Yi Xing's head. Moreover, the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class was known as the cradle of martial Dao masters. It could even nurture martial Dao masters and martial grandmasters. If Yi Xing had some achievements in the genius class, Tyrannical Bear would not be able to take Yi Xing's life for the rest of his life. Instead, he would have to guard against Yi Xing. Therefore, Tyrannical Bear could not wait to kill Yi Xing. He could not let Yi Xing enter the Purple Mountain Academy. Facing Tyrannical Bear's anger, the elders of the Xiong clan remained silent. Although Yi Xing was Tyrannical Bear's son, the Xiong clan had a great hatred for Yi Xing. Who didn't want Yi Xing to die? However, the problem was that killing Yi Xing was not an easy task. Tyrannical Bear waved his hand to stop Tyrannical Bear's agitation, saying, "Who doesn't want Yi Xing to die? But he has already been accepted into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class by Mu Feng. Who can touch him?" Not to mention a genius class student, even if a common class student died, the Purple Mountain Academy would not sit idly by. Although the Xiong clan was Azure Sky City's #1 martial Dao family, if they dared to kill a Purple Mountain Academy student, not only would the murderer be executed, Tyrannical Bear, the patriarch of the Xiong clan, would also suffer a great calamity. Tyrannical Bear suppressed the anger in his heart, saying, "If I secretly assassinate him, without any evidence, who would dare to blame my Xiong clan? Tyrannical Bear shook his head, saying, the Ya clan's defense is tight. What assassination is there to talk about? Tyrannical Bear said sternly, after being accepted as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, he won't be able to return for a long time. Before he goes to the academy, he has 3 days to visit his family. Yixing is a member of the Ya clan in Greenleaf Village. He will definitely return to Greenleaf Village. I will ambush him on the way. I will definitely be able to kill him. Tyrannical Bear pondered for a moment, then shook his head again, saying, no, Yixing's Qigong and movement technique have been trained to perfection. His ability to escape is definitely first class. If he escapes, even if you are a martial Dao master, you will have a hard time catching up. If you fail to kill him and the matter is exposed, not only will your life be over, even the entire Xiong clan will suffer a calamity. Tyrannical Bear was impatient to kill Yixing. Clearly, he didn't think as much as Tyrannical Bear, the patriarch of the Xiong clan. Tyrannical Bear said, since I want to kill him, I naturally have to make sure that he can't escape. Moreover, even if something happens and he escapes, I will directly escape from Celestial Azure City. What can the Purple Mountain Academy do to me? With Xiong Qixing's relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy, and that little bastard is not dead, the Purple Mountain Academy will definitely not make things difficult for the Xiong clan. If I really kill that little bastard, then it will be a bloodbath. Without evidence, who can blame my Xiong clan? Tyrannical Bear's mind recalled the recruitment competition and Mu Feng's gaze when he looked at him. He couldn't help but shudder. He was certain that if Yixing was assassinated, Mu Feng would definitely not let it go. Even if there was no evidence, as long as he suspected the Xiong clan, he would probably come knocking on their door. Tyrannical Bear shook his head again and said, this is not appropriate. Bear, you must not bring trouble to yourself. If you want to kill Yixing, you must think of a proper reason. Even if people know that my Xiong clan killed him, they won't be able to blame my Xiong clan. Tyrannical Bear said angrily, he killed my son. I killed him to avenge my son. Isn't that a proper reason? Tyrannical Bear frowned and said unhappily, Mu Feng is only in charge of recruiting students. He doesn't care about the hatred between you and Yixing unless you can make Yixing and you have an open life and death duel. Mu Feng will definitely not let it go if you kill him. Bear, your mind has been blinded by killing intent. You only know how to kill without caring about the consequences. Go back and rest first and calm your heart. Tyrannical Bear didn't intend to leave. At this time, a 6th-level elder said, Patriarch, when you mentioned a life and death duel, I thought of something. Perhaps we can kill Yixing in a proper way. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Before Tyrannical Bear could speak, Tyrannical Bear had already asked, Elder Xiong, what method is there to kill him? Xiong, an elder of the Xiong clan, came from a branch of the Xiong clan. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level. Xiong said, everyone knows that I have a sworn enemy. He is the Ya family's elder, Yixing Yi Tiannan, and I came from a branch of the Ya family in Greenleaf Village. Coincidentally, he is Yixing's grandfather. Xiong said a few words but didn't get to the main point. Tyrannical Bear anxiously asked, what does this have to do with killing Yixing in a proper way? Xiong stroked his beard and smiled, hee hee. 10 years ago, Yi Tiannan and I agreed to a life and death duel 10 years later. Unfortunately, Yi Tiannan was a short-lived ghost. He passed away 3 years ago. Originally, with Yi Tiannan's death, I abandoned this duel, but... Xiong voice changed. If you want Yixing's life, I can continue to mention this duel. At that time, Yi Tiannan used the name of the head of the Ya family in Greenleaf Village to fight with the head of the Xiong family in Wuyang Town. Even if Yi Tiannan died, I insisted on fighting. The current head of the Ya family had no choice but to accept the challenge. Xiong said with a sly smile, the current head of the Ya family is Yixing's father. If Yixing doesn't want his father to die, he can only fight in his father's place. In a life and death duel, I will kill Yixing. It is a matter of course. The Purple Mountain Academy cannot blame me. Tyrannical Bear heard this and laughed, in a life-and-death duel, Yixing cannot escape. With Elder Xiong Yang's strength, it is enough to kill Yixing. Good, this is a feasible plan. Reminder, 1 chapter in the morning, 1 chapter in the evening. It is not easy to have 2 chapters. Moreover, the story in Azure Sky City is about to end. The story in Purple Mountain Academy is about to begin. The difficulty is a bit high. Writing is tiring. There is no time to update the first chapter in the morning. Chapter 78. Azure Sky City, Yeah Family. When Yixing was recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, the Yeah family celebrated. Only at night did Yixing return to his residence. Although it was said to be a celebration, it wasn't. There were always some people who hated Yixing's glory. In the darkness, in the shadows, there was always a pair of eagle-like eyes staring at Yixing. Their eyes contained deep hatred. Yixing, if you don't die, even if this old man enters the grave in the future, I won't be able to rest in peace. Yi Weiniang's heart was filled with hatred for Yixing. First, Yi Weiniang suspected that Yixing had killed Yi Yunkong in the Azure Sky Mountain Range. At first, it was only a suspicion, but after a long time, it became a fact in his heart. Second, Yi Weiniang had been heavily injured by Yixing in front of everyone. As an elder of the family, he had lost all face. These 2 reasons made Yi Weiniang hate Yixing so much that he wanted to die. Yixing had already noticed Yi Weiniang's secret stares. With the super brain scan, it was clear as day. Yixing didn't put Yi Weiniang in his heart. Although he hated Yixing, he was still an elder of the family. As long as Yi Weiniang didn't provoke him, Yixing couldn't be bothered to care about him. Yi Feng, tomorrow morning, go to the martial arts hall and challenge the top 10 ordinary disciples. After you become a disciple of the martial arts hall, take a leave and come back to Greenleaf Village with me. In his residence, Yixing instructed Yi Feng. Counting the time, it had already been over 3 months since he and Yi Feng left Greenleaf Village and arrived at Azure Sky City. Going to the Indigo Mountain Academy to study, he wouldn't be able to return to Azure Sky City for a long period of time. Therefore, Yixing took advantage of the 3 days of family visit before going to the Indigo Mountain Academy to make a trip back to Greenleaf Village, bringing Yi Feng along with him. Although his feelings for Yi Feihong and Lu Yi were very faint, Greenleaf Village was, after all, the place where he first came to the Star Continent. Moreover, he had taken over the body of Yi Feihong's son after all. During this period of time in Celestial Azure City, some of the dissatisfaction he had towards Yi Feihong and Lu Yi had already faded with time. Before he left Celestial Azure City, it was only right for him to go back and visit them. After Yi Feng left, Yixing did not rest. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the Qingyuan art. Today's continuous battles, especially the battle with Wei Qingxian, gave Yixing a lot of benefits. Not only did his martial skill attainment increase greatly, the internal energy in his body was also greatly tempered, and there was a tendency for his cultivation to rise. Yixing wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer tonight. Yixing had already cultivated the Qingyuan art to the 3rd layer, opening 12 meridians in his body, and cultivating his internal energy at a remarkable speed. In a mere 4 hours, Yixing's cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 5th layer. Once he reached this realm, he would be able to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer in a short period of time, rushing towards the peak of the 6th layer of the martial path. Yixing was very confident. His astrology was extraordinary, and he cultivated the Qingyuan art, a high-grade cultivation technique. Breaking through to the 6th layer of the martial path was definitely not a difficult matter. It was only a matter of time. The night passed in silence. The next day, Yi Feng did not go to the cafeteria to chop firewood. Instead, he went to the martial arts hall to challenge the disciples there. Yi Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th layer of the Heavenly Monarch realm. Furthermore, he had mastered a mid-tier body refinement technique and a full mastery low-tier martial skill. With his strength, he could easily challenge the elite disciples. Challenging the top 10 ordinary disciples was a piece of cake. For such a small matter, Yixing did not join in the fun. Instead, he went to the Yi clan's weapon shop in Azure Sky City and bought a 3-cauldron strong bow, the dragon tendon bow, as well as a quiver of black edge arrows. The dragon tendon bow had a resounding name, but it was not a bow made of real dragon tendons. Instead, it was made of the tendons of high-level vicious beasts, and coupled with high-grade treasure metal, its power was extremely terrifying. The strength of 1 cauldron was 1,200 gene. The strength of 3 cauldrons was 1,600 gene. The 3-cauldron strong bow was not something that an average person could use. There were many martial artists below the 7th level who could pull the 3-cauldron strong bow, but those who could use the 3-cauldron strong bow to kill enemies were few and far between. One arrow with 1,600 gene of strength had a terrifying penetrative power. Even a 7th-layer martial Dao master would be moved, and for a 6th-layer martial artist, it was definitely a fatal blow. Especially the black edge arrows that came with the dragon tendon bow. They were also made of high-grade treasure metal, sturdy, sharp, and a type of killing weapon. In the Yi clan's weapon shop, the dragon tendon bow was already the highest-grade treasure bow, worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. However, Yi Xing, as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class, had an extraordinary status in the Yi clan. Naturally, he only needed to buy it at the original price, which was 40% cheaper. Becoming a student of the gifted class allowed Yi Xing to receive a large amount of clan contribution points as a reward. He used a portion of the contribution points to buy the dragon tendon bow, not even spending a single silver. By the time Yi Xing returned with the dragon tendon bow and black edge arrows, Yi Feng had already become a disciple of the martial arts hall. When Yi Feng arrived at the martial arts hall, he directly challenged the number 1 ordinary disciple. He won the battle and became the new number 1 ordinary disciple. In addition, he was Yi Xing's cousin, so he was in the limelight among the ordinary disciples. How could such a person continue to chop firewood in the cafeteria? Naturally, he was accepted into the martial arts hall and focused on nurturing. Yi Feng asked the martial arts hall master for leave and returned to Qingye village with Yi Xing. The martial arts hall master naturally agreed without a second word. At noon, Yi Xing and Yi Feng each took a horse from the family and left the Ye family, heading towards Qingye village. When they came from Qingye village, they took a carriage and walked on the main road. It took them a day to reach Azure Sky City. Yi Xing only had a total of 3 days to visit his family. Naturally, he didn't want to waste time on the road. He directly urged his horse forward and walked on the small roads. It only took them less than 4 hours to reach Qingye village. Not long after they left the Ye family, Yi Xing discovered that someone was secretly following them from afar. It was Yi Weining. Yi Weining was also riding a horse and was about 4 to 5 li away from Yi Xing and Yi Feng. Yi Feng naturally didn't notice the figure that was almost a black dot in the distance. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recognize who it was. It wasn't the other party, but someone who was following them. But Yi Xing's gaze could see Yi Weining clearly from afar. Yi Xing stroked the dragon tendon bow and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. From the looks of it, Yi Weining seemed to be plotting something against him. This made Yi Xing happy instead of worried. He didn't like Yi Weining, but the other party was an elder of the family. Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to deal with him. However, if the other party took the initiative to offend him, then it would be exactly what Yi Xing wanted. It would be perfectly justifiable for him to get rid of him. Brother Xing, I'm afraid that everyone in Qingye village didn't expect that you would have today's glory. Hee, when they know that you've become the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Yi clan and have been accepted as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class, how will they react? Yi Feng urged his horse forward and walked side by side with Yi Xing. He was very excited and also very happy. He excitedly laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. I can imagine how shocked they will be, especially the head elder. He thought that Yi Qing would have great prospects in the main family and would surpass you. But in the end, he became a good-for-nothing. He can't even compare to Brother Xing's shoes. Yi Xing faintly smiled. Yi Feng's words were all true. He wasn't deliberately flattering him. He thought of his own changes in the past 3 months and his heart was also very happy. Now that he was urging his horse forward, his heart was even more carefree. It was a kind of pleasure of traveling through the Jianghu. This kind of feeling, on Earth, could only be found in novels and fantasy worlds. But the feeling was far from being as intense as experiencing it in person. Looking at the smiling and happy Yi Feng, Yi Xing laughed and said, "Hee hee. Yi Qing is now very far away from you. If they knew that you've already become the number one of the Yi clan's ordinary disciples, TSK, they would also be shocked." Yi Xing's words touched the excitement in Yi Feng's heart. His smile instantly became 10 times brighter. Thinking of how he had become outstanding in the main family and how carefree he would be when he returned and how his parents would be proud of him, Yi Feng was naturally very excited and couldn't contain his joy. However, no matter how excited and happy he was, Yi Feng would never forget who had made him who he was today. Yi Feng stopped laughing and said, "This is all thanks to Brother Xing's nurturing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today." Yi Xing said, "This is all I can help you with. Your future achievements will still depend on your own efforts." Yi Feng nodded vigorously and said, "Yes. I will definitely work hard and follow Brother Xing's example to make a name for myself in Tiansang City." Yi Xing smiled and looked back again. He looked into the distance and found that Yi Weining had disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xing looked back again and still didn't find Yi Weining. This made him feel a little strange. In the following period of time, Yi Xing looked back many times, but Yi Weining didn't appear again. Yi Xing was basically sure that Yi Weining didn't continue to follow them. Otherwise, Yi Weining wouldn't know that he could look into the distance and wouldn't hide when he looked back. This made Yi Xing feel a little regretful. Taking the small path from Tiansang City back to Qingye village, they mostly walked through the mountains. After 2 hours, Yi Xing and Yi Feng had already covered 2/3 of the distance. At this time, he had the feeling that he was being watched. Yi Xing looked back and didn't find anything strange. Then, he looked in all directions and even scanned a radius of several hundred meters. He still didn't find anything that was watching him. This made Yi Xing feel strange, but he soon realized something and raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky behind him, Yi Xing finally found the thing that was watching him. It was a fierce bird with a wingspan of more than 50 feet. Yi Xing had ridden on a flying bird before and immediately reacted. There must be a martial artist riding on this fierce bird. Otherwise, why would the other party's gaze be locked on him from afar when he had no enmity with this fierce bird? Yi Feng saw Yi Xing looking back at the sky with a strange expression. He also looked back and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Xing?" He couldn't see as far as Yi Xing. He could only see that there seemed to be a black dot in the sky. It should be a flying bird. "Yi Feng, I'm afraid we're in trouble. This fierce bird is controlled by a martial artist. It should be coming for us." Yi Xing signaled Yi Feng to stop. No matter how fast a horse ran, it couldn't be faster than a flying bird. Chapter 79. When the two of them stopped, the raptor in the air caught up to them. What a huge raptor! The raptor grew bigger in Yi Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Xing had ridden on Brother He before, and it was much bigger than this raptor. He wasn't surprised as his attention was on the raptor's back. However, he couldn't see the raptor's back right now. Without a certain distance, Yi Xing couldn't scan it either. This isn't an eagle. It's a green-winged eagle, a high-level raptor that's equivalent to a rank 7 martial Dao master. Yi Xing said as he looked into the distance and saw the ferocious bird clearly. Yi Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. In Tiansang City, martial Dao masters were the strongest. They were extremely powerful. Just this green-winged eagle was equivalent to a martial Dao master, and Yi Xing said that there was a martial artist on its back. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying than the green-winged eagle? Seeing the green-winged eagle getting bigger and closer, as if it was swooping down on the two of them, Yi Feng exclaimed, "It's coming for us." At this moment, the green-winged eagle had entered Yi Xing's super brain scanning range. In an instant, Yi Xing scanned the entire body of the green-winged eagle into his super brain. There was indeed a martial artist on the back of the green-winged eagle. This martial artist's face was covered with a black cloth, and he was also wearing black tight-fitting clothes. He was short and strong, and he was lying on the back of the green-winged eagle. If Yi Xing didn't scan with his super brain, it would be hard for the green-winged eagle to notice him even if it was right in front of him. Although the black cloth was covering his face, it was useless under Yi Xing's super brain scanning. Not only did Yi Xing see this person's appearance, but even his martial Dao cultivation was clearly scanned by Yi Xing. Yi Xing had never seen a 7th-level martial Dao master before. A martial Dao master that they had never seen before, with his face covered, rode a high-level green-winged eagle and deliberately chased after them. Moreover, he controlled the green-winged eagle to swoop down towards Yi Xing. No matter how they looked at it, this person was not a friendly person. The green-winged eagle was equivalent to a 7th-level martial Dao master. When it swooped down from the sky, its power was terrifying. Even a martial Dao master would not be able to withstand its diving power. If the blue-winged eagle was allowed to dive down, Yi Xing and Lin Yun would most likely become ghosts under its talons. Yi Xing dismounted in an instant, the dragon tendon bow in his hand. At the same time, he took out a black edge arrow and shouted, "Who are you? If you dare to come any closer, don't blame me for killing you with one arrow." Yi Xing did not recklessly fire his arrows before he could confirm that the other party was an enemy. On the green-winged eagle, the masked man chuckled in disdain. He controlled the green-winged eagle to increase its diving speed. Obviously, he did not believe that an arrow shot by a 5th-level martial Dao realm martial artist could threaten the high-level green-winged eagle. The other party's actions made Yi Xing judge that the other party was not playing around. They really wanted to kill him and Yi Feng. Whoosh! Yi Xing no longer hesitated. The black edge arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot out. The current Yi Xing was not like in the hunting competition, when he was chased by Xiong Bao Tian and had to rely on calculations to be able to injure the other party. The current Yi Xing was not the same as before. Not only was his cultivation higher, his internal strength was more vigorous, the bow in his hand was also much stronger, and he had also comprehended a trace of wind force. With a bow and arrow in hand, even if he faced a martial Dao master head-on, he was not afraid at all. The power of the black edge arrow that left the bowstring was terrifying. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Moreover, the black edge arrow had a trace of wind force fused into it, causing the speed of the arrow to almost double, reaching an inconceivable level. Facing this arrow, the black-clothed man on the green-winged eagle was slightly surprised. Yi Xing's archery skills had somewhat exceeded his expectations. In that instant, the green-winged eagle under him opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade. Although the black edge arrow was fast, it was still a straight line. The wind blade spat out by the green-winged eagle accurately blocked the black edge arrow. However, the power contained in the black edge arrow was extremely strong. It was far from what the wind blade could compare to. The wind blade was instantly shattered, but the black edge arrow's power did not decrease as it directly shot towards the green-winged eagle's throat. At that moment, the green-winged eagle's eyes revealed a look of great shock. The black-clothed man on the eagle's back also suddenly changed his expression. The power of this arrow was not just a little bit beyond his expectations. It was unknown how much stronger it was than what he had expected. It actually made the green-winged eagle feel the threat of death and had a frightened reaction. As a bird, the green-winged eagle's reaction speed in the air was even faster than a martial Dao master of the 7th stage. At the critical moment, it changed direction and its body tilted, flying to the side like lightning. Even so, the blue-winged eagle only managed to avoid being hit in its throat. Its body still couldn't avoid being killed by the arrow. However, its sharp claws had already reached out the moment it turned its body. Before the black edge arrow could enter its body, its sharp claws collided with the tip of the arrow. Ding! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as the black edge arrow was knocked away by the claw. However, the green-winged eagle let out a cry. Its sturdy claws were dripping with blood. A large part of it had been damaged by the black edge arrow. When the green-winged eagle was injured, the martial Dao master on the eagle's back was furious. He shouted, "How dare you hurt my eagle? Later, I'll let my eagle peck your flesh bit by bit and eat you." As he shouted, the green-winged eagle was controlled. It once again turned in the air and continued to rush towards Yixing and Yifeng. At this moment, Yixing's dragon tendon bow had already knocked 3 black edge arrows. He coldly snorted and said, "Then I'll kill this beast first." Whoosh! 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 As he spoke, 3 black edge arrows left the bowstring and pierced through the air, drawing 3 distorted trajectories in the air. The perfect revolving arrow technique. Moreover, it also incorporated a trace of wind force, causing the arrows to be more accurate, more variable, and faster. The first arrow was only Yixing's test. These 3 arrows were the real killing move. Your archery has actually reached such a level. At this moment, the martial Dao master on the eagle's back finally let out a shocked exclamation. In front of such a terrifying archery technique, the ferocious bird flying in the air was completely a live target. There was no way to dodge or block. The masked man used all his strength to pull the green-winged eagle to the side. The green-winged eagle also exploded its speed to the limit in an instant and dodged to the side. At the same time, it stretched out its claws and flapped its huge wings, trying to block the 3 arrows with distorted trajectories. Unfortunately, the 3 arrows shot at the same time could not be blocked no matter how hard it tried. Only one of the sharp arrows was luckily blocked by the green-winged eagle's claws, but it also shot a terrible wound on its claws. As for the other 2 arrows, they mysteriously bypassed the obstruction. One arrow hit the wing of the green-winged condor, while the other hit the heart below its body. The black edge arrow, which contained terrifying power, easily penetrated the green-winged eagle's fur and entered deep into its flesh. Its heart was completely penetrated, and its body instantly fell from the sky. "Eagle!" The masked man cried out involuntarily. It was not easy to tame a ferocious bird, especially a high-level one. Whether it was traveling or killing enemies, it was very useful. The reason he was able to catch up with Yixing and Yifeng was because of this green-winged eagle. However, before he even landed, the green-winged eagle had already been shot to death by Yixing. The masked man was incomparably furious. If he had known that Yixing's archery was so terrifying, he would not have swooped down on the green-winged eagle and become a live target for Yixing. Instead, he would have rushed ahead in advance and prepared an ambush to assassinate him. As an assassin, it was reasonable to take the enemy by surprise and kill in the dark. However, because the target was only a martial artist of the 5th stage of the martial Dao, the masked man thought that it would be easy to kill him. As a result, he underestimated the enemy and committed the biggest taboo of assassins, resulting in such a serious consequence. Although the masked man cried out, "Eagle," he had no extra time to care about the green-winged eagle now. As the green-winged eagle died and fell from the sky, the masked man also lost his balance and fell downwards. The masked man was about 20 feet from the ground. At this height, even if he was a martial Dao master with a middle-rank Qin Gong and a high-rank Qin Gong, he would not be able to safely and quickly land. If he wanted to land safely, he would have to use the green-winged eagle's corpse to use his Qin Gong to reduce the speed of his fall. However, in this way, he would become a live target for Yixing. How could Yixing let go of this opportunity? In the blink of an eye, another 3 black edge arrows were knocked on the bowstring and 3 more arrows were released simultaneously. Even if the masked man was on the ground, it would be difficult for him to block or dodge Yixing's 3 arrows, let alone in the air where there was almost no resistance. In an instant, the masked man was in a desperate situation. Bang! Bang! As the masked man fell, he desperately waved the dagger in his hand. Cold light flashed, but he could only block 2 arrows. There was another arrow that turned around and shot towards him from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had reached his back. "If I die, you won't live either." The masked man had no time to block or dodge the 3rd arrow. He let out a roar and threw the dagger in his hand at Yixing. The dagger left his hand and shot out like a flying dagger, bringing along with it a bright inner strength. Although the power of the weapon was not small, the attack range was limited and could not reach the range of an arrow. When the dagger flew to the front of Yixing, the sharpness of the internal force had already dimmed and there was no more power left in the dagger. Yixing held the bow in one hand and used the mountain-splitting palm with the other. With a move of the Monkey King's stone splitting, the dagger fell to the ground. At this moment, the third arrow had already pierced through the masked man's body. Even though the masked man's mid-tier body refining technique had reached perfection and his inner strength was abundant, he still could not stop the arrow from piercing through his body. The dark night will not let you go. The masked man's body fell rapidly from the air. Before he took his last breath, he saw Yixing block the dagger and shouted unwillingly. The masked man's body fell to the ground with a bang. Yifeng, who was dumbfounded, came to his senses. Yifeng looked at Yixing, who was holding the dragon tendon bow with an incredulous expression. He stuttered, Brother Xing, you killed a high-level ferocious bird and a martial Dao master? Chapter 80. Yifeng knew very well what a martial Dao master meant in Tiansang City. A 7th-grade martial Dao master was definitely someone who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts in Tiansang City. The reason why the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families were above all the other martial arts families in Tiansang City was because only the 3 families had 7th-grade martial Dao masters. Even though Yifeng admired Yixing, he had never imagined that Yixing would be able to compete with a 7th-grade martial Dao master. However, right in front of Yifeng's eyes, Yixing had killed a green-winged eagle that was equivalent to a martial Dao master. He had even killed a genuine martial Dao master. Yifeng could tell that the masked man was indeed a 7th-level martial Dao master from the dagger that was thrown by the masked man at the end and the sharp internal force that came out of his body. Compared to Yifeng's shock, Yixing's expression was natural and calm as usual. With the dragon tendon bow in hand, Yixing had an extraordinary confidence in his heart. Although he had never killed a martial Dao master before, when he drew the bow and faced the green-winged eagle's dive, he already had full confidence in his heart that he could kill it. This confidence came from his bone marrow, from his archery skills, and from the powerful dragon tendon bow in his hand. Yixing smiled faintly and said, I was only able to kill it because of the advantage of the bow and arrow. If it was a head-on battle, whether it was the green-winged eagle or the masked man, I wouldn't be a match for them. Although Yixing said it casually, Yifeng was still shocked. He looked at Yixing as if he was looking at a freak, a demon. Originally, Yixing's image in Yifeng's heart was already high enough. However, today, he had broken the record again and became even higher. For the first time, a thought appeared in Yifeng's mind. What kind of martial Dao achievements would Yixing achieve in the future? It was probably something he couldn't even imagine. I don't know what Dark Knight stands for, but I can be sure that this masked man is an assassin who came to kill me. Perhaps Dark Knight is the code name of an even stronger assassin? Or is it the name of the assassin's organization? Yixing pondered as he walked towards the masked man's corpse. I wonder who hired the assassin, Yi Weining? Or was it the Xiong family? This person was able to accurately identify me from a distance. He should have a portrait of me on him, and it's very likely that the person who hired him to kill me provided the portrait. Yixing's eyes revealed a sharp light. No matter who hired the assassin, he had already sentenced the other party to death in his heart. Sure enough, Yixing found something useful on the masked man. On a piece of cloth, not only was his appearance drawn, there was also a map of his route from Tiansang City back to Greenleaf Village, as well as the estimated time of departure and arrival. Moreover, it was specially stated that Yixing wasn't traveling alone, but was traveling with a young man called Yifeng on a horse. It was very easy to identify. At the bottom of the cloth, there was also a price. The reward for killing Yixing was 1,000,000 taels of silver. Half of it was paid up front, and the other half after the deed was done. The murderous light in Yixing's eyes intensified. Looking at this cloth, he was already sure that Yi Weining was the person who hired the assassin. The reason why Yi Weining secretly followed him out of Tiansang City was to confirm his route back to Greenleaf Village. After confirming that Yixing was taking a small path, he didn't continue to follow him. He drew this route and then handed it to the assassin's organization. The reason why he was sure it was Yi Weining was because only Yi Weining knew their route, as well as the estimated time of departure and arrival. Yi Weining, the day I return to Tiansang City is the day you die. Yi Xing kept the cloth. Although there was no name on it, it was still strong evidence. The picture and handwriting on it should all be his own handwriting. This kind of thing was naturally best kept to himself. He couldn't borrow the hands of others. Yi Xing's current status was not only the #1 elite of the Yi clan's younger generation, he was also a student of the Zishan Academy's genius class. With this cloth in hand, even if Yi Weining was an elder of the Yi clan, Yi Xing would still kill him. I'll let you live for 2 days. Yi Xing said in his heart. Since they were about to reach Greenleaf Village, Yi Xing naturally returned to Greenleaf Village first. As for Yi Weining, he definitely didn't expect the assassin to fail. As an elder of the Yi clan, he couldn't run away. On the masked man's body, Yi Xing also found 50 banknotes worth 10,000 taels of silver. It should be the reward that Yi Weining paid in advance. After dealing with the corpses of the blue-winged eagle and the masked man, Yi Xing took the cloth, the 500,000 taels of silver, and the high-grade dagger left behind by the masked man. He and Yi Feng continued towards Greenleaf Village. Because of the delay, they arrived at Greenleaf Village later than expected. It was already close to dusk. Normally at this time, the Ye family in Greenleaf Village would be very quiet. There wouldn't be too many people walking around. But today was different. The entire Ye family, from top to bottom, all the members of the Ye family were gathered outside the Yi residence, looking forward to what would happen. Greenleaf Village was more than 100 li away from Azure Sky City. In addition to the changing roads, the distance was even further, making travel inconvenient. Moreover, the main Ye family wouldn't purposely send news of Yi Xing to Greenleaf Village. Therefore, although Yi Xing was very well known in the main Ye family, the branch family of Greenleaf Village didn't know about him. However, Yi Xing was accepted as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. For the main Ye family, this was a joyous event that hadn't happened for many years. Compared to Yi Xing becoming the #1 elite disciple of the Ye family, this was 10 times more important. Therefore, today, the main Ye family purposely sent a messenger pigeon to inform the Ye family of the good news. They also stated that Yi Xing would return to Greenleaf Village today to visit his relatives. Although Yi Xing taking first place in the Greenleaf Village clan meeting was very surprising to the Ye family, they also didn't expect that Yi Xing would also be so well known in the main Ye family. When they received the news from the main family's messenger pigeon, Yi Feihong was shocked, Lu Yi was shocked, and then, all the elders were shocked. In the end, everyone in the entire Yi family was shocked. In Greenleaf Village, Yi Feihong's peak 5th rank cultivation was the strongest martial artist. Many people who practiced martial arts hadn't even stepped into the 4th rank of martial arts and became a true martial artist. To the martial artists of Greenleaf Village, the main Ye family, the Wei family, and the Xiong family of Celestial Azure City were all super powerful forces. Martial masters were existences that they couldn't even look up to. However, there was always a chance to go to Celestial Azure City to take a look. As for the Purple Mountain County City, it was basically a once-in-a-lifetime visit. The Purple Mountain Academy was a place that could only be heard of in legends. But today, the Ye family of Greenleaf Village actually produced someone who could enter the Purple Mountain Academy. How could the entire Ye family not be shocked to the point of being dumbstruck? The most shocking thing was that Yi Xing had entered the gifted class. And it was rumored that in the gifted class of the Purple Mountain Academy, there was a chance to meet Zishan Ho, the legendary martial saint. Meeting the martial saint. This was something that the martial artists of Greenleaf Village didn't dare to imagine. Of course, they couldn't imagine that in reality, Yi Xing had already met the martial saint. Moreover, he had even spoken with the martial saint before. He had even ridden a martial saint-level ferocious bird with the martial saint. After a long time, the members of the Ye family of Greenleaf Village finally recovered from their shock. In the hearts of Yi Feihong and Lu Yi, they were both incomparably happy and deeply remorseful. Yi Xing was the trash of a son that was abandoned by the two of them. Yet today, he had such a promising future. Compared to the #1 genius of the Ye family of Greenleaf Village, Yi Xing, he was far superior. After the shock, lamentation, and self-reproach, Yi Feihong immediately gathered the management of the Ye family and held a family meeting. Everyone in the Yi residence, listen to my orders. Use your fastest speed to clean up the entire Yi residence. Especially Yi Xing's room, it must be cleaned until it looks brand new. After cleaning, all members of the Ye family are to head out of the residence to welcome the first student of the Purple Mountain Academy in the history of our Greenleaf Village's Ye family. After being busy for half a day, the entire Ye family was cleaned up. Then, the members of the Ye family began to wait outside the residence for the return of the most outstanding martial artist in the history of Greenleaf Village's Ye family. As for the servants of the Ye family, they were still finishing up the cleaning. Left and right. After waiting for an entire afternoon, Yi Xing still hadn't returned. If it was an ordinary person, there would have been people who would have been impatient by now. However, today, there wasn't anyone who was impatient. Yi Xing's achievements had caused the members of the Ye family of Greenleaf Village to be convinced of his strength. All that was left was admiration and worship. Even the first elder, after hearing the news, no longer had the slightest bit of hatred towards Yi Xing. Instead, there was only shock and reverence. For Greenleaf Village to have such a person, it was the blessing of the entire Greenleaf Village's Ye family. From today onwards, the Ye family of Greenleaf Village would definitely soar to the skies. All of the clansmen would benefit from this. They were only a little anxious in their hearts. Why hadn't Yi Xing returned yet? It wasn't until evening that Yi Xing and Yi Feng rode side by side and appeared in the Ye family's line of sight. The anxiety of the Ye family members immediately disappeared and their expressions turned into great joy. Yi Xing! Yi Xing! Yi Xing! Many of the younger generation of the Ye family loudly shouted. A few months ago, they still looked down on Yi Xing and regarded Yi Xing as trash. But now, Yi Xing's height was really too high for them to reach. They couldn't even be jealous of him. Their hearts were only filled with admiration and admiration. Yi Feng is also back. Yi Fighting, who was originally overjoyed, saw Yi Feng and Yi Xing appear at the same time. His eyes lit up again. Looking at the Ye family in front of him and listening to the cheers of the Ye family's younger generation, the scene was like welcoming a triumphant return of a hero. Yi Xing felt a sense of pride in his heart. Although these people didn't like him in the past, the main reason at that time was because Yi Xing was indeed unable to cultivate. Now, they were still them and hadn't changed. However, Yi Xing had undergone earth-shattering changes. Their attitude towards Yi Xing had undergone a 180-degree change. They saw Yi Xing as the glory of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village and were proud of Yi Xing. They couldn't be said to be good or bad. They were just ordinary people. In this world, it was impossible for everyone to know you through life and death. Therefore, it was normal for people to be looked down upon when they were lowly and respected when they were high. Therefore, even though Yi Xing had bad memories of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village, it didn't affect Yi Xing's feelings towards the Ye family in Greenleaf Village. Greenleaf Village was his first stop after coming to the Star Continent. It was the starting point of his second life. Yi Xing didn't hate them in his heart. He only hoped that the Ye family in Greenleaf Village would get better and better. Chapter 81. Yi Xing and Yi Feng rode their horses and stopped in front of the Yi clan. Yi Feihong immediately walked up quickly and helped Yi Xing hold the reins. It was not because Yi Xing had made a meteoric rise that Yi Feihong, as a father, would hold the reins for Yi Xing. No matter how glorious Yi Xing was, there was one thing that would not change. He was always Yi Xing's father. No matter what, he did not need to lower himself in front of Yi Xing. It was just that Yi Feihong felt guilty towards Yi Xing. He wanted to make up for the relationship with Yi Xing. Holding the reins was purely an instinctive action. In the history of my Qingye village Ye family, no one has ever entered the Zishan Academy, let alone the Zishan Academy's gifted class. You have such achievements today, father is extremely happy. I am proud of you. The entire Qingye village Ye family is proud of you. Yi Feihong's expression was happy but also ashamed. His tone was excited. Xing, you can have such achievements today, it is all the result of your own efforts. Father is very ashamed. I did not train you well before, I feel guilty towards you. Yixing jumped down from the horse's back and did not let Yi Feihong take the reins. He smiled indifferently and said, "The past is like smoke. Let it go with the wind. I did not take it to heart." "Father, you do not need to take it to heart." Lu Yi followed beside Yi Feihong. Looking at Yixing's excited expression, she was happy but also ashamed. She did not know what to say. At this time, Yi Feng was also talking with his parents. They had not seen each other for several months. Naturally, they missed each other. Compared to the relationship between Yixing and his parents, the relationship between Yi Feng and his parents was much more harmonious. Yixing. Young Master Yixing. Young Master Yixing. The other members of the Ya family also walked up. At this moment, Yixing was naturally the center of attention. Whether it was the elders, seniors, or juniors, they were all extremely respectful to Yixing. When they looked at Yixing, their eyes were filled with pride and excitement. The two horses were led away by the Ya family members. Yixing was respectfully welcomed back into the Yi residence. The Ya family had already set up a banquet. Everyone gathered together and naturally, it was a celebration. After the banquet, Yixing urged everyone in the Ya family to leave. Yixing returned to the main hall with his parents and called Yi Fighting over, accompanied by Yi Feng. "Yixing, ever since you were injured, I realized that you were different. You would have a bright future ahead of you. But who would have thought that you would have such a bright future ahead of you? Even your grandfather can't compare to you." When they arrived at the main hall, Yi Fighting was still praising Yixing. Yixing glanced at Yi Feng beside Yi Fighting and said, "Uncle, don't just talk about me. Yi Feng's performance in the main family is also extraordinary. He is now the #1 ordinary disciple in the Ya family. With his strength, he can even challenge the elite disciples." Because Yixing had always been the center of attention, Yi Feng did not receive much attention after returning home. He only talked to his parents and spent most of his time talking about Yixing's achievements. Therefore, Yi Fighting did not know about Yi Feng's performance in the main family. When he heard Yixing's words, he was shocked and said happily, "What? Feng is already the #1 ordinary disciple?" After all, Yi Feng was his son. Knowing that Yi Feng was successful, Yi Fighting was naturally even happier. Although he was asking about Yixing, his gaze was already on Yi Feng, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Yi Feng showed a little pride on his face. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm already at the peak of the 4th layer. However, compared to Brother Xing, my achievements are nothing. Furthermore, it's all thanks to Brother Xing that I was able to reach the peak of the 4th layer so quickly." Yi Feng's confirmation made Yi Fighting even happier. As a father, what could make him happier than his son being successful? Although it could not be compared to Yixing's achievements, Yi Feng was already at the peak of the 4th rank in the main family and became the #1 ordinary disciple after entering the main family for 3 months. This was already very good progress. Hearing Yi Feng say that it was all thanks to Yixing's help, Yi Fighting was very grateful to Yixing. He asked, "Yixing's help? What did he help you with?" Yi Feng said, "Brother Xing gave me 5 blood dike." Lu Yi was still fine. She did not know what blood dike was, but Yi Feihong and Yi Fighting were both shocked. They said in shock, "High-grade medicinal herb blood dike." Lu Yi was also shocked when she learned that blood dike was a high-grade medicinal herb. High-grade medicinal herbs were incomparably precious in the main Ya family. They could only be found by chance. For the Ya family in Qingye village, it was simply a treasure that only existed in legends. At this time, Yixing had already taken out the remaining 15 blood dike and distributed them to Yi Feihong, Lu Yi, and Yi Fighting. Each of them had 5. Yixing said, "Father, mother, uncle, I obtained some blood dike in the Qingyan mountain range. I gave some to the main family and 5 to Yi Feng. These 15 are for you. Each of you can take 5 at once. With your cultivation, you can take them all at once. It has a great effect on your cultivation and body refining technique." Yi Feihong, Lu Yi, and Yi Fighting looked at the 5 blood dike in their hands. They were almost petrified. The rumored high-grade medicinal herbs were in their hands. It made them feel like they were in a dream. They could not believe that this was the truth. 5 blood dike can't let father's cultivation reach the 6th level of the martial path, but it's enough to reach the peak of the 5th level. Moreover, it's enough for him to reach the 5th level of the martial path. Mother and uncle are both at the peak of the 4th level. With 5 blood dike, it's enough to raise your cultivation to the 5th level of the martial path. Yi Xing's words made the 3 of them return to reality from their dreamlike state. The 3 of them were incomparably happy. With their age, it would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation in this lifetime. However, they could continue to break through with the blood dike. Xing, these 15 blood dike should be quite useful to you. Yi Feihong looked at Yi Xing. Although the blood dike was very beneficial to him, he was not willing to take up Yi Xing's resources. In the past, he was not willing to give Yi Xing cultivation resources because it would be a waste for Yi Xing to use them. Now, he felt that using the blood dike on himself was also a waste. He might as well give it to Yi Xing to raise his cultivation. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, I've already eaten more than 30 blood dike in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Eating more won't have any effect. You guys take it tonight and try to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Xing actually ate more than 30 blood dike, which made the 3 of them secretly speechless. They also understood in their hearts that it was no wonder that Yi Xing's cultivation progressed so quickly. Yi Feihong and the other 2 simultaneously consumed 5 blood dike and sat cross-legged in the hall to refine and absorb them. Yi Xing asked Yi Feihong to bring a brush and ink. He had already cultivated all his middle-grade martial arts to perfection. He was prepared to write down a few of them for the Ya family's collection in Azure Leaf Village. With his attainments, the martial arts he wrote were all complete versions. Furthermore, it was accompanied by his cultivation experience. It would allow others to take fewer detours. Just like how he gave pointers to Yi Feihong on his martial arts, causing Yi Feng's martial arts attainments to far surpass other ordinary disciples. Even some elite disciples would find it difficult to compare with Yi Feihong. Yi Feihong and the other 2 had stepped into the martial arts path for more than 30 years. Their cultivation was very stable. They could naturally bear to eat 5 blood dike at the same time. About 4 hours later, the 3 of them had refined and absorbed the blood dike in their bodies. They all had great progress. Yi Feihong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th rank. Lu Yi and Yi Fighting's cultivation had both broken through the 5th rank. They had even consolidated to the middle of the 5th rank. The 3's middle-grade body refining techniques had all reached the small success stage. They did not directly reach the large success stage because the middle-grade body refining techniques they cultivated were incomplete. Yi Xing gave a few middle-grade martial arts to Yi Feihong. Among them were the complete middle-grade body refining techniques. After the 3 of them cultivated, they would soon be able to raise the middle-grade body refining techniques to the large success stage. Yi Xing also gave the 500,000 taels of silver notes he obtained from the masked man to Yi Feihong. To the Ya family in Azure Leaf Village, this was not a small sum of money. It could be used to develop the family. Yi Xing could only temporarily help the Ya family in Azure Leaf Village with this. It was not that he was unwilling to leave the high-grade cultivation techniques behind. It was just that the Azure Leaf Village Yi clan did not have the ability to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques. If he left behind a good cultivation technique, it would only be harmful and not beneficial. Yi Xing and the other 2 were extremely surprised to have a complete middle-grade body refining technique to cultivate. That night, the 3 of them naturally had to learn it first. Then, they continued to refine the remaining medicinal power in their bodies. Yi Xing and Yi Feihong returned to their own residences to rest. The next morning, Yi Xing woke up and went to the backyard of the patriarch's courtyard to begin his morning practice. Looking at the familiar backyard and recalling the time when he cultivated here, Yi Xing could not help but sigh in his heart. It had already been a long time since he came to the Star Continent, and he already had memories of it. This place was his starting point in the Star Continent. It had beautiful memories. However, after leaving this time, he would not be able to return for a long time. After entering the Purple Mountain Academy, he could not leave for the first 3 years. Yixing sat down on a bluestone that he often sat on to cultivate. He circulated the Qingyuan art and began to cultivate. In his faintly discernible perception, the sky above Yixing seemed to have turned into a pitch-black starry sky. The outline of a huge dark star was faintly discernible. The surging power of the stars fell from the sky and poured into Yixing's body. It was quickly absorbed by Yixing. While his internal strength strengthened, the 5th star ring in his dantian became even more resplendent. When Yixing was cultivating in the backyard of the Patriarch's courtyard, a few unfriendly guests came to the Ye family of Azure Leaf Village. One of them was an old man who was over 60 years old. Half of his hair was white, but his eyes were shining brightly. His entire person revealed a terrifying aura. This was the Xiong family's elder, Xiong Yang. Xiong Yang's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. If a martial master did not appear, there would be very few martial artists below the 7th stage who could be his opponent. Even in Azure Sky City, Xiong Yang was a well-known figure. Compared to the Ye family of Azure Leaf Village, if Yi Tiannan was still alive 3 years ago, he would still be able to contend with Xiong Yang. But now, Xiong Yang was a terrifying expert that could not be defeated. Xiong Yang brought a few people to the Ye family of Azure Leaf Village. He brought up the battle agreement he made with Yi Tiannan 10 years ago. As the patriarch of the Xiong family of Wuyang Town, he wanted to have a life and death battle with the patriarch of the Ye family of Azure Leaf Village. Chapter 82. Green Leaf Village, Ye family's guest hall. Yi Feihong's face was very ugly. His father, Yi Tiannan, had already passed away 3 years ago. Who in Azure Sky City's martial arts world didn't know about this? But today, Xiong Yang brought people to Greenleaf Village's Ye family and brought up the arranged battle with Yi Tiannan 10 years ago. This was clearly bullying and even disregarding the dignity of the deceased. Other than Xiong Yang, the other people were also 6th-level martial artists. They were all the family heads of Azure Sky City's martial arts families. There was also a Wei family elder who had a good personal relationship with Xiong Yang. These people were all top figures in Azure Sky City's martial arts world. They were all existences that far surpassed the Ye family in Greenleaf Village. Elder Xiong Yang, a dead man is important. My father had already passed away 3 years ago. Today, you bring up the old matter again. Aren't you disrespecting my father? Yi Feihong's expression was unhappy. But the other party's strength was too strong. He didn't dare to really lose his temper. He said, "You are a well-known figure in Azure Sky City. If this matter was known by others, it would also damage Elder Xiong Yang's reputation." Yi Feihong was very sullen. Xiong Yang was Yi Tiannan's life enemy. Wuyang Village was just beside Greenleaf Village. The two of them had fought since they were young. If Yi Tiannan was still alive and Xiong Yang came, how could he be allowed to enter the house? But now, as Yi Tiannan's son, Yi Feihong had no choice but to suppress his anger in front of Xiong Yang. Hee. Xiong Yang sneered. His face revealed a mocking expression. He said, "This old man and Yi Tiannan have been enemies for life. No matter if he is alive or dead, I will step on him and hurt him. Why should I respect him?" You. Yi Feihong's expression changed. He didn't expect Xiong Yang to be so excessive. In the guest hall, several elders of the Ye family of Greenleaf Village were also furious. Yi Tiannan was the legend of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village. He was the glory of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village. Now that he had been dead for only 3 years, he was trampled on. As a member of the Ye family, how could they swallow this? However, Xiong Yang didn't put the Ye family in his eyes at all. He continued, "Yi Tiannan used to be the head of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village and challenged me, the head of the Xiong family in Wuyang Town. Now that the short-lived Yi Tiannan is dead, is there still a head of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village? Come, head of the Ye family, inherit your father's will and have a battle of life and death with this old man, how about it?" Even though Yi Feihong was furious, he couldn't help but change his expression. Although he used the 5 blood dams given by Yi Xing last night to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th stage, Xiong was a peak 6th stage martial artist. Under the martial Dao master level, there were very few people who could contend with Xiong. The strength of the two were not on the same level. If Yi Feihong were to have a battle of life and death with Xiong, it would be suicide. Ha 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 ha. Xiong laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely sarcastic. He loudly said, "Yeah, family head, it seems like you don't dare. That's right, with your mediocre skills, if you dare to duel with me, this old man can easily kill you. Moreover, the duel is between your father and me. Sending you to your death is indeed a bit too much." When Xiong spoke, he deliberately used his inner strength. His voice traveled far and wide. The Ya family in Greenleaf Village wasn't very big. Most of the Ya family members could hear Xiong's laughter. Yi Xing was in the backyard of the patriarch's residence, so he naturally heard it even more clearly. Xiong deliberately used his inner strength to speak. His purpose was to let Yi Xing hear it. If he didn't draw out Yi Xing, then everything he did would be meaningless. Xiong continued to laugh loudly. "Yi Tiannan, after your death, there is no one left in Greenleaf Village's Yi clan. Now that the 10-year agreement has come to an end, since no one from your Greenleaf Village's Yi clan dares to fight me to the death, then this old man can only dig up your grave and whip your corpse to fulfill the 10-year agreement. You dare!" Yi Feihong angrily roared and suddenly stood up. He was extremely angry. If Xiong came to slap his face, Yi Feihong could still swallow his anger. However, digging Yi Tiannan's grave and whipping his corpse was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Even if he died, he must stop Xiong. In the guest hall, several elders of the Ya family also stood up and took out their weapons. Although some of them were only at the 4th stage of the martial path, they were forced to fight to the death. Not to mention Yi Feihong and the elders in the guest hall, the entire Ya family, as long as they heard Xiong's voice, were incomparably angry. It was as if their hearts were ignited with explosives. Digging someone's grave and whipping their corpse, this was one of the world's greatest humiliation. Especially since Yi Tiannan was a legend of Greenleaf Village's Ya family. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Why wouldn't this old man dare? Just based on your Greenleaf Village's Ya family, who can stop me? Facing the rage of Yi Feihong and the others, Xiong's face still had a disdainful smile. He loudly said, "Today, there are several friends from Azure Sky City's martial arts world who are here to testify that the 10-year battle between Yi Tiannan and me has arrived. Even if he has already become a corpse, he must still be dug out from his grave and receive this old man's move. Unless your Greenleaf Village's Ya family has a living person who can replace Yi Tiannan and fight this old man to the death, or else, this old man will whip his corpse today. Old man, I, Yi Xing, will fight you." Xiong's voice just fell and Yi Feihong didn't even have time to open his mouth before a thunderous shout came from outside the Ya family's guest hall. Everyone turned to look. A 16 or 17-year-old youth with a longbow and a quiver of arrows on his back stood at the entrance of the guest hall. It was Yi Xing. Even if Yi Xing was a transmigrator and didn't have any feelings towards his grandfather Yi Tiannan whom he had never met, Xiong's attitude still made him very angry. Moreover, he could also hear from Xiong's words that Xiong's true purpose was to find him for a life and death duel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly reminded the Ya family of Greenleaf Village to have a living person replace Yi Xing to fight him. The other party was a member of the Xiong family. When they came to Greenleaf Village, the Ya family was arrogant. How could Yi Xing let the other party have an easy time? A life and death duel? That was exactly what Yi Xing wanted. Seeing Yi Xing, Xiong's eyes suddenly revealed an expression of having his wish fulfilled. He laughed mischievously. Even though Xiong really wanted to have a life and death duel with Yi Xing's seniority was too far from his. In order to avoid people saying that he bullied the younger generation, Xiong pretended to be cold and arrogant and said, "How could a mere junior have the qualifications to fight with this old man?" This old man had better dig up Yi Tiannan's grave and whip his corpse, so as to avoid people saying that this old man is deliberately bullying the younger generation. From Xiong Yang's point of view, he wanted to dig up Yi Xing's grave. This was the same as grabbing the neck of the Ya family of Greenleaf Village. It was impossible for Yi Xing not to duel with him, so he pretended to be cold and arrogant and refused. He wanted to wait for Yi Xing's repeated requests to have a life and death duel with him. Then, he would avoid difficulties and kill Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing was too lazy to play around with Xiong Yang. He didn't say any more nonsense and directly took out the dragon tendon bow. Then, he took out a black edge arrow. Knocking the arrow, drawing the bow. Yi Xing had already said that he would have a life and death duel with Xiong Yang, so he wouldn't waste his breath a second time. Xiong Yang came to Greenleaf Village's Ya family and his conduct was too much of a bully. Yi Xing was too lazy to find another place to duel. Since it was a life and death duel, everything was for the purpose of killing the opponent. It could be carried out anytime and anywhere. Yi Xing held the bow and arrow in his hand. At this moment, he was going to kill Xiong Yang. Xiong Yang originally wanted to put on a show of his status, but Yi Xing directly drew the bow. His face immediately changed and he became serious. Speaking of which, Yi Xing's strength was already considered to be in the upper echelons of 6th-stage martial artists. Xiong Yang didn't dare to look down on him too much, especially when Yi Xing's hand was holding a bow and arrow. Before Xiong Yang came to Greenleaf Village, Xiong Baotian had specifically reminded him to pay attention to Yi Xing's archery. He couldn't duel with Yi Xing too far away, so that Yi Xing wouldn't have the opportunity to use the bow and arrow. Because Xiong Baotian was a martial Dao master, being injured by Yi Xing's bow and arrow was too shameful. Xiong Baotian didn't talk too much about Yi Xing's archery. Moreover, Xiong Baotian also attributed his previous injury to his own carelessness. So although he reminded Xiong Yang that Yi Xing's archery was powerful, he didn't say it was too terrifying. As a result, Xiong Yang didn't pay enough attention to it. If Xiong Yang knew that Yi Xing's current archery had reached the point where he could kill a martial Dao master, and had already successfully killed a martial Dao master, he would definitely not have such an attitude when he saw Yi Xing use the bow and arrow. When the arrow tip locked onto Xiong Yang immediately felt a sense of death. At this time, he felt that Yi Xing with the bow and arrow seemed to be a little scary. However, it was already too late. Wu Shixing drew the bow and shot the arrow in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiong Yang had already pulled out his treasured saber, and his body was about to rush towards Yi Xing. However, the speed of the Black Peak arrow, which contained the power of the wind, was obviously faster than Xiong Yang expected. The treasured saber swung out and cut through the air. And the Black Peak arrow that left the bowstring had already pierced through Xiong Yang's throat in less than half a blink of an eye. A martial artist at the peak of LV6 was extremely powerful. Without a martial Dao master, there were very few martial artists in the entire Celestial Ocean City who could contend against him. However, he couldn't withstand Yi Xing's arrow. Being killed by Yi Xing's arrow might be because Yi Xing's direct attack was somewhat unexpected to Xiong Yang, but it was definitely not the main reason. Even martial Dao master Yi Xing could kill him. Even if Xiong Yang was fully focused and vigilant, so what? Under Yi Xing's arrow, he couldn't escape death as well. In the Ya family's guest hall, whether it was the guests in the LV6 martial Dao realm, Yi Feihong, or the family elders, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Yi Xing and Xiong Yang's duel to the death lasted for too short a time. They were still shocked that Yi Xing suddenly drew the bow and started a battle in the guest hall, but the battle ended in the blink of an eye. Clang! Xiong Yang's treasured saber fell to the ground. He raised his hand to cover his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief. The arrow pierced through his throat so quickly that Xiong Yang didn't even feel the pain. However, blood kept flowing out from his fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Xiong Yang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. His eyes remained in a state of disbelief as his body fell backward and fell to the ground. Born in the Xiong family branch, he became one of the strongest elders in the Xiong family below the martial Dao master level. Xiong Yang's life could only be described with 4 words: limitless glory. Whether it was Xiong Yang himself or anyone else, they probably never expected that his life would end like this. Chapter 83. In the Yi family's guest hall, there was complete silence, not a single sound could be heard. Xiong Yang's corpse fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound in his throat, dyeing the floor red. Looking at Xiong Yang's dead body, the other level 6 martial artists who came with Xiong Yang were all trembling with fear and trepidation. The Ye family's Fei Hong and the other elders were all shocked beyond words. The outcome in front of them left them dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Xiong Yang was still laughing arrogantly, treating the Ye family of Qingye village as if they were nothing. Now, he had turned into a corpse. This turn of events was simply too fast. It was hard for them to react. Yixing held the dragon tendon bow and walked into the guest hall. The level 6 martial artists looked at him with fear in their eyes. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. The few of you came with this person? Yixing walked to the side of Xiong Yang's corpse and asked the level 6 martial artists. No, no. The few of them quickly shook their heads and waved their hands. One of them said nervously, "We were invited by Xiong Yang to be witnesses. We didn't do anything. We're just here to go through the motions, to be witnesses, to be witnesses." These few people's cultivation ranged from mid-stage level 6 to pinnacle level 6. None of them could compare to Xiong Yang. Even Xiong Yang's throat was pierced by Yixing's arrow. The few of them looked at Yixing holding the bow and arrow. Which one of them wasn't scared witless? They were afraid that Yixing would suddenly shoot an arrow at them too. Therefore, even though they were all level 6 martial artists in their 50s and were all family heads and elders of the big families in Tiansang City, they were extremely nervous in front of Yixing. Although these few people didn't do anything, Yixing didn't have a good impression of them just because they came together with Xiong Yang. Yixing's sharp gaze swept across the faces of these people one by one. He said indifferently, "What have you all witnessed?" Several people glanced at Xiong Yang's corpse and sighed in their hearts. Yixing possessed such terrifying archery skills. Xiong Yang actually dared to come to Qingye village to cause trouble for the Ye family. He was simply courting death. They all knew Xiong Yang's purpose. He wanted to force Yixing to have a duel to the death with him. Things went as Xiong Yang expected. Yixing and he had a duel to the death, but the result was that Xiong Yang was killed by Yixing in the blink of an eye. When they thought about it now, they felt that it was ridiculous. The laughable one was Xiong Yang. He didn't even know the strength of his opponent, yet he forced his opponent into a life and death duel. The result was that he was easily trampled to death like an ant. Xiong Yang and young Master Yi had a duel to the death. Unfortunately, Xiong Yang's skills were not as good as young Master Ye's and he was killed by young Master Ye's arrow. Xiong Yang's attitude was arrogant. He wanted to dig up people's graves. His behavior was vile. Young Master Yi accepted the 10-year duel on behalf of grandfather and shot Xiong Yang. It's fair and square. Xiong Yang was arrogant and brought about his own destruction. Facing Yixing's question, several people quickly answered. Coming to Qingye village to be witnesses for the Ye family was something that would offend the main Ye family. For these people to come, it showed that their relationship with Xiong Yang was indeed good. But at this time, they didn't dare to say anything good about Xiong Yang. They all said that Xiong Yang was useless and Yixing was incomparably high. Yixing felt satisfied with their answers. He waved his hand outside and said, "The Ye family doesn't welcome you. Everyone, please leave. Remember what you said today. If in the future you defame my Qingye village Ye family, I will visit you one by one." "Yes, yes. Young Master Yi, we will leave." Xiong Yang's corpse was next to them. They felt uncomfortable looking at it and didn't want to stay. Yixing ordered them to leave. They naturally left immediately. In the guest hall, Yi Feihong looked at Yixing and then looked at Xiong Yang's corpse on the ground. After the shock, he was incomparably happy. Good. Good, Xing, you killed him well. Yi Feihong said excitedly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Xiong. It was just that he didn't have the strength. If he had Yi Xing's ability, how could he allow Xiong to be arrogant in the Ya family for so long? He would have been killed long ago. Several elders looked at Xiong corpse and were also emotional. One of them said excitedly, Tian Nan Duke and Xiong fought for a lifetime and couldn't completely defeat each other. Today, this thief died in the Ya family, died in the hands of Tian Nan Duke's descendant. Tian Nan Duke can laugh in the underworld. Yi Feihong and several elders were very happy, but Yi Xing frowned slightly. Xiong family. He muttered in his heart, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xing originally thought that after he became a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, his former enemies would be apprehensive of his identity. Any hatred would be reduced to a small matter, and small matters would be resolved. As someone who came from Earth, Yi Xing didn't have too much killing intent, and didn't have the thought of killing them all. However, whether it was being chased by Yi Weining's assassins on the way back, or being forced by Xiong arranged by the Xiong family in Qingye village, he had learned 2 lessons in a row. Enemies must be completely annihilated, or else one would be harmed. If it wasn't for Yi Xing's strong archery skills, he would have died in the hands of the assassins on the way back. This was a big lesson. Yi Weining, Xiong family, if I don't teach them a lesson, they will only become worse. I have to get rid of this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Ya family in Qingye village will be implicated. Today's matter is an example. Yi Xing thought. Originally, he wanted to stay in Qingye village for one more day and return to Celestial City tomorrow, but now he changed his mind. He wanted to return to Celestial City immediately and settle all his grudges before heading to the Purple Mountain Academy. Since he had made a decision, he had to implement it immediately. Yi Xing said, Father, I want to return to Celestial City immediately. Dispose of this old man's body, but leave his head. I will bring it back to Celestial City and return it to the Xiong family. Since the Xiong family sent Xiong to kill him, then he would bring Xiong head to the Xiong family and let them see who killed who. Hearing that Yi Xing wanted to fight with the Xiong family, Yi Feihong couldn't help but worry. Xing, you want to deal with the main Xiong family? You have a bright future ahead of you, why are you in such a hurry? The main Xiong family has a 7th grade martial Dao master. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, Father, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Since Yi Xing said so, Yi Feihong didn't say anything else. He personally removed Xiong head and placed it in a bag, handing it to Yi Xing. The corpse was then carried away for cremation. Yi Xing took Xiong head and quickly bid farewell to the Ya family with Yi Feng and returned to Celestial City. At noon, the 2 of them had already rushed back to the main Ya family. After returning to the main Ya family, Yi Xing's first stop wasn't to return the horse to the horse farm, but to Yi Weining's residence. Yi Feng naturally followed Yi Xing. His expression was a little nervous and excited. He knew what Yi Xing was going to do next and had already told him on the way back to Celestial City. The main Ya family, Weining courtyard, was Yi Weining's courtyard. In the courtyard's guest hall, Yi Weining was playing Go with an old man over the age of 50. Ever since yesterday, Yi Weining contacted the Dark Knight organization and paid half the reward of 500,000 taels of silver to hire assassins from the Dark Knight organization to kill Yi Xing. His heart had been in a suspended state, feeling very uneasy. Especially last night, he didn't receive any news from the Dark Knight organization. He didn't know if the assassination of Yi Xing was a success or a failure. As a result, he was a little absent-minded when playing Go today. The old man opposite Yi Weining was called Yi Wenchao. He was also an elder of the Ya family. His cultivation was similar to Yi Weining's, and the 2 of them were Go friends. Yi Wenchao placed down a piece and won another game. Today, he had already won 3 games in a row. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Weining, your Go skills have deteriorated today. I see that you're a little absent-minded. What's bothering you? Yi Weining sighed. How could he tell an outsider what was bothering him? He said, Last night, I dreamed of Sun Yun Kong. Alas, when I woke up today, I felt extremely lost. I really don't have the heart to play Go today. Why don't we stop here? That's fine. When Brother Weining's mentality is better, we'll play again. Yi Wenchao stood up and said, Brother Weining, there are always things that don't go your way in life. The dead are gone. Don't hurt your body because of this. Yi Weining nodded and said, Brother Wenchao, I'll give you a ride. Let's go out and get some fresh air. Although the main Ya family occupied a large area, Yi Xing and Yi Weining soon arrived outside Yi Weining's residence. Yi Xing reined in his horse and stopped. With his X-ray vision, he saw that Yi Weining and Yi Wenchao were walking out of the courtyard. Take this first. Yi Xing threw Xiong Yang's head to Yi Feng. Then, he took out the dragon tendon bow and the black peak arrow. Just as Yi Weining walked out of the courtyard, he felt a terrifying murderous intent. He looked over and saw Yi Xing on horseback pointing an arrow at him. His expression changed greatly. Yi Weining, seeing me come back alive, are you surprised? Yi Xing smiled faintly. Yi Weining's shocked expression immediately disappeared. He forced himself to be calm and said, Yi Xing, what do you want to do? You dare to kill an elder in the family? Yi Wenchao and Yi Weining had a good relationship. Seeing Yi Xing pointing an arrow at Yi Weining, Yi Wenchao also shouted angrily, impudent. Yi Xing, even if you were accepted into the Purple Mountain Academy as a student of the gifted class, you can't behave so atrociously in the family. Yi Xing's expression turned cold. He said coldly, what, only Yi Weining can hire assassins to kill me, but I can't fight back. What? Yi Wenchao was shocked and his expression changed greatly. Yi Xing's current status was no small matter. Killing him would have serious consequences. Yi Weining's expression changed even more than Yi Wenchao's. His mind buzzed. He only imagined the terrifying consequences and ignored the crisis in front of him. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xing drew his bow and released a black peak arrow that pierced through the air. The arrow was infused with a trace of wind, so its speed was shocking. Yi Weining was stunned and could not react in time. Naturally, he had the same result as Xiong Yang. The black peak arrow instantly pierced his throat. You. Yi Weining had just spoken, but he could no longer speak. He pointed at Yi Xing with one hand and covered his bleeding throat with the other. He looked unwilling and fell backwards. Chapter 84. Seeing Yi Weining fall to the ground, Yi Wenchao's hair stood on end and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Weining was an elder of the clan just like him. Moreover, in terms of cultivation and status, he was superior to Yi Wenchao. Yi Weining was still playing chess with Yi Wenchao a moment ago, but now he had turned into a corpse. Yi Wenchao could not help but feel sad for him. Yi Wenchao pointed at Yi Xing with his trembling finger and said, You've got guts. Without any evidence, you dared to shoot an elder of the clan. Do you still have any respect for the clan? Without evidence? Yi Xing reached into his bosom and took out the cloth scroll he found on the masked assassin's body. He said, Yi Weining drew this personally. I found it on the assassin's body. The evidence is conclusive. Yi Wenchao said angrily, even if Elder Weining was in the wrong, as an elder of the clan, it's not up to you to decide his life and death. You have to report it to the clan and let the clan leader and other elders decide. Yi Wenchao was also an elder of the clan. He did not want to have the same fate as Yi Weining, being shot to death without going through the clan's trial. Yi Weining's fate made him feel afraid, which was why he was angry. Yi Xing chuckled and said, I like to judge my enemies personally. I don't need to trouble the clan. Yi Xing then reached out to Yi Feng and said, Give me the head. You go and return the horse first. I'll be right back. Yi Weining was, after all, an elder of the clan. Yi Feng saw Yi Xing kill the former with his own eyes. Although he was happy, he was also nervous. Yi Feng threw Xiong Yang's head to Yi Xing and said, Brother Xing, be careful. Recently, Yi Xing had killed 3 powerhouses and a high-level ferocious bird in a row. There was an indescribable spirit in his heart. He took Xiong Yang's head and thought of what he had to do next. His heart was filled with anger. He let out a long whistle and rode away. Yi Feng looked at Yi Xing's back as he left. His eyes were filled with admiration. Compared to what Yi Xing was going to do next, killing Yi Weining was simply a trivial matter. Yi Wenchao was still angry when he suddenly heard Yi Xing mention the heads. He couldn't help but ask Yi Feng, "Heads? Whose head is that?" Yi Feng let out a long sigh and said, "The head of the Xiong family's elder, Xiong Yang." "What?" Yi Wenchao's expression changed drastically. Although Xiong Yang and Yi Weining were both elders of their respective families, their statuses were completely different. Xiong Yang's cultivation was at the peak of LV6, and he was one of the strongest people below martial Dao masters. In the martial arts world of Celestial Azure City, neither Yi Weining nor Yi Wenchao could be ranked. However, Xiong Yang was famous and ranked at the forefront. When Yi Wenchao heard that the head in Yi Xing's hand was Xiong Yang's head, how could his expression not change? He simply couldn't believe it. Could it be that Xiong Yang was killed by Yi Xing? Thinking of this, Yi Wenchao's heart suddenly jumped. The difficulty of killing Xiong Yang was much higher than killing Yi Weining. At this moment, Yi Wenchao recalled that Yi Xing had said that he would be back soon. It was obvious that he was going to do something. What could he do with Xiong Yang's head? What is Yi Xing going to do? Yi Wenchao asked in a trembling voice. He's going to challenge Xiong Baotian. Yi Feng said. His voice was also trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. What? He's going to challenge a martial Dao master? Yi Wenchao completely lost his composure as an elder of the family and directly exclaimed. Compared to challenging Xiong Baotian, killing Yi Weining became a trivial matter. Yi Wenchao anxiously ran to the family's main hall. He had to report this matter to the patriarch immediately. When Yi Wenchao arrived at the family's main hall and reported this matter to the patriarch, Yi Xing, the news of Yi Weining being killed by Yi Xing had already spread throughout the Ye family. When Yi Xing killed Yi Weining, it was outside Weining Institute. Although there were only 4 people present, many members of the Ye family saw it with their own eyes. A family elder being killed by a disciple of the younger generation, this kind of big news naturally spread immediately. Yi Wenchao was very pleased that the younger generation of the family had produced a student from the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. When he heard Yi Wenchao say that Yi Xing had killed Yi Weining because Yi Weining had hired an assassin to kill him, although he felt that Yi Xing's actions were a little extreme, he did not blame him too much. After all, if it was true that Yi Weining had hired an assassin to kill Yi Xing, Yi Weining indeed deserved to be killed. However, when Yi Wenchao said that Yi Xing had taken Xiong Yang's head to challenge the Xiong family's rank 7 martial Dao master, Xiong Baotian, Yi Wenchao was so anxious that he almost jumped up. The grudge between Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian had long spread throughout Celestial Ocean City. The Ye family naturally knew that once the 2 of them started fighting, it would definitely be a situation where one of them would not rest until one of them was dead. Quick! Stop him! Yi Wenchao was as anxious as an ant on a hot nest as he shouted. Xiong Baotian was a martial Dao master. Although he was only at the early stage of rank 7, a master was still a master. Even a peak rank 6 martial Dao master's strength was far inferior to his. Yi Wenchao clearly did not think that Yi Xing's strength was enough to challenge Xiong Baotian. In his opinion, once the 2 of them started fighting, Yi Xing would definitely lose his life. It wasn't easy for the Ye family to produce a student from the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. How could they allow him to lose his life in Celestial Ocean City before entering the Purple Mountain Academy? Yi Wenchao issued an order for any member of the Ye family to stop Yi Xing if they saw him. He even personally went to the Xiong family to stop Yi Xing from challenging Xiong Baotian. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yi Xing did not head to the Xiong family. Instead, he rode his horse to the busiest street in Celestial Ocean City. There were many martial Dao masters here, and the crowd was densely packed. On Celestial Ocean Street, there was a huge flag. The pole of the flag was a tree as thick as an adult's waist. It was over 20 zhang tall, and the word Celestial Ocean City fluttered on the flag. It was the symbol of Celestial Ocean City. Yixing rode his horse to this place. As a famous person in Celestial Ocean City, he attracted the attention of all the martial Dao masters here. Seeing Yixing with a bow and arrows on his back and a bag in his hand, he reined in his horse and stopped under the Celestial Ocean City's flag. The martial Dao masters were in a heated discussion, not knowing what Yixing wanted to do. At this time, Yixing shook the bag in his hand, revealing Xiong head. Seeing that Yixing was holding a human head in his hand, all the martial Dao masters were shocked. Many of them even cried out in surprise. Yixing tossed Xiong head into the air, then took out a black arrow and shot it out in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The black arrow pierced through Xiong head, then nailed it to the top of the flag pole about 20 zhang above the ground. Following that, Yixing roared, "Xiong Bao Tian, tomorrow noon, I will have a life and death battle with you in the central plaza. Whoever doesn't dare to come is a grandson." Challenging Xiong Bao Tian to a battle did not necessarily require him to go to the Xiong family in front of Xiong Bao Tian. Yixing only needed to shout here and the news would spread through the entire Celestial Ocean City. Xiong Bao Tian would naturally receive it. Moreover, issuing a public challenge, Xiong Bao Tian had no choice but to come. Unless he, a martial Dao master, decided to be a coward for the rest of his life. This was obviously impossible. Yixing's roar silenced the crowd. The martial Dao masters were dumbfounded. Xiong Bao Tian was a 7th-stage martial Dao master, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of Celestial Ocean City's martial Dao world. Yixing actually wanted to challenge Xiong Bao Tian to a life and death battle? However, the silence only lasted for a breath's time. Following that, the martial Dao masters broke out into an uproar. Everyone exclaimed in shock, discussing spiritedly. After leaving behind a sentence, Yixing urged his horse to gallop towards the Ya family, quickly leaving this place. That head, why does it look a little like the Xiong family's elder Xiong? Xiong was a well-known figure in Celestial Ocean City. Naturally, there were many people who recognized him. Looking at the head nailed to the flagpole, there were people who quickly recognized it. Coincidentally, there were a few Xiong family martial Dao masters present. When they saw Xiong head, they were petrified. This was the most dignified elder Xiong in the family? Those martial Dao masters who recognized the Xiong family martial Dao masters could tell from their reactions that the head on the flagpole was indeed the Xiong family elder Xiong head. Yixing nailed the head of the Xiong family elder Xiong on the flagpole of Celestial Ocean City and issued a life and death challenge to the Xiong family martial Dao master. This matter was too shocking. The news spread rapidly as if it had grown wings. It probably wouldn't take long for this matter to spread throughout the entire Celestial Ocean City. Yuan Dao brought people to the Xiong family martial Dao masters. However, he didn't receive any news about Yixing. Later on, he heard that Yixing had gone to Celestial Ocean City Street. Yuan Dao brought people to rush over but failed to find him. However, when they saw Xiong head on the flagpole and heard that Yixing had already declared war on Xiong Bao Tian, whether it was Yuan Dao or the other members of the Ya family, they were all petrified. Words spoken were like spilled water. Since things had already come to this, it was useless to stop it. What they needed to worry about was the result of the life and death duel between Yixing and Xiong Bao Tian tomorrow at noon. When Yuan Dao and the others returned to the family, Yixing had already returned the horses. When they returned to his residence, both parties bumped into each other. Yixing took out the cloth scroll that he had found on the masked assassin and handed it to Yuan Dao. He said, "Patriarch, this is a drawing personally written by Yuan. He asked the assassin to kill a disciple. The evidence is conclusive." Yuan Dao took the cloth scroll and casually glanced at it before putting it down. What he was concerned about now was the duel between Yixing and Xiong Bao Tian. The grudge between him and Yuan was just a small matter. He couldn't be bothered with it. Sigh. Yuan Dao sighed and said, "Yixing, you are about to enter the Purple Mountain Academy. There is a great future waiting for you. Why do you have to compete with Xiong Baotian for a moment's length? Moreover, you want to have a life and death duel with him. This is a duel that you proposed. If he wants to kill you in the duel, even Grandmaster Mu Feng can't stop it. Yi Wendao's tone was melancholic. If Yi Xing died at the hands of Xiong Baotian, he would feel that it was a pity. Yi Xing's expression was much more indifferent. He said, if I don't settle this grudge with him, the Qingye village branch family will be harmed by him in the future. I won't give him any chance. He must die. At this point, Yi Xing smiled indifferently. His face revealed a confident expression. Patriarch, don't worry. Since I dare to challenge Xiong Baotian, I naturally have the confidence to deal with him. Yi Xing could only say this. He couldn't say that he had killed a martial Dao master. Who knew if the Ye family had spies from the Xiong family who would pass the news to the Xiong family? Thank you to Heavenly Mountain Man and Xian2 for the tips of 588 coins. Thank you to Big Brother Shueshi for the tip of 100 coins. Thank you. My new book needs your recommendation votes. Brothers, please give your recommendation votes to the Archer God. Thank you very much. Chapter 85. Yi Xing's confidence surprised Yi Wendao. He couldn't understand how Yi Xing, who was only in the 5th stage of the martial path, could be so confident in defeating Xiong Baotian. The difference between the 5th stage and 7th stage wasn't just 2 stages. Furthermore, 7th stage martial artists could release their internal energy. This was 2 completely different stages of the martial path. The difference in strength was too great. A 5th stage martial artist could reach the pinnacle. For example, a middle grade martial technique, a middle grade Qinggong, a middle grade body tempering technique, or even a low grade martial technique in the transformative realm. All of these didn't have an advantage in front of a 7th stage martial Dao master. This was because a martial Dao master could also achieve all of these. Furthermore, a martial Dao master could also cultivate high-grade martial techniques, high-grade Qinggong, and even high-grade body tempering techniques. In these aspects, they had an advantage. He didn't have an advantage in martial techniques, and there was a 2-stage difference in cultivation. There was simply nothing that could make up for this difference. In Yi Wendao's opinion, Yi Xing's only advantage was the 7-star steps of the transformative realm. This was indeed better than Xiong Baotian's. However, there was no way he could beat Xiong Baotian with just his movement technique. Under the attack of Xiong Baotian's internal energy, the effect of his movement technique would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, to truly defeat Xiong Baotian, one had to have a strong attack power. If one's attack power wasn't enough, no matter how fast one's movement technique was, one could only barely stay undefeated. It might not even last long. After some thought, Yi Wendao didn't have high hopes for Yi Xing's life and death duel tomorrow. He could only shake his head and sigh. I hope you can come back alive tomorrow. Yi Wendao said in a melancholy tone before leaving with the rest of the group. Yi Xing's confidence wasn't affected by Yi Wendao and the rest. He returned to his residence and cultivated the 1000 Shadow Fist in the courtyard. His 1000 Shadow Fist was very close to reaching the Greater Mastery Realm. Although he would be relying on his Bao to fight Xiong Baotian tomorrow, Yi Xing still had to raise his strength to its peak. After Yi Xing issued the life and death duel to Xiong Baotian, the upper echelons of the Xiong family received the news a little more than 15 minutes later. Xiong Yang was a famous figure in Celestial Azure City. Yet, his head had been severed and nailed to the most conspicuous place in Celestial Azure City. It was seen by countless martial artists. This was a great humiliation to the Xiong family. When the upper echelons of the Xiong family heard the news, they were all furious. Especially Xiong Baotian, who flew into a rage after being challenged by Yi Xing. This damned little bastard, I'm going to break his bones inch by inch and tear his body into pieces. I'm going to make him suffer all kinds of pain and torture until he dies. Xiong Baotian clenched his fists until they creaked. He was like an enraged lion, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Tyrannical Bear's eyes were also filled with murderous intent, revealing a ferocious look. However, there was still a trace of caution. Tyrannical Bear said, this little bastard should indeed be torn into pieces. However, Bao Tian, since he dares to challenge you to a life-and-death duel, he must be very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seeking his own death. Xiong Baotian's eyes narrowed. His gaze flickered as he said, I underestimated him before. Presumably, his archery skills have indeed reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, Elder Xiong Yang wouldn't have died in his hands. However, at this point, Xiong Baotian's tone changed. His eyes revealed a look of confidence as he continued, it's impossible for him to kill me in a duel with archery skills. As a martial Dao master, how can I be afraid of his bow and arrow when I'm on high alert? Tyrannical Bear nodded. That's true. Moreover, there will be many martial artists watching the duel in the central square. There won't be much space left for you to display your archery skills. Losing the advantage of archery skills, I really can't think of any other trump cards that he can use to contend with you. The murderous intent in Xiong Baotian's eyes intensified to the extreme. This little bastard, I won't let him escape from my hands twice. Tomorrow, I'll make sure he's dead. Although Celestial Azure City wasn't small, it wasn't very big either. In just 2 hours, the news of Xiong Yang's head being nailed to the flagpole of Celestial Azure City and Yixing challenging Xiong Baotian to a duel of life and death at noon tomorrow was known by all the martial arts families in Celestial Azure City. This matter was undoubtedly a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in Celestial Azure City. Everyone who knew about it was shocked. Although Celestial Azure City had Gu Tsangnan, an 8th-level martial scholar, Gu Tsangnan was the city lord of Celestial Azure City. He was a member of the government and was the manager of Celestial Azure City. He drifted outside the martial arts world of Celestial Azure City. In the martial arts world of Celestial Azure City, a 7th-level martial scholar was a supreme existence. The Yi, Wei, and Xiong martial arts families had 3 at most and 2 at least. In total, there were less than 10 of them. To martial artists below the 7th level, a martial Dao master was like a giant mountain that was unattainable and needed to be looked up at. Who would dare to challenge a martial Dao master? Probably no one even dared to think about it. But today, there was really a martial artist challenging a martial Dao master. Moreover, it was a 5th-level martial scholar. It really made the martial artists of Celestial Azure City dumbfounded. Of course, after the shock, most of the martial artists would say, you overestimate yourself. Celestial Azure City, City Lord's Mansion. As the City Lord of Celestial Azure City, Gu Tsangnan naturally had someone report this matter quickly. When Gu Tsangnan heard the news, he was shocked and immediately passed it on to Mu Feng. Yixing challenged martial Dao Master Xiong Baotian to a duel of life and death. Even as a peak 8th-level martial scholar from the Zishan Marquis residence, Mu Feng couldn't help but be shocked after hearing the news. A 5th-level martial artist challenging a 7th-level martial scholar. Such a matter had never happened even in the county city. The shock on Mu Feng's face only lasted for a moment before it quickly returned to its original state. Gu Tsangnan looked at his expression and found it difficult to guess his thoughts. He said, Mr. Mu, Yixing has been recruited by you as a student of the gifted class. Do you think you should stop this duel of life and death? If. Before Gu Tsangnan finished speaking, Mu Feng waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, since Yixing proposed the duel of life and death, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence. Why should I stop it? As he said that, Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze suddenly became much sharper. He said, if he can really kill a 7th-level martial scholar with a 5th-level cultivation, it will be really unexpected. Even in the entire Zishan County, he will be the only one. When we return to Zishan County City, I will report this matter to the Marquis. The Marquis likes young geniuses the most. I think he will be interested in him. The Marquis that Mu Feng mentioned was naturally the martial Saint Zishan Marquis. Gu Tsangnan was excited. Even as the city lord, it was rare for him to have the opportunity to meet Zishan Marquis. He said, if Yixing can enter the eyes of the Marquis, it will be a blessing cultivated by 3 lifetimes. However, what if he loses the duel and is killed by Xiong Baotian? Mu Feng's expression did not change. He said, since he proposed the duel of life and death, if he dies, it will only mean that he does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and is seeking his own death. Such an overconfident person will not live long even if he enters the Zishan Academy. Let him fend for himself. Not only those martial arts families, but even ordinary martial artists also heard about Yi Xing's deeds. The entire Celestial Ocean City was talking about Yi Xing's duel with Xiong Baotian. For a time, Yi Xing became the most famous martial artist in Celestial Ocean City. As for the person involved, Yi Xing, he put up a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside his residence and had been practicing the Thousand Shadows fist in the courtyard. The sky gradually darkened. After Yi Xing had dinner, he continued to practice. For Yi Xing, who could scan through the super brain at night, it was no different from daytime and was unaffected. It was not until the sky was completely dark and it was almost late at night that Yi Xing finally cultivated the Thousand Shadows fist to the realm of great mastery. The realm of great mastery of a high-grade martial skill was no small matter. It was much more difficult than reaching the realm of transformation for a low-grade martial skill. At least, it was normal for a 7th-layer martial Dao master to reach the realm of transformation for a low-grade martial skill. However, there was basically no one who could cultivate a high-grade martial skill to the realm of great mastery. Xiong Baotian, you shouldn't be able to block my Thousand Shadows fist at the realm of great mastery. Even if there are many spectators tomorrow, the battle space will be disadvantageous for me to display my archery skills. You might be able to get close to me, but I still have the ability to fight you in close combat, Yi Xing thought in his heart. He stood in the courtyard with his fists clenched, like a deep abyss and a high mountain. Thinking about the battle tomorrow, Yi Xing's heart was filled with lofty aspirations. His body exuded a shocking aura. Xiong Baotian, tomorrow noon will be the day you die. Although you won't be the first martial Dao master I kill, you will definitely be the most well-known martial Dao master to die by my hands. Yi Xing's eyes revealed a sharp light that contained a bone-deep killing intent. The next day, Yi Xing woke up early in the morning and meditated in the backyard. He was not cultivating, but meditating to adjust his state of mind. He wanted to be in his best condition for the battle of life and death today. When it was close to noon, Yi Wendao once again came to Yi Xing's residence and gave Yi Xing a pair of high-grade metal gloves. Although Yi Wendao did not have much confidence in Yi Xing yesterday, he was disappointed and did not want to care about Yi Xing's life and death. However, it was not easy for the Ye family to produce a talent. After thinking about it for an entire night, he still paid attention to Yi Xing today. Yi Xing, high-grade weapons in the gloves are extremely rare. This pair of silver fine silk gloves is Elder Wendy's weapon. I will lend it to you temporarily. I hope you can win this battle of life and death. Yi Wendao said as he handed the metal gloves to Yi Xing. Yi Wendy was a 7th-level martial Dao master of the Ye family. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Elder Wendy. Don't worry, the one who will die will definitely be Xiong Baotian. Yi Xing accepted the silver fine silk gloves and became even more confident. Very good. If you can kill Xiong Baotian, it will be a great help to me. Yi Wendao was influenced by Yi Xing and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Yi Wendao and Xiong Baotian were both in their 40s. They were of the same generation and had been rivals since they were young. Yi Wendao was a 6-star destiny state, while Xiong Baotian was a 7-star destiny state. When they were young, Yi Wendao was naturally weaker than Xiong Baotian and had scars left behind by Xiong Baotian. Although Yi Wendao was not weaker than Xiong Baotian now, their statuses meant that they would not have the chance to fight again. If Yi Xing could really kill Xiong Baotian, it could be considered as fulfilling Yi Wendao's wish. Thank you, Brother Midnight Breeze, for the 200 coins. Thank you, Ghost Cat, Tianyu Tianyi, and the other brothers for the 100 coins. Thank you. This author is the only male. Fan. Wei. Letter, EK Chocolate. Please pay attention to this. When the arrow god comes out with simplified Chinese, he will draw a lucky reader to give him a signed book. Book Communication Skirt, 3873092228. Chocolate will occasionally enter to discuss the plot with his brothers. Chapter 86. The central square of Celestial Azure City was packed with people. The liveliness today was not inferior to the recruitment competition 2 days ago. In fact, it was even slightly better. After all, it was extremely rare to see a martial Dao master fight. Countless martial artists from Celestial Azure City's martial Dao family clans had flocked over. Mu Feng and Gu Tsangnan had also ascended to the loft next to the square to watch from above. When it was close to noon, the Ye family members arrived at the central square. Yi Xing was among them. He held the dragon tendon bow and walked into the center of the square. With the end of the recruitment competition, the arena in the center of the square had been torn down. The spectating martial artists consciously left an empty space in the center of the square for Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian's duel. It was about 20 feet in radius. This was a very large space. Normally, there was no need to use such a large space for a duel. A ring with a radius of 10 zhang would be enough. However, Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian were dueling to the death. When the time came, it would only be a matter of life and death, regardless of the location. Therefore, the spectating martial artists did not dare to get too close and only surrounded the periphery of the square. 20 feet in radius, the maximum distance was about 60 meters. 120 steps. Compared to the range of Yi Xing's bow and arrow, this space was really small. However, for a martial Dao master like Xiong Baotian, this distance was not considered large. With his attainments in Qinggong, as well as his external attacks, he could attack in an extremely short amount of time even at the furthest distance. Therefore, the battlefield was considered a disadvantage for Yi Xing. However, for Xiong Baotian, it was considered an advantage. When the martial artists saw Yi Xing coming over with bow and arrow, they knew that Yi Xing's forte was archery. If Yi Xing wanted to rely on archery to fight Xiong Baotian, then he would have already lost by half the battle. This made the majority of the martial artists not optimistic about Yi Xing's chances. Some of them revealed gloating smiles, while others sighed in pity. In their opinion, Yi Xing would definitely die in Xiong Baotian's hands today. Yi Xing stood in the middle of the square with bow and arrow in his arms. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments, and his posture was like a mountain. Ever since he made the decision to challenge Xiong Baotian, Yi Xing's temperament had undergone a metamorphosis. Any casual stand, he was like a deep pool of water, a mountain peak, making people look up to him. Yi Xing closed his eyes and waited calmly for Xiong Baotian's arrival. He was certain that Xiong Baotian would come. Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotians, Xiong Baotian, Baotians, Xiong Baotian. Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotian, Baotian, Xiong, Yi, Xiong Yi. Xiong, Baotian, Yi, Baotian, Baotian. Ye Baotian was the first to discover Baotian's figure. Because the direction Baotian entered the square was exactly where the Ye family was. Although Baotian did not put Yi Xing in his eyes, Yi Xing's archery skills were still important enough. Any opportunity to make Yi Xing's archery skills difficult to display, he would take advantage of it. If he walked out from the Xiong Baotians, then the Xiong Baotian would be behind him. Yi Xing's arrow might attack the Xiong Baotian after passing by him. And if he walked out from the Ye families, then, if he avoided the arrow attack would be aimed at the Ye family's people. This point would definitely make Yi Xing wary when he shot the arrow. Therefore, he was wary of hurting the Ye family's people. When the distance between the two was too far and he could avoid the arrow, Yi Xing would not shoot. And when the distance was close, it would be time for Baotian to take Yi Xing's life. Little bastard, I'm here to take your dog life. Baotian walked into the square from the Ye family's direction, and his voice was full of murderous intent. Yi Xing turned around and opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said indifferently, Baotian, do you dare to make a bet with me? Yi Xing's calmness surprised Baotian. He continued to walk forward and approached Yi Xing. He said, what are we betting on? Yi Xing said, our life and death is already in the outcome of the duel. If we want to bet, then it's naturally something other than life and death. If I win, let me go to the Xiong family's martial arts library to watch martial arts for 4 hours. If you win, I will go to your son's memorial tablet and kowtow before I die. How about it? Bao Tian's eyes flashed. Killing Yixing like this was letting him off too easily. If he could kowtow before Xiong Chitsai's memorial tablet and apologize, Bao Tian's heart would naturally be more carefree. And if Yixing won, he could only watch for 4 hours at the Xiong family's martial arts library. Not to mention 4 hours, even if he had a whole day, how much could he remember? Most of the words in the martial arts manuals were bitter and difficult to understand. It was difficult to read the manuals, let alone memorize them. Bao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He sneered, "You still think you have a chance to win? Ha! Since you want to kowtow before my son's memorial tablet and apologize, of course I will agree." Yixing chuckled and said, "Bao Tian, just your agreement is not enough. When you die, what if the Xiong family doesn't care about your face and refuses to admit defeat? This bet can only count if the Xiong family head agrees." "You!" Bao Tian was furious. He wanted to shout, "You're courting death." However, the two were in a life and death duel. There was no such thing as courting death. It was already a situation where either you die or I die. On one side of the square, Bao Tian narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see where Yixing's confidence came from. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it and couldn't figure it out. Regarding Yixing's request, Bao Tian didn't think it was too much. Moreover, in his opinion, Yixing was definitely going to die. How could he still have the life to go to the Xiong family's martial arts library to watch martial arts? Bao Tian sneered and said, "Well, I promise you. If you can win, not to mention 4 hours, even 6 hours is fine. I'm afraid that you won't have that chance." After listening to Bao Tian's words, Yixing's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Looking at Bao Tian, his eyes suddenly became sharp. "Your value ends here. You can die now." While speaking, Yixing used the Big Dipper steps and his body suddenly retreated backward. At the same time, he pulled out a black edge arrow from the quiver like lightning. While his body was retreating, he knocked the arrow on the string and shot the arrow in one breath. Whoosh! When his voice fell, there was a loud sound. It was the black edge arrow that was shot out from the string and shot toward Bao Tian. "Little bastard, die." When Yixing made his move, Bao Tian was also within 10 feet. He also shouted and suddenly used his body movement to rush toward Yixing. He wanted to kill Yixing Clang. When the arrow left the string, it was the time when the sword was unsheathed. With a bright internal strength, the sword chi was extremely sharp. Arrow and sword, one was a long-range attack weapon and the other was a close-range attack weapon. But they had the same characteristics, fast speed and many changes. In such a short distance, the revolving arrow technique's trajectory distortion was useless. The only thing that pursued was speed. It wanted to kill the opponent in the shortest time possible. Therefore, this arrow was straight and fast to the extreme. If Bao Tian did not use his sword, his throat would definitely be pierced in an instant. However, Bao Tian used his sword. Moreover, his sword was also as fast as lightning. Clang! The black edge arrow was split by Bao Tian's sword. In the collision between the arrow and the sword chi, the arrow won, but in the collision between the arrow and the sword won. With a crisp sound, the black edge arrow was split, but Bao Tian's speed did not decrease at all. Like a rock spreading its wings, he continued to chase Yixing. At the same time, with a wave of his sword, his internal strength followed the sword and turned into a bright sword chi, shooting toward Yixing who was 10 feet away. At this moment, Xiong Batian was secretly alarmed. Although his sword strike had sent the arrow flying and his speed wasn't affected, his hands were slightly numb from the impact. This meant that the power contained within the arrow was extremely terrifying and posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he had to fight speed with speed. In the shortest time possible, he killed his way to Yixing's side, making Yixing's bow useless. In this way, he would be able to win. To shoot an arrow, there was the process of taking the arrow, drawing the bow, and shooting. After all, it was not as simple and fast as waving a sword. When Yixing took out the second arrow and was ready to shoot, the bright sword Qi was already in front of him. No matter how fast he retreated, he could not be faster than the attack of the sword Qi. As a last resort, Yixing could only give up shooting the second arrow. The wind force was integrated into the 7-star steps. His body dodged to the side like lightning, avoiding the attack of the sword Qi. In the first moment after dodging, Yixing put the arrow in his hand on the bow and immediately shot toward Bao Tian. Unfortunately, a moment was not a short time for a martial Dao master. Because of that moment of dodging, the distance between the two was suddenly shortened by half, leaving only about 5 feet. Clang! The black edge arrow shot by Yixing had just left the bowstring. Before it could fully exert its strength, it was hit by Bao Tian's sword and was sent flying to the distance like a cold star. Little beast, without distance, let's see what use your bow and arrow can be, hee hee. Bao Tian sneered. The sword in his hand rolled up a cold light, and in an instant, it pierced toward Yixing's heart. Heart-killing sword. The speed of this sword had reached the extreme. The sharp sword Qi condensed into a beam, almost like an arrow, and burst out. Countless warriors were watching the battle between the two with unblinking eyes, and their hearts were extremely nervous. This was not a competition, but a battle of life and death. Every move was aimed at killing the opponent, which made people's hearts pound. The distance between them was too short. Facing the attack of the heart-killing sword, Yixing did not have time to use his archery skills. Even with the 7-star steps, it was difficult to avoid the assassination of the sharp sword Qi. At this moment, the tiger roared and Yixing punched out. His fist, which was wearing an upper-grade weapon, the silver fine silk glove, was invincible. It blasted on the condensed sword Qi. Although the sword Qi was sharp, its power was not as strong as the sword itself. It was defeated by Yixing's punch. However, the sword, which was like lightning, followed closely, with a fierce killing intent, instantly pierced toward him. Without distance, let's see how you can fight with me, ha 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 ha. Bao Tian laughed. Victory was in his hands. Today's recommendation votes are not as good as yesterday's. If there are any brothers who forgot to vote, please remember to vote, thank you. Chapter 87. Whoosh, the treasure sword instantly pierced through the fist and arm. But at this moment, the fist and arm also disappeared. What was stabbed was only an afterimage. The 7-star steps of the manifestation boundary allowed him to change in a small area. Without waiting for Xiong Baotian's treasure sword to reach him, Yixing had already dodged 30 feet away. Xiong Baotian frowned. A cold light flashed and he slashed out with his sword again. He coldly snorted and said, "Let's see how many of my swords you can dodge with your movement technique." The sword emitted a cold light. It was like a waterfall that endlessly rushed towards Yixing. The super brain activated its scanning mode. Xiong Baotian's every move was within Yixing's expectations. In close combat, Yixing didn't need to use a bow and arrow. He slung the dragon tendon bow across his body and used the 7-star steps with all his strength to avoid Xiong Baotian's swordsmanship. The 7-star steps of the manifestation boundary were indeed extraordinary. Xiong Baotian attacked several times in a row. But only the sword energy's sharpness could reach Yixing. The sword's body was always half a beat slower. Yixing wore silver silk gloves and held a high-grade dagger in his hand. Xiong Baotian's sword energy's sharpness was forcibly defeated by him. His strength wasn't weak. Just dealing with the sword energy's sharpness was more than enough to spare. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen moves had passed. The martial artists watching were all shocked. Yixing's movement technique had reached the acme of perfection. No matter how close Xiong Baotian approached, the distance between the two was always 30 feet. Besides the sword energy's sharpness, which could attack Yixing the moment it left his body, the sword's body always had a time difference. Thus, Yixing was able to dodge it. However, although the sword energy's sharpness was terrifying, it couldn't do anything to Yixing. For a time, the battle between the two fell into a stalemate. This was something that no one had expected. Even Yixing was shocked. Even if Yixing's 7-star steps had reached the transformation realm, there shouldn't be a situation where Xiong Baotian couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Unless Yixing had extremely high combat skills and could always predict Xiong Baotian's attack position in advance. A martial skill was a kind of skill, but it was a specific skill. For example, when the Roaring Tiger Fist was cultivated to perfection, it was only the skill of the Roaring Tiger Fist that had reached perfection. It had nothing to do with other martial skills. However, true combat skills referred to a person's comprehensive reaction ability. It was a comprehensive skill. A person with excellent combat skills would not be weak even if he did not know any martial arts. Furthermore, if one's combat skills were high, it was impossible for them to not know any martial skills. On the contrary, their attainments in all martial skills would be even higher. The most direct difference between martial skills and combat skills was that a superior martial skill could defeat an opponent whose cultivation was higher than oneself but lower than oneself, while a superior combat skill could defeat an opponent whose strength was higher than oneself. Yixing was a martial arts genius with a strong combat ability. It was clear that his combat skills were indeed high. This made Yixing's eyes light up. It seemed that Yixing's confidence was indeed based on something. However, Yi Wen was more worried. Even if one's combat skills were high and could defeat an opponent whose strength was higher than oneself, once the difference in strength between the two parties was too great, it would be extremely difficult to achieve victory. The difference in strength between Yixing and Xiong Baotian was indeed very big. The strength that Yixing had displayed was not considered top-notch among 6th-level martialists, while Xiong Baotian was a genuine 7th-level martial Dao master. At the moment, even though Xiong Baotian had the upper hand, he was still very unhappy. Although Yixing had been suppressed by him, he had still been unable to kill Yixing, who was only a 5th-level martial Dao master. He hadn't even been injured. To a martial Dao master like Xiong Baotian, this was a very disgraceful thing. This was especially so under the watchful eyes of so many people. This made Xiong Baotian feel even more humiliated. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Yixing's reaction speed was too fast. Unless he was exhausted and made a mistake, he simply couldn't get close to Yixing. Hide. Let me see how long you can hide. While Violent Bear attacked with his sword, he angrily shouted, "You're only at the 5th level of cultivation. Your inner strength has only been refined to the flesh and blood, not even to the skin. But I am a martial Dao master. When your inner strength is exhausted, see how I deal with you. I'll make you beg for death." The martialists, who had originally had some confidence in Yixing because of his outstanding performance, lost all hope in Yixing after hearing Xiong Baotian's words. Xiong Baotian was right. How deep was the internal strength of a martial Dao master? Now Yixing was being suppressed by Xiong Baotian. When his internal strength ran out, his defeat was inevitable. Perhaps Xiong Baotian's words poked at Yixing's worries. As soon as the former's voice fell, Yixing's face changed and his breath immediately showed signs of instability. Seeing this, Xiong Baotian sneered and said, "Let's see how long you can last." After only 3 moves, Yixing's face was suddenly shocked. It seemed that his internal strength was not enough. After dodging Xiong Baotian's sword, his body suddenly trembled and there was a momentary pause. Not good. Many people from the Ye family, as well as some martialists who stood on Yixing's side, exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically. The confrontation between the two could be as simple as lightning. At this time, any pause would be a threat. Xiong Baotian really caught Yixing's flaw. With a laugh, the sword in his hand emitted a cold light and instantly pierced toward Yixing's heart. However, at this time, the corner of Yixing's mouth was slightly raised, revealing a trace of a smile. He didn't look like he was lacking internal strength at all. His feet stepped on the 7 stars and his body turned into a phantom. In an instant, he moved 3 feet to the side. Xiong Baotian's sword suddenly missed. Without waiting for Xiong Baotian to retract his sword, Yixing blocked with the dagger in his hand and pushed outwards. Originally, with Yi Xing's strength, it was impossible for him to contend with Xiong Baotian. However, Yi Xing now followed the force of Xiong Baotian's sword and pushed it. Xiong Baotian's sword was suddenly pushed away by Yi Xing, while Yi Xing's body moved forward and appeared in front of Xiong Baotian. Seeing Yi Xing's trick, Xiong Baotian was furious. However, when Yi Xing moved in front of Xiong Baotian's eyes revealed an excited smile. He was worried that Yi Xing's movements were too fast and he couldn't get close. Now that Yi Xing took the initiative to close the distance between them, wasn't that seeking his own death? Xiong Baotian's left hand turned into a claw and grabbed Yi Xing's shoulder like lightning. Upper grade martial skill, bone-shattering claw. If this claw was caught, the bones in Yi Xing's shoulder would definitely be shattered and he would be restrained by Xiong Baotian, unable to move. At this moment, the Xiong family members were overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. As for the Ye family members, their expressions changed and their faces turned ashen. However, Yi Xing's face still had a confident smile. At the same time that Xiong Baotian grabbed out with the bone-shattering claw, Yi Xing had already punched out. Upper grade martial skill, Thousand Shadow Fist. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's arm disappeared, leaving behind only the dense shadows of his fists. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. Xiong Baotian's body instantly retreated backward and was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. The Thousand Shadow Fist at the large success stage was indeed extraordinary. Xiong Baotian didn't even see Yi Xing's fist clearly and was already hit by Yi Xing's fist. And the bone-shattering claw he grabbed out hadn't even touched Yi Xing's clothes. At this moment, many martial artists exclaimed and looked at Xiong Baotian, who was sent flying by Yi Xing with faces full of disbelief. A 7th grade martial Dao master was actually sent flying by Yi Xing in a head-on battle. How was this possible? This sudden change shocked the hearts of all the martial artists present. Xiong Baotian, who had been sent flying, was not only filled with humiliation, but also regret. He had been tricked by Yi Xing once again. If he hadn't been so impatient with his attack just now, and instead had kept a backup move, then it would have been impossible for him to not be able to pull back his sword. And if he had withdrawn his sword, he wouldn't have been hit by Yi Xing's punch. No matter how fast Yi Xing's fist was, it couldn't be faster than his sword. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Yi Xing deliberately showed a flaw in order to block Xiong Baotian's sword. Xiong Baotian fell for it and immediately stepped into Yi Xing's chain of killing moves. At the same time as the punch sent Xiong Baotian flying, Yi Xing's body also used the 7-star steps to retreat with the recoil force. Moreover, Yi Xing immediately threw away the dagger in his hand and took out the dragon tendon bow and black edge arrow. Drawing the bow and shooting the arrow only took a blink of an eye. The power of Yi Xing's punch wasn't focused on hurting people but on pushing them away. Xiong Baotian was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. Whoosh! When Yi Xing shot the black edge arrow, Xiong Baotian was still floating in the air. At this time, Xiong Baotian had nowhere to borrow strength and nowhere to hide. Moreover, Yi Xing's arrow only pursued speed and power without any distortion in its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Xiong Baotian didn't have time to use his inner strength to split the arrow. He could only hold his sword horizontally and block the arrow. If he was standing on the ground, Xiong Baotian could completely rely on his legs to take the arrow's power without taking half a step back. Even so, he did not have any place to borrow strength from as he was in the air. Even though he managed to block the arrow, the force from the arrow caused him to fly backward even faster. In the blink of an eye, Xiong Baotian flew back another 100 feet. At this time, the distance between the two was more than 200 feet. Seeing Xiong Baotian fly back, the warriors watching from the back naturally scattered to the sides, leaving a large space. Yi Xing no longer retreated. His legs bent into a bow and firmly planted into the ground. At the same time, he took out 3 black edge arrows and knocked them on the bowstring. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiong Baotian was about to land, Yi Xing released 3 arrows. The 3 black edge arrows drew different distorted trajectories in the air, but they all had the same target, Xiong Bao Tian. The arrows that contained the power of the wind were extremely fast. Moreover, their trajectories were mysterious and unpredictable. This was Yi Xing's true killing move. At this time, Xiong Baotian's situation was exactly the same as that of the masked assassin. How could he block Yi Xing's arrows? Clang! Clang! Xiong Baotian used all his strength and waved his sword to form a sword screen that densely covered the surroundings. However, he was only able to block 2 black edge arrows. However, Yi Xing shot a total of 3 arrows. Xiong Baotian, who had just landed, felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a blood-stained black arrow piercing through his heart. This black edge arrow shot through Xiong Baotian's back and out of his chest, piercing through his heart. Chapter 88. Impossible. Blood gushed out of Xiong Baotian's mouth as he spat out those words in disbelief. Then, his body fell backward, dead. All the martial artists present, regardless of their cultivation, were incomparably shocked, their eyes filled with shock. Most of the martial artists had thought that Xiong Baotian would definitely win this battle and Yi Xing would definitely die. However, the result was the complete opposite. Xiong Baotian, as a martial Dao master, had reigned supreme in Tiansang City for decades. In the end, he had fallen at the hands of a rank 5 junior. This was truly unexpected and shocking. In an instant, cries of surprise rang out everywhere. The Ye family members, on the other hand, let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Although this result was truly unbelievable, and the Ye family members were also incomparably shocked, the joy in their hearts was even more intense. Good! 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 Yi Wendao shouted the word good 3 times in a row, his emotions incomparably emotional. He had hoped that Yi Xing would win this battle. However, from the beginning, Yi Wendao had very little confidence in Yi Xing. Now that Xiong Baotian had died, his wish had finally been fulfilled. Naturally, he was incomparably excited. Compared to the joy of the Ye family members, the Xiong family members were filled with shock and worry. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They dared not believe that Xiong Baotian, a martial Dao master, would actually be shot to death by a rank 5 junior. Furthermore, it wasn't a sneak attack. The two of them had fought head-on before. However, Xiong Baotian had died, and his corpse was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Looking at Yi Xing, who was standing with his Bao, the Xiong family members were all enraged, especially Xiong Baolong and the other Xiong family members. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks had killing intent, Yi Xing would have been cut to pieces by now. It wasn't easy for a family to produce a martial Dao master. Regardless of which family it was, it would take at least 10 years, or even 20 years, for a martial Dao master to appear. The death of any one of them was a heavy blow to the family. How could the Xiong family members not be angry? However, what made the Xiong clan even angrier was yet to come. At this moment, Yi Xing smiled at Tyrannical Bear. His smile was like the spring breeze, proving that he was in a very good mood. Xiong family head, Xiong Baotian has lost. The Xiong family should fulfill their promise and let me enter the martial pavilion to study martial arts for 4 hours. Xiong Baolong's breathing was ragged, and his fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. His face alternated between green and white, and the fury in his eyes was about to burst out. The Xiong family's martial Dao master had been shot to death by Yi Xing. Now, the Xiong family wanted to open the martial pavilion and let Yi Xing in to view the martial arts. Where would the Xiong family put their face? Previously, Violent Bear thought that Violent Bear would win for sure, and Yi Xing wouldn't have a chance. Therefore, he didn't think that Yi Xing's condition was problematic. However, Tyrannical Bear now understood that Yi Xing's request was an insult to the Xiong family's reputation. It was as if he had stepped on the Xiong family and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Yi Xing took in Violent Bear's expression and sneered, "What? Could it be that Xiong family head has forgotten what you promised?" All the martial Dao friends here still remember it very clearly. That's right, we still remember it. A bet is a bet. Since the Xiong family has lost, they must let young Master Yi enter the martial pavilion. Someone in the crowd shouted and took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. They couldn't wait for the Xiong family to lose face. The Xiong family had taken root in Azure Sky City for a long time and had oppressed countless martial Dao families and martial Dao cultivators. Now was the best time to kick them while they were down. Anyway, there was a sea of people at the moment. How would the Xiong family know who was shouting in the crowd? With one person starting, it was like opening a dam. Behind him, more people took the opportunity to shout and humiliate the Xiong family. Violent Bear's veins were bulging. He didn't know who was kicking up a fuss, but all his anger and hatred fell on Yixing. His eyes flickered, containing a terrifying murderous intent. At this moment, Violent Bear couldn't wait to charge into the square and tear Yixing into pieces. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to really do it. Grandmaster Mu Feng from the Zishan Marquis residence was watching from the pavilion beside the square. If he dared to make a move on Yixing, then his death would come. Moreover, even without Grandmaster Mu Feng, just based on the terrifying strength Yixing had displayed, it wouldn't be easy for Violent Bear to kill him. Not to mention, the head of the Ya family, Yi Wendao, was here. It was impossible for Violent Bear to succeed. Therefore, no matter how angry Violent Bear was, he could only burn it in his heart. Even if his teeth were broken, he could only swallow it. He couldn't do anything to Yixing. Violent Bear gritted his teeth and said, "Come to the Xiong family tomorrow at 7 in the morning. You can stay in the martial pavilion for 4 hours from 7 to 9. There was still plenty of time today. Why did he have to go tomorrow at 7 in the morning? He was afraid that by tomorrow at 7 in the morning, some of the Xiong family's secret martial arts manuals would have already been hidden in the martial pavilion. The ones Yixing could see were all secret martial arts manuals in the Ya family's martial pavilion. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Haha. Patriarch Xiong, if the Xiong clan empties the martial pavilion today, do you think I'll go hungry tomorrow? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Yixing's smile disappeared and his expression became serious. He continued, "If you want to take a look, you naturally have to take a look now. Only by going immediately would the Xiong family not have time to move the secret martial arts manuals in the martial pavilion." Violent Bear was trembling with anger and almost lost his mind. He shouted angrily, "Yixing, my Xiong family has already made enough concessions. Don't be greedy and push me too far. If you want to enter my Xiong family's martial pavilion now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive." Yixing laughed. Violent Bear's words did not make him feel threatened at all. He said, "I've been accepted by Master Mu as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. I'd like to see how your Xiong family will let me enter alive and not leave alive." Violent Bear's expression froze when he heard this. Just now, his anger had attacked his heart and his words were unwise. Sure enough, it was not only Yixing who was disdainful of his words. There were even some martial artists in the crowd who loudly jeered, "The Xiong family is so arrogant. They can kill a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class just because they want to. Do they even put the Purple Mountain Academy in their eyes? Not only do they not put the Purple Mountain Academy in their eyes, young Master Yi was accepted by Master Mu of the Purple Mountain Marquis residence as a student of the genius class. Now that Master Mu is still in Celestial Azure City, they don't put Master Mu in their eyes." Xiong Baolong's expression immediately changed and his face turned pale. He immediately felt a sharp gaze coming from the pavilion at the edge of the square and locking onto him. Violent Bear glanced at the loft at the edge of the square. Mu Feng was indeed standing at the window, coldly staring at him. This made Violent Bear's body suddenly turn cold and he shivered. "Mr. Mu, please calm down." Violent Bear hurriedly bowed to Mu Feng and said respectfully, "I was angry and made a slip of the tongue. What I said just now was definitely not my intention. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Mu Feng's voice came with a trace of coldness, "It's good that you know. Now bring Yixing to the martial pavilion. If he loses a single hair, the Xiong family will cease to exist in Celestial Azure City." "Yes." Yes, I will follow Mr. Mu's orders. Violent Bear bowed to Mu Feng again. When he looked at Yi Xing, even if he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to show any malicious intent to Yi Xing. Violent Bear's body was taken care of by the Xiong family. Yi Xing returned to the Xiong family with Violent Bear and the rest at the first moment and went straight to the Xiong family's martial pavilion. He didn't give the Xiong family any chance to transfer the martial arts manuals. Moreover, after entering the martial pavilion, Yi Xing went straight to the third floor. He first collected all the upper-grade martial arts manuals, then went to the second floor and collected all the middle-grade martial arts manuals. He moved them all to the first floor and slowly read them. In about 2 hours, Yi Xing had read through all the martial arts manuals in the Xiong family's martial pavilion. Because many of the lower and middle-grade martial arts manuals were similar to those in the Ya family's martial pavilion, Yi Xing skipped over those that were duplicated and saved a lot of time. All the martial arts manuals that he had read once were scanned and stored in his super brain so that he could never forget them. Yi Xing had already achieved his goal. Without waiting for 4 hours to pass, he left the Xiong family's martial pavilion and left with a hearty laugh. Everyone in the Xiong family looked at Yi Xing's back as he left. Their faces were filled with hatred, but none of them dared to attack Yi Xing. They could only watch as Yi Xing left. Patriarch, our Xiong family has suffered such a huge loss. Our dignity has been trampled on and we have lost a lot of face. Are we just going to let it go like this? A few high-ranking elders gathered in front of Violent Bear and said unwillingly. Violent Bear's eyes flashed and he growled in a low voice, "Let it go? How can we let it go like this? Right now, he has Mu Feng protecting him, but Mu Feng can only protect him for a while. Once he enters the Purple Mountain Academy, he will no longer have anything to do with Mu Feng." Violent Bear's eyes narrowed and his voice became more and more ruthless. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble for the strange saint in the Purple Mountain Academy. But now, we can no longer stop this little bastard from entering the Purple Mountain Academy. We can only rely on the strange saint to deal with him in the Purple Mountain Academy. I will write a letter to the strange saint, telling him that once this little bastard enters the Purple Mountain Academy, he will never return. An elder who had been to the Purple Mountain Academy nodded and said, although the Purple Mountain Academy is the cradle of the strong, how can there not be a few deaths every year? With the strange saint's identity as the vice principal's personal disciple, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with this little bastard. Today's matter was not only witnessed by countless warriors, but also spread through the entire Azure Sky City at an extremely fast speed. If one were to judge the most famous warrior in Azure Sky City, it wouldn't be the city lord, Gu Tsangnan, nor would it be the patriarchs of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families who were at the 7th level of the martial path. It would be the elite of the younger generation who was only at the 5th level of the martial path, Yi Xing. Before, Wei Qingxuan's reputation had always been above Yi Xing's in Azure Sky City. But now, even a genius with such potential like Wei Qingxuan's reputation couldn't be compared to Yi Xing's. Yi Xing's name was spreading through celestial Azure City at an extremely fast speed. It probably wouldn't be long before he became a figure that everyone in celestial Azure City knew. He would become a legend of his generation. Please pay attention to Lord Chocolate. Everyone. Wei. Letter. Account. Number, EK Chocolate. From tomorrow onwards, I will be on Wei. The letter will update the portrait of the character in the book. Tomorrow, it will be Wei Qingxian. Chapter 89. The Ya family in Celestial Firmament City was celebrating. Yi Xing had already become an important figure in the Ya family when he was selected by Mu Fengshou as a student of the Zishan Academy's genius class. Now, his status had become even more important. Even the elders of the family had to be polite and respectful to him. This was something he didn't feel when he was a student of the genius class. Previously, he was an important figure in the family because of his identity as a student of the genius class. Now, it was because of his strength that could kill a martial master. In the Star Continent, the strong were respected. One's own strength was what earned the most respect and reverence. That night, Yi Xing wrote some of the important martial arts manuals in the Ya family's martial pavilion into books and handed them to the family head, Yuan Dao, to be kept in the Ya family's martial pavilion. From now on, the the Xiong family's martial arts advantage would no longer exist. Whatever the Xiong family had, the Ye family had. Whatever the Ye family had, the Xiong family might not have. Yixing didn't sleep the whole night. In the morning, he meditated for 2 hours and didn't feel tired. Today was the day he left Celestial Firmament City with Mu Fengshuo. There were 3 people from the Ye family entering the Zishan Academy. Other than Yixing, there was also Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai. The family head, Yi Wendao, personally led the 3 of them to the city lord's mansion. Among the 10 people from Celestial Firmament City entering the Zishan Academy, other than the 3 from the Ye family, there were 3 from the Wei family. They were Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingyan, and Wei Qingzhou. 1 from the city lord's mansion was Guijian. 2 from the Xiong family were Xiong Chikai and Xiong Chiyu. The last one was an ordinary family disciple, Zhao Chang. Originally, the 2 from the Xiong family were supposed to be Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Chikai. However, Xiong Qifeng was crippled by Yixing. The 10 juniors gathered together and separated into small groups. The juniors of the Yi clan and Xiong clan were the furthest apart and looked at each other with hatred. Wei Qingxian. Yixing. Yixing smiled. Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, and the other juniors of the Yi and Wei families all smiled knowingly. They could see that the relationship between Yixing and Wei Qingxian was not ordinary. Mu Feng. The city lord's mansion had already arranged a beast carriage for the 10 Zishan Academy students. As for Mu Feng, he had his own beast carriage, which was of a higher grade than the one in the city lord's mansion. The beast carriage of the city lord's mansion was pulled by mid-level vicious beasts, while Mu Feng's beast carriage was pulled by high-level vicious beasts. The decorations on the carriage were naturally more luxurious. Yixing. Wei Qingxian. You 2 come with me. Mu Feng instructed before boarding the carriage. Thus, Yixing and Wei Qingxian followed Mu Feng and sat in the front carriage, while the other 8 juniors sat in the back carriage. Before Yixing boarded the carriage, he scanned the carriage driver and found that he was a 7th-level martial Dao master. He couldn't help but secretly exclaim. The Zishan Marquis mansion was indeed extraordinary. Even the carriage driver was a martial Dao master. On the contrary, the carriage driver of the city lord's mansion was much inferior. He was only a 5th-level martial Dao master. Yixing remembered that when he went from Qingye village to the main Ye family in Azure Sky City, he rode a horse carriage and the carriage driver was a 3rd-level martial disciple. Qingye village's Ye family, the city lord's mansion, and the Zishan Marquis mansion were 3 different forces. The difference between them could be seen clearly just by looking at the transportation and carriage drivers. The distance between Azure Sky City and Azure Sky City was very far. It was at least 5 times the distance between Qingye village and Azure Sky City. If they rode a horse carriage, it would take 5 days, but if they rode a beast carriage, it would only take a day and a half. This was because the city lord's mansion's beast carriage was only pulled by mid-level vicious beasts, which slowed down the speed. If it was only the Zishan Marquis mansion's beast carriage, it would take less than a day to reach Azure Sky City from Azure Sky City to Azure Sky City. The Zishan Marquis mansion's beast carriage was luxuriously decorated. Yixing and the other 2 sat inside and the space seemed very spacious. Mu Feng asked the 2 of them, "What are your dreams?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Yixing first. Yixing himself had thought about this question countless times. He said, "I want to become an expert and become a martial saint. I want to stand at the peak of the martial path and take a look." Wei Qingxian nodded, "Me too." Martial saint, the peak of the martial path? Mu Feng smiled faintly, saying, "When you reach the Zishan Academy and come into contact with more martial arts knowledge, you will know that the martial path is broad and profound, far beyond your imagination." After a pause, Mu Feng continued, "It is a good thing that you have such a pure martial heart. I hope that you can keep it up and not be defeated by reality." Yixing and Wei Qingxian nodded, their gazes firm. Both of them had a very strong martial heart. Mu Feng felt the youthful vigor from the 2 and revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "Wei Qingxian, you were able to reach the peak of the 5th level at the age of 14. With such talent, even in the entire Zishan County, no one can compare to you. Your destiny is definitely not low. Yixing's heart trembled. The number of stars in the celestial Azure City's younger generation's destiny was not a secret. However, Yixing had never heard of Wei Qingshuan's destiny before. Wei Qingxian was silent for a moment, then said, "Disciple is a 9-star destiny." 9-star destiny. Yixing secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Wei Qingshuan's cultivation speed was so fast. She was actually a 9-star destiny. The legend of the Ye family's history, Yi Tianjue, was only an 8-star destiny. The monstrous junior of the Xiong family who entered the Zishan Academy's genius class, Xiong Qisheng, was also only an 8-star destiny. In the history of Celestial Azure City, no one had ever heard of a 9-star destiny. Mu Feng was not surprised at all, as if Wei Qingshuan's 9-star destiny was a matter of course. Mu Feng said, "Your family's blood fate stone's grade is too low. At most, it can only measure a 9-star destiny. Your destiny may not only be 9 stars." Before Wei Qingxian could say anything, Yixing exclaimed, "Could it be that the 9-star destiny is not the highest?" Mu Feng knew why Yixing's emotions were fluctuating. He chuckled and said, "That's right. A 9-star destiny can naturally cultivate to the 9th level of the martial scholar realm. However, if one wants to cultivate to the martial saint realm, one needs luck. However, those with a higher destiny can naturally cultivate to the martial saint realm. For example, Zishan Marquis, he cultivated to the martial saint realm at the age of 17. Yixing and Wei Qingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. A 17-year-old martial saint? The two of them instantly thought of the red-clothed girl they met in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. She was also 17 or 18 years old. Wasn't she also a martial saint? It seemed that she was the same as Zishan Marquis, possessing a destiny that surpassed the 9-star destiny. Her cultivation process did not have any bottlenecks and she naturally cultivated to the martial saint realm. Yixing furrowed his brows. He had always thought that a 9-star fate mandate was the highest, which was why his 2-star fate mandate was the worst. Only now did he know that a 9-star fate mandate wasn't the limit, so his 2-star fate mandate was even worse. This made Yixing speechless. The original owner's aptitude was so poor that it angered both man and God. Fortunately, his astrology was extraordinary. Otherwise, his cultivation would be very difficult. Mu Feng noticed the change in Yixing's expression and said, "I've heard that you're a 2-star heavens mandate, but don't be discouraged because of this. You killed a 7th-stage martial Dao master when you're only at the 5th stage. This battle prowess is unique in the Zishan County. A person's aptitude is not only limited to heaven's mandate, but also the astrology." Hearing Mu Feng talk about astrology, Yixing immediately perked up his ears. His knowledge of astrology was almost zero. He could only rely on his intuition to know that his astrology was extraordinary. Speaking of which, the importance of astrology is not inferior to destiny. In fact, it might even surpass it. However, astrology will only manifest when you sense the power of the stars for the first time. There are very few people who understand astrology, so it's impossible to judge the level of astrology based on the manifested astrology. This information was useless, which made Yixing a little disappointed. However, Mu Feng's next words made Yixing's spirit rise. If you want to know the level of astrology, you have to cultivate to martial saint realm and awaken your astrology. After that, martial saints can use the power of astrology. A martial saint with a powerful astrology is extremely terrifying. Yixing's eyes lit up. After cultivating to martial saint realm, one's astrology would awaken and they would be able to use the power of astrology. He was very confident in his astrology. Therefore, if he became a martial saint, he would definitely be a powerful martial saint. This made Yixing look forward to cultivating to martial saint even more. He secretly decided that he must cultivate to martial saint realm as fast as possible. 1 year, at most 1 year, and I will become a martial saint. Zi Shanho and the red-clothed lady had both become martial saints at a young age. Yixing saw them as his goals. A year later, Yi Xing became a martial saint at the age of 17. He was about the same age as Zi Shanho and the red-clothed lady. Yi Xing, your heavenly fate realm is very low, but your cultivation is not slow. It can be seen that your astrology is better than most cultivators. Your battle prowess is extraordinary. If you become a martial saint one day and awaken your astrology, you will definitely amaze the world. Mu Feng stated his judgment of Yi Xing. He was quite optimistic about Yi Xing's future. However, he also sighed and said, "It is extremely difficult for a low heavenly fate realm cultivator to become a martial saint. I hope you will have the opportunity." After saying this, Mu Feng stopped talking with the two. He indicated for them to rest and then closed his eyes and sat down. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian exchanged glances. They could see the admiration and encouragement in each other's eyes. They even seemed to have an unspoken agreement to become strong together and become martial saints. After that, the two also closed their eyes and rested. Yi Xing did not stay idle. A simulated human figure appeared in his super brain and he started to cultivate the martial techniques he had learned in the Xiong family's martial pavilion yesterday. Yi Xing had a feeling that the more martial techniques he cultivated, the more he understood them. Then, his attainments in martial techniques would be higher and it would be easier for him to cultivate to the martial saint realm. The journey was peaceful. At noon the next day, Yi Xing and the others arrived at Zishan County City and headed straight for Zishan Academy. Forcefully promote, why is there no improvement in the recommendation votes? Chocolate cried and begged his brothers and sisters for a recommendation vote. Can he make it to the top? Chapter 90. The Indigo Mountain Academy was located 3 miles east of the Indigo County City. Every 3 years, the Indigo Mountain Academy would recruit a new batch of students, and these students would study in the Indigo Mountain Academy for 6 years. Every batch would be divided into 11 classes, 10 ordinary classes, and 1 genius class. Each class had 70 students, and there were no changes. After graduating, the students would return to their hometowns. Those who performed well could work in the Indigo Mountain Academy or be recruited into the Indigo Marquis Manor. Yi Xing's batch of students who entered the academy were elementary students. The previous batch's students were automatically promoted to advanced students, and the previous batch's advanced students would graduate and leave. Mu Feng sent Yi Xing's group to the Indigo Mountain Academy, and there were naturally people from the academy to receive them. Yi Xing, you're a 2-star heavenly fate realm, and you'll be criticized in the genius class. The Indigo Mountain Academy isn't like other places, so you have to be patient, and don't be arrogant. There's no need to pay attention to the rumors. Before Mu Feng left, he reminded Yi Xing, however, I'm not asking you to be a coward. A cultivator's dignity cannot be sullied, and the academy has its own rules. If someone breaks the rules to deal with you, feel free to retaliate. Your potential will definitely attract the attention of the Indigo Marquis, and if you're treated unfairly, the Marquis will not sit idly by. Many thanks, Master Mu. Yi Xing cupped his fists, feeling grateful in his heart. Mu Feng's job was to recruit students from Azure Sky City and escort them to the Indigo Mountain Academy. Now that his job was done, he naturally left. The 10 people from Azure Sky City were divided into 2 groups. Yi Yunlong and 8 other ordinary class students were brought away by a 7th-level martial Dao master. As for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, they were brought away by an 8th-level martial Dao master. Both of them were deacons of the academy, responsible for the discipline of the students. The 7th-level martial Dao master was the ordinary class deacon, and the 8th-level martial Dao master was the deacon of the Tiandu class. In the Indigo Mountain Academy, other than deacons, there were teachers, and they were 1 level higher than deacons. The deacons of the ordinary class were 7th-level martial Dao masters, while the teachers were 8th-level martial Dao masters. The deacons of the genius class were 8th-level martial Dao masters, while the teachers were 9th-level martial Dao masters. A portion of the upper management of the academy were teachers from the genius class. There were also a few who weren't in charge of teaching. They were the vice deans, and they were the highest level of the academy. Of course, strictly speaking, the highest authority should be Zi Shanho, because he was the dean of the Purple Mountain Academy. However, Zi Shanho rarely interfered with the affairs of the academy, so the ones in charge were the vice deans. Yixing, this is your student identity card. The number on it is your seat number in class and your room number. Wei Qingxian, this is yours. The Grand Master Deacon brought Yixing and Wei Qingxian to the front of a building and gave each of them a card. Both of their cards had the words Genius Class written on the front and different numbers on the back. One was 46 and the other was 47. There were a total of 70 people in the gifted class, so this card was definitely given out according to the order of registration. Those who were from the county capital would definitely be the first to arrive. Those 30 people would definitely be the first 30. As for the other cities, whoever arrived first would receive the card with the higher number. Yixing and Wei Qingxian didn't arrive too late. It could be seen that Tiansang City wasn't the furthest from the county capital. There were some cities even further away. The dormitories of the common class were 4 people sharing a room, while the genius class dormitories were 1 person per room. Therefore, the dormitories of the genius class didn't discriminate between males and females. Yixing was in room 46, while Wei Qingxian was in room 67. They should be next to each other. Your rooms are protected by a formation. Your identity card is the key to open the door. Today is the registration day. Go back to your rooms and rest. The Grand Master Deacon instructed the 2 of them and left. Yixing looked at the building in front of him. It was divided into 7 floors, and each floor had 10 rooms. On the opposite side of this building, there was another building that was almost identical except for the color. Each floor had 10 rooms, and there were 7 floors in total. Academy, tall building. This made Yixing sigh with emotion. He thought of his student days on Earth. However, the tall building in front of him had a strong ancient style and didn't have the slightest hint of modernity. It didn't give Yixing the wrong impression, and he quickly put away his emotions. Everything in the past was already a distant memory. The world he was in now was the most important. I wonder what this martial arts academy is like. Yixing thought to himself with a faint smile on his face. No matter what, he had already become a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. He was in a good mood today. Let's go up. Wei Qingxuan's voice came from the side. Yixing nodded, and the 2 of them walked up to the dormitory. The 2 of them walked to the staircase. Just as they were about to go up, the sound of hooves came from afar. Stop! A cold shout came. Yixing and Wei Qingxian turned around and saw several people in the distance. They were all young people around 18 or 19 years old. They were riding demon horses that were half the size of ordinary horses and were rushing towards them. The speed of these demon horses was very fast. They rushed to the front of the 2 in a few breaths. Some of them slowed down, but one of them didn't slow down and continued to rush towards Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Yixing's eyes narrowed. The person on the horse had a murderous intent towards him. The demon horse was tall and was a mid-level vicious beast. It rushed over with an intimidating aura. It was extremely frightening. Wei Qingxian was affected and couldn't help but take half a step back. At this time, Yixing took a step forward and blocked in front of Wei Qingxian. His expression didn't change. As a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, he was very sure that no one would dare to directly ride a horse and injure him. Hiss, sure enough, when the demon horse was a meter away from him, the person on the horse pulled the reins. The demon horse let out a long neigh and instantly stood up. After 2 breaths, the demon horse raised its 2 front hooves and stomped on the ground in front of Yixing. It made a loud thud. The horse's head was a foot in front of Yixing. The hot breath from the horse's nose directly rushed to Yixing's face, but Yixing's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid at all. Yixing had his super brain scanning. If the demonic horse didn't stop, he was confident that he could take Wei Qingxian away the moment it crashed into them. But if the demonic horse stopped, he calculated that the demonic horse couldn't hurt him. Of course, he wasn't scared at all. The young man on the horse was the youngest among them. He shouldn't be more than 19 years old. Yixing's expression didn't change. He was slightly surprised, but it was immediately replaced by a fierce look. He glared at Yixing. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He shouted, "You're Yixing?" Yixing nodded slightly. He looked at the man on the horse and said, "You're Xiong Qisheng." Yixing didn't know anyone in the Purple Mountain Academy, but this person looked at him with killing intent. It was obvious that he had a death grudge with him. It could only be Xiong Qisheng. Xiong Qisheng had a good relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy. When the younger generation from Azure Sky City arrived, he received the news. Then, he rushed to the genius class dormitory. When Yixing and Wei Qingxian went upstairs, he just arrived. Xiong Qisheng glared at Yixing and said, "Little bastard, I finally see you. What you did to my Xiong family, I will return it to you tenfold. I will make you die without a burial place." Facing Xiong Qisheng's threat, Yixing smiled indifferently and said, "Little bastard, who are you scolding?" Xiong Qisheng shouted, "Little bastard scolding you." Just as he finished speaking, Xiong Qisheng felt that something was wrong. Yixing was already holding his stomach and laughing. "Little bastard scolding me, ha ha ha." Wei Qingxian, who was behind Yixing, couldn't help but let out a bell-like laughter. As for the other young people on the back of the demon horses, they held back their laughter and didn't dare to laugh out loud. Xiong Qisheng's imposing aura was completely dispersed by Yixing's laughter. Xiong Qisheng, who was on the horse, no longer felt high and mighty. Instead, he felt like a clown. This made Xiong Qisheng extremely angry. He snorted and said, "Laugh all you want. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and cry." Yixing also sneered and said disdainfully, "With just you?" Xiong Qisheng's eyes were cold. He said, "You dare to look down on me?" Facing Xiong Qisheng's oppressive aura, Yixing was like a spring breeze. His expression was normal, and he still looked disdainful. "You've been in the Zishan Academy for 3 years, and you're only at the 7th level of cultivation. May I ask, are you worthy of my respect?" Xiong Qisheng shouted angrily, "Since you look down on me so much, do you dare to fight with me on the life and death arena?" Yixing was surprised. Xiong Qisheng looked reckless, but he was actually quite scheming. His method of pretending to be angry was also a form of provocation. The life and death arena was a place where life and death would be determined as soon as one stepped on it. Xiong Qisheng obviously wanted to provoke Yixing into going on the life and death arena. At that time, Yixing's life would be in his hands. However, Xiong Qisheng underestimated Yixing too much. Yixing's heart was clear, so how could he be provoked by him? Just as he was about to speak, he felt his palm warm. It was grabbed by a warm and soft hand. Yixing turned his head and saw Wei Qingxian shaking her head at him. At the same time, she withdrew her warm and soft hand. Clearly, she was reminding Yixing not to be provoked by Xiong Qisheng. Yixing nodded and smiled at Wei Qingxian. He turned around and said, "Xiong Qisheng, you're a student of the advanced genius class. Don't you feel ashamed to challenge me, a student of the elementary genius class who just entered the academy, to the life and death arena? If I were you, I'd directly buy a piece of tofu and kill myself." Yixing's words caused Xiong Qisheng's expression to become even more gloomy. Without waiting for Xiong Qisheng to speak again, Yixing laughed lightly and said disdainfully, "However, I really do look down on you. I've entered Zishan Academy for 3 months. In 3 months' time, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You won't be able to tell north from south." Xiong Qisheng's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, "Fine, I'll wait for you for 3 months. I'd like to see who's looking for their teeth on the ground after 3 months, and who's the one who won't be able to tell north from south. Go." Xiong Qisheng waved to the others and immediately urged his horse to leave. However, after only 30 meters, Xiong Qisheng reined in his horse and stopped. He turned around and looked at Yixing. His gaze was disdainful. "Genius class student? Haha, you're not worthy, and you're not." Then, Xiong Qisheng laughed loudly and urged his horse to leave. He disappeared from Yixing's and Wei Qingxuan's sight. There's a third update tonight. I'm crying for a recommendation vote. Brothers, what do you think of Wei Qingxuan's portrait? I think it's super beautiful. I'm very satisfied. Follow Lord Chocolate. Everyone. Wei. Male, EK Chocolate. You can receive portraits of the various characters of the Arrow God from the publishing house. Chapter 91. Xiong Qixing is famous in Azure Sky City, but in reality, he's only a so-so. Wei Qingxian commented as she watched Xiong Qixing's departing figure. 3 years ago, Wei Qingxian was only an 11-year-old girl, while Xiong Qixing was a 15-year-old genius, a proud son of heaven in Azure Sky City. At that time, Wei Qingxian had just started cultivating and had never met Xiong Qixing. She had only heard of Xiong Qixing's fame. Although he was only 15 years old, all the juniors in Azure Sky City under the age of 25 could not raise their heads. Therefore, to Wei Qingxian at that time, Xiong Qixing was a high and mighty existence. Even when Wei Qingxian rose to prominence in celestial Azure City, and all the cultivators said that she was more talented than Xiong Qixing, she didn't have the slightest intention of belittling Xiong Qixing. However, the current Wei Qingxian, through the conversation with Mu Feng on the way, had broadened her horizons. When she saw Xiong Qixing again, she no longer had the feeling of looking up to him. She felt that Xiong Qixing was ordinary and nothing more. Yi Xing, on the other hand, had long set the martial saint realm as his goal. From the beginning, he did not think that Xiong Qixing was amazing. Now, he naturally did not put him in his eyes. He would soon step into the 6th stage of the martial Dao, while Xiong Qixing had not stepped into the 8th stage of the martial Dao. It would not be difficult to catch up to him. However, what puzzled Yi Xing was that when Xiong Qixing left, he said that he was not worthy and was not a student of the gifted class. What did that mean? Wei Qingxian was also not clear about this point. The two of them went upstairs. Rooms 46 and 47 were right next to each other. The two of them smiled at each other and used their identity cards to open the door. Then, they entered their respective rooms. Yi Xing had learned a lot of martial arts from the Xiong family. He needed time to practice and integrate them. After entering the room, he continued to use his super brain to simulate a human form to practice. The first day of entering the academy passed peacefully. The next day, Yi Xing finally understood what Xiong Qixing meant when he left. That was because the people in charge of recruiting students in the various cities didn't limit the number of people they could recruit. If they found someone good, they would accept them. If they didn't, they wouldn't accept a single one. It just so happened that there were more talented juniors in this batch. The number of students in the genius class had exceeded the quota of 70, reaching 76. In other words, there were 6 more spots. This kind of situation had happened before. That was because Zishan Academy's genius class had a fixed quota of 70 people. Therefore, if there were more than 70 people in the genius class, a few more would be eliminated and transferred to the ordinary class. Similarly, if there were less than 70 spots, it would mean that there were too many spots in the ordinary class. Then, a few outstanding students from the ordinary class would be promoted to the genius class. This way, the ordinary class and the genius class would always remain at 770 spots. Yuan Dao had entered Zishan Academy before. He had told Yi Xing that if the number of students in the genius class exceeded the quota, the weakest few would be eliminated. Most of the students who were recruited into the genius class were in the 6th rank. A small portion of them were in the 5th rank. Therefore, Yi Xing couldn't be eliminated based on strength. However, the elimination rules had changed this time. This batch of students in the genius class exceeded the quota by 6. Among you, 6 of you will be eliminated from the genius class and transferred to the ordinary class. Mo Xiaocong, a 9th-stage martial scholar and the teacher of Zishan Academy's junior genius class, stood in front of all the students and said with a serious expression, "I heard that the reason why the quota exceeded the quota this time was because some of the students with ordinary or even poor aptitudes used their connections to enter the genius class to fish in troubled waters. The Academy is determined to crack down on such people. Therefore, those with low heavenly fate and poor aptitudes will be eliminated first. As he spoke, Mo Xiaozong's gaze swept across the students in the genius class. His gaze paused on Yixing for a moment. Beside Mo Xiaozong, Xiong Qixing was also looking at Yixing with a face full of smiles. At this moment, how could Yixing not understand that Xiong Qixing's method of eliminating people based on heavenly fate and not strength? Xiong Qixing's master was one of the vice principals of Zishan Academy. He did have some ability in the academy. The master-disciple relationship was much closer than the teacher-student relationship. Perhaps the vice principal didn't need to personally make an appearance. Just the fact that Xiong Qixing was the vice principal's personal disciple was enough to make the teacher change a little. Yixing's expression didn't change, but anger had already risen in his heart. The difference between the gifted class and the ordinary class wasn't just in name. There was also a huge difference in the treatment they received. The ordinary class was taught by an 8th-stage martial scholar, while the genius class was taught by a 9th-stage martial scholar. Obviously, the 9th-stage martial scholar had a deeper understanding of martial arts and taught better. However, Yixing didn't care about this. He was better than any teacher. But there was another difference that made Yixing's heart ache. The students of the ordinary class could receive 1 high-grade star accumulating pill per month, while the students of the genius class could receive 2 star accumulating pills per month. The importance of the star accumulating pill was needless to say. It was directly linked to a cultivator's cultivation. Naturally, the more one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. If he was eliminated from the genius class, the number of high-grade star accumulating pills he could receive would be reduced by half. How could he not be angry? Although he knew that the other party was deliberately targeting him, it was related to his interests. Yixing had to argue and said, "Teacher Mo, I heard that the school's previous rule is to eliminate people based on their strength." Mo Xiaozong nodded with a smile and said, "This student is right. Aptitude is important, but so is strength. So, if a student is eliminated because of a low heaven's fate, he can prove his strength if he thinks he is strong." Speaking of this, Mo Xiaozong introduced Xiong Qixing next to him. "This is Xiong Qixing, a student of the advanced genius class. He will test the strength of the eliminated students. If Xiong Qixing thinks his strength is qualified, he can continue to join the genius class." Next to him, Xiong Qixing nodded with a smile, but his eyes were fierce, constantly sweeping over Yixing, F***ck. Yixing suddenly clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger. He was not joining the advanced genius class. How could he compete with Xiong Qixing? Yixing understood that not only did the other party want to force him out of the genius class, but he also wanted to give him no room to resist. If Yixing insisted that he was strong and should not be eliminated, then he would have to fight with Xiong Qixing. Xiong Qixing's cultivation was at the peak of 7th stage, and Yixing had not stepped into the 6th stage of martial path. Even if he had a bow and arrow, it would be difficult for him to be Xiong Qixing's opponent. Moreover, in a battle of strength, how could Yixing be allowed to use a bow and arrow? Therefore, once they fought, not only would Yixing not be able to enter the genius class, he would also die miserably. Wei Qingxian was standing next to Yixing. She naturally heard that this elimination plan was targeted at Yixing. Seeing Yixing clenching his fists and his shoulders trembling, it was obvious that he was extremely angry. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Yixing, bear with it for now. After this, go to the Zishan Marquis residence and tell Grandmaster Mu Feng about this. Grandmaster Mu Feng will not sit idly by." Wei Qingshuan's soft hand held Yixing's fist and whispered in Yixing's ear. Feeling the softness on the back of his hand, Yixing's heart stirred, and his anger immediately dissipated. For some reason, perhaps because he was emotional, Wei Qingshuan's warm and soft hand made Yixing feel at ease. Yixing loosened his fist and naturally grabbed Wei Qingshuan's slender hand. This made the anger in Yixing's heart completely dissipate. This made Yixing understand that when a person was angry, they needed someone close to them to accompany them. Yixing did not look at Wei Qingxian, and Wei Qingxian did not look at Yixing either. However, when the two of them held hands, neither of them flinched, appearing very natural. At this moment, an indescribable feeling spread in the hearts of the two of them. When Xiong Qixing saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingshuan's actions, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In the letter that Xiong Baotian gave him, not only did he want him to deal with Yi Xing, but he also wanted him to be on good terms with Wei Qingxian, and marry Wei Qingxian in the future. In Xiong Qixing's eyes, Wei Qingxian was already his woman. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian holding hands, how could he not be angry in his heart? Little bastard, forcing you into the ordinary class is only the first step. I will force you into a dead end step by step. In Celestial Azure City, you are full of glory, but in the Purple Mountain Academy, in front of me, Xiong Qixing, you are just an ant, at my mercy. Xiong Qixing narrowed his eyes as he viciously thought in his heart. Under Imo Xiaozong's supervision, the students in the genius class tested their heavenly fate one by one. Most of them were 7-star heavenly fate, but there were also some who were 8-star and 6-star heavenly fate. When it was Yi Xing's turn, he was only a 2-star heavenly fate, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Those who were able to enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class were all geniuses of their city. Among these geniuses, there were only a few 6-star heavenly fate, and they belonged to the bottom. Yi Xing's 2-star heavenly fate was even more conspicuous. This 2-star heavenly fate dared to talk about strength earlier, haha. Teacher Imo said that he was the one who relied on the Marquis Manor's connections to enter the genius class. That's him, right? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Many students in the genius class mocked Yi Xing. Most of them were 8-star heavenly fate, and some were 7-star heavenly fate. They thought that they were peerless geniuses and were ashamed to be in the same class as a 2-star heavenly fate. Even though there were heaven-defying geniuses among low-level heaven's mandate cultivators, the proportion was too small. Not even 1 in 10,000 would be able to rise. Thus, all the geniuses mocked Yi Xing for being a 2-star heaven's mandate. Wei Qingxian unhappily walked out and said, "You're mocking Yi Xing's low heavenly fate. Do you think that you're a peerless genius? There's always a taller mountain. How can true talent be judged by heavenly fate alone? Moreover, even if we're talking about heavenly fate, you're only a so-so. What qualifications do you have to mock others?" Wei Qingxian was protecting Yi Xing, so she couldn't help but change the way she addressed him. This was also the reason why their relationship was getting closer. An 8-star genius saw that Wei Qingxian was with Yi Xing and instinctively said with disdain, "You're too arrogant. A mere 2-star heavenly fate is thousands of miles away from us. Why can't we mock you? You keep saying that we don't have talent, but how many stars do you have?" Chapter 92. That's right. Who do you think you are? How many stars do you have? Being in the same team as a 2-star heavenly mandate, he should also be a piece of trash. What right does he have to criticize us? The 8-star Destiny Realm cultivators who had just mocked Yi Xing also mocked him one after another. Yi Xing was already immune to the mockery of others. He wasn't angry at all and his expression was normal. However, at this moment, Yi Xing's face revealed a strange expression. It was one thing for these genius students to mock him, but they actually wanted to mock Wei Qingxian. This time, their faces would probably be slapped swollen. When had Wei Qingxian ever been called a piece of trash? Her face immediately turned pale as she placed her hand on the Blood Life Stone. In an instant, the Blood Life Stone glowed and the 9-star slots lit up one after another. The students immediately stopped mocking him. Previously, no one had ever been able to make the Blood Life Stone glow so brightly or make the star slots light up so quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, 3 lit up. In the next blink, 6 lit up. In the next blink, 9 lit up. All 9 star slots were lit up. 9-star destiny. Apart from Yi Xing, who already knew this would happen, all the cultivators present were shocked and dumbfounded. A 9-star Destiny Realm cultivator could cultivate to the 9th stage of the martial path. Basically, they could become a grandmaster before the age of 20, which was a level higher than an 8-star Destiny Realm cultivator. Even though the Violet Mountain Academy was known as the Cradle of Geniuses, it was rare for a 9-star Heaven's mandate to appear in each batch. With a higher fate star, one's future achievements would be one level higher. Although it was not absolute, it could be said to be absolute. Among 10,000 people, at least 9,999 would be like this. Only the other 1 in 10,000 would be able to surpass those with a higher destiny through luck and fortune. Those with a higher destiny than him were almost negligible. The 8-star destiny students who mocked Wei Qingxian earlier felt their faces burning. If she was trash, then they were trash among trash. Wei Qingxian recalled what Mu Feng had said. Her heavenly fate might not be limited to 9 stars. Hence, she did not move her hand away when all 9-star slots were lit up. The red light in the 9-star slots of the Blood Life Stone became more and more intense and dazzling. However, there were no other changes. He didn't know if it was because the Blood Fate Stone's grade was too low and couldn't determine a fate beyond 9 stars, or if Wei Qingxuan's fate was only 9 stars. Even if Wei Qingxian was only a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, one could tell from the blinding light that her aptitude might be higher than ordinary 9-star Heaven's Mandates. Looking at the dazzling red light, the hearts of the students changed and they looked up to Wei Qingxian. From this moment onwards, Wei Qingxian became a popular figure in the junior gifted class. Although Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a veil and the students couldn't see her face, they automatically imagined Wei Qingxian to be a peerless beauty. The female students were naturally envious and jealous, while the male students were all over the moon and treated Wei Qingxian as their goddess. Wei Qingxuan's 9-star Heaven's Mandate shocked Xiong Qisheng too. He stared blankly, which made him even more confident. She's mine. She's mine. I must make her my woman. As for Mo Xiaocang, when he saw the powerful red light, his eyes flashed with shock as he thought of an even more shocking result. Seeing that there were no other changes to the Blood Life Stone, Wei Qingxian lowered her hand in disappointment. Wei Qingxian didn't rush back to the students. Instead, she said to Mo Xiaocang, "Teacher Mo, although I'm a 9-star Heaven's Mandate and my cultivation is higher than Yixing's, my strength can't compare to Yixing's. Yixing's future won't be below mine either. Why can't he be in the gifted class?" This. Mo Xiaocang wanted to refute, but he hesitated when he thought of Wei Qingxuan's aptitude. Mo Xiaocang used to be the top genius of the Indigo Mountain Academy's gifted class. After graduating, he stayed in the academy to work. First, he was a deacon of the gifted class. Later, he broke through to the 9th level and became a teacher of the gifted class. Other than the vice principals, he was also a top figure in the Indigo Mountain Academy. If Wei Qingxian was also a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. However, he knew that the Blood Life Stone was of the lowest grade and couldn't test a higher mandate. After Wei Qingxian was tested as a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, the bright red light it emitted was much stronger than his. This made Mo Xiaocang wonder if Wei Qingxuan's mandate had surpassed the 9-star Heaven's Mandate and reached the Martial Saint Heaven's Mandate. If that was the case, then Wei Qingxian was a future Martial Saint. This made Mo Xiaocang apprehensive. Mo Xiaocang had his misgivings, but Xiong Qisheng had no misgivings. He already regarded Wei Qingxian as his woman. How could he let Yixing stay in the gifted class? Naturally, he wanted to trample Yixing to death and completely cut off Wei Qingxuan's thoughts. Xiong Qisheng said, "Junior Qingxian, you're wrong. You're a 9-star Heaven's Mandate and your future is bright. He's only a 2-star Heaven's Mandate. Even if he has some good fortune and his strength is greater than yours now, how can he compare to you in the future?" Hee hee. Xiong Qisheng said with a smile. He glanced at the other students and continued, "Let alone you, junior sister apprentice Qingxian, even the other juniors are not comparable to that trash. The students of the gifted class can at least become martial Dao masters in the future, but he..." Xiong Qisheng's gaze fell on Yixing and his tone became extremely disdainful. "Once you've had a fortuitous encounter, it's hard for you to have it a second time. How can you be blessed with providence every time? If he's really lucky and can become a martial Dao master in the future, then he can be accepted into the gifted class. But now, he can't be placed in the gifted class just based on his current strength. He doesn't have that qualification." Xiong Qisheng's tone became gloomy. His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. He stared at Yixing like a vicious snake and let out a sneer. Hee hee. Unless he can pass my test, then his trash aptitude can be ignored and he can continue to be a student of the gifted class. Yixing, do you have the guts to let me test your strength? Everyone looked at Yixing. They could tell from Xiong Qixing's tone that Xiong Qixing was targeting Yixing. If Yixing dared to accept the challenge, he would definitely be beaten up badly. Xiong Qixing tried his best to make Yixing take the initiative to fight with him, but Yixing wouldn't fall for it. He smiled indifferently and said, I'd better go to the ordinary class. But don't worry, even if I'm in the ordinary class, it'll be easy for me to beat you in 3 months. Yixing wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. Only a few people knew about the 3-month agreement yesterday, but today, he wanted everyone to know. Didn't you want to step on me? Then I'll step on you to death. A student of the elite class, an 8-star Heaven's Mandate Realm genius, was defeated by a new student who just entered the academy for 3 months. Let's see where you'll put your face at that time. You forced me to go to the ordinary class. When the time comes, the ordinary class new student will defeat you in 3 months. It'll only make you look more like a failure. Yixing thought in his heart. He didn't have the thought of going to the Marquis's mansion to report this matter to Grandmaster Mu Feng. If he needed to find connections and rely on others to solve a small problem, it would only prove his incompetence. So what if he was in the ordinary class? Although it was less than half of the star accumulating pill, Yixing believed that he wouldn't stay in the ordinary class for long. When he defeated Xiong Qixing in front of everyone, the academy would invite him back to the elite class. Otherwise, if a student from the ordinary class was above the elite class, everyone would say that the academy was blind. Yixing didn't accept the challenge, which made Xiong Qixing very depressed. As a student of the elite class, he couldn't deal with Yixing for no reason. If he did, he would be cursed as a senior bullying a junior. The Indigo Mountain Academy was very particular about its reputation. Therefore, without a suitable excuse, he really couldn't harm Yixing's life. He could only suppress Yixing, but at most, he could only force Yixing to go to the ordinary class. He couldn't force Yixing to drop out because he didn't have that ability. Soon, all the students finished testing their heavenly fate. Apart from Yixing, the lowest heavenly fate was 9 6-star heavenly fate. Among them, there were naturally 5 unlucky people who were picked out and assigned to the ordinary class along with Yixing. Because in order to prove their strength, they needed to fight Xiong Qixing. Those 5 unlucky people didn't dare to challenge a senior from the elite class. Their names were confirmed. After handing over his elite class identity card, Yixing received his ordinary class identity card. His number was ordinary class 10, room 175. Yixing, go find Grandmaster Mu. Grandmaster Mu will definitely uphold justice for you. Wei Qingxian was very indignant about this. Yixing patted her shoulder and said, there's no need to trouble Grandmaster Mu with such a small matter. I can handle it myself. Just watch, it won't be long before the academy takes the initiative to invite me back to the elite class. Yixing and the 5 6-star heavenly fate were sent to the ordinary class's dormitory by the academy's deacon. On the way, Xiong Qixing caught up and called Yixing to the side. He whispered, trash, when you're in the ordinary class, I'll have plenty of chances to kill you. Yixing's eyes were like knives as he stared at Xiong Qixing with a look of contempt, bring it on. If you can't kill me, 3 months later, I'll make you the biggest joke of the Purple Mountain Academy. At that time, let's see if you still have the face to live in this world. Xiong Qixing's eyes were cold as he said, do you think you can still live for 3 months? Hee hee, so what if you can live for 3 months? It won't be long before I step into the 8th stage of the martial Dao and become a martial scholar. At that time, we'll see who lives and who dies. With that, Xiong Qixing turned to leave. But suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to continue speaking. When I become an 8th stage martial scholar, I'll ask my master for a marriage between me and Wei Qingxian. Hee hee, you should know that my master is the vice principal Wang. If the vice principal wants a marriage, who dares to disobey? Ha! only one place away from the overall ranking. Brothers, every vote has the chance to send the Archer God to the overall ranking. Please recommend it. In addition, Qidian is making a list of the best works of 2014. You can vote for the Archer God on the Archer God's homepage. And The Archer God was released on the 11th of November 2014. Naturally, it's a work of 2014. Hehe, if you think The Archer God is good, please vote for it. Chapter 93. As Xiong Qixing left, Yixing's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. Yixing really wanted to kill Xiong Qixing. If he had the chance, he would not let it go. The deacons did not care about the conflicts between the students. They would only intervene if a fight broke out in front of them. Naturally, they did not interfere with Yixing and Xiong Qixing. When Yixing returned, the deacons sent the 6 of them to the ordinary class dormitory and left. The ordinary class had already been allocated to different classes and dormitories, so the 6 people who came later were all allocated to ordinary class 10. 2 of them were in dormitory 174, and 4 were in dormitory 175. The other 3 who were allocated to dormitory 175 with Yi Crossing were Wu Yuan, Massachusetts Bo, and Nie Dong. The 3 of them were young, about the same age as Yixing. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's cultivation were at the mid-6th level, while Nie Dong was at the peak of the 6th level. In terms of destiny and cultivation, the 3 of them were on par with Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. However, the 3 of them were 1 year younger than Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, so their potential was greater. They were recruited into the genius class by the Marquis residence, who was in charge of recruiting students. Yixing had just entered the dormitory when he suddenly felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Nie Dong, who was walking behind Yixing, suddenly attacked and threw a punch at the back of Yixing's head. Nie Dong had been at the peak of the 6th level for a longer time than Xiong Qifeng. His cultivation was more stable, and his inner force was more vigorous. The power of his punch was terrifying. Although Yixing had perfected the bronze tactic, he had not mastered the iron head technique. The back of his head would definitely not be able to withstand this punch. Nie Dong's punch came extremely quickly, and it was beyond Yixing's expectations. However, Yixing's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately stepped into the Big Dipper. Stage of transformation, 7 stars step. Just as Nie Dong's fist was about to land on the back of Yixing's head, Yixing's body transformed into a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward and appeared on the other side of the dormitory, dodging the punch. You dare to sneak attack me? Yixing's eyes were like swords as he stared at Nie Dong and shouted. If his 7-star steps hadn't reached perfection, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that punch. If the opponent's sneak attack had been ordered by Xiong Qixing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If a high-ranked student bullied a low-ranked student, it would affect the academy's reputation and the academy would punish them severely. However, fights between freshmen were common and there was nothing they could do about it. Geniuses of the younger generation were proud and arrogant. When geniuses from different places gathered together, it was very normal for fights to break out. If one were to accidentally injure the other party in a fight, although they would be punished by the academy, it would be relatively light. Flames of anger burned in Yixing's eyes. There was already a ball of fire in his heart, and Nie Dong's actions had completely ignited it. Moreover, he had no grudge against Nie Dong. Why would the latter attack him? It was very likely that he had been ordered by Xiong Qixing. This made Yixing even angrier. Nie Dong was surprised that Yixing had dodged the punch. His face was filled with surprise. Coupled with Yixing's shout, Nie Dong's eyes suddenly darted away. A flaw appeared in his heart. However, Nie Dong's dodging gaze only lasted for a moment. He calmed down and glared at Nie Dong. That's right. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been kicked out of the gifted class. Today, I'll beat you to death. Behind him, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo walked in and slammed the dormitory door shut. They stood on either side of Nie Dong and glared at Yixing fiercely. Ma Bo sneered. Wu Yuan said, That's right. It's all because of you that we were kicked out of the gifted class. Today, we'll beat you to death." Seeing that the three of them seemed to have made an agreement, Yixing sneered in his heart. How could he not understand that the three of them must have been ordered by Xiong Qisheng? Otherwise, even if the three of them were dissatisfied with him, they wouldn't have jumped out together to deal with him, a LV5 martial artist. "Xiong Qisheng ordered you to deal with me?" Yixing's sharp gaze swept across the faces of the three of them. After all, the three of them were young and not too shrewd. When Yixing said the truth, their expressions changed slightly. Of course, they knew that this matter couldn't be exposed. They tried their best to hide the panic in their hearts and tried their best to appear angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? We don't even know Senior Xiong," Ma Bo said, pretending to be calm. Nie Dong was obviously the leader of the three. He waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense with this trash. Beat him to death." Xiong Qisheng had told the three of them that Yixing's strength was not weaker than any of them. That was why Nie Dong had launched a sneak attack on Yixing when he entered the dormitory. Since the sneak attack failed, the three of them naturally had to work together to deal with Yixing. Xiong Qisheng had already told them how to deal with the aftermath after beating Yixing to death. They would say that Yixing had gone berserk in the dormitory because he was kicked out of the gifted class and wanted to kill people. In order to protect themselves, the three of them had mistakenly killed Yixing while resisting. As Nie Dong spoke, he took out a dagger from his sleeve. The dagger shone with a cold light. Its grade was no lower than the one Yixing had obtained from the masked assassin. It was obviously an upper-grade weapon. The three of them attacked at the same time. Nie Dong used the dagger technique, Wu Yuan used the fist technique, and Ma Bo used the palm technique. All of them were upper-grade martial arts techniques as they attacked Yixing. Even though Xiong Qisheng had warned them that Yixing's strength was not weaker than any of them, the three of them did not think much of Yixing. They were the top geniuses in their respective cities and were all level 6 martial artists. In their opinion, it would be easy for the three of them to kill a level 5 martial artist if they worked together. However, they were wrong. Very wrong. Yixing, who had used the 7-star steps of the Transcendent Realm, dodged Wu Yuan's fist like a phantom. At the same time, his fists moved and turned into countless fist shadows. It was the upper-grade martial arts technique, Thousand Shadow Fist. Bam 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 bam, before Nie Dong's dagger and Ma Bo's fist landed on Yixing, the two of them were hit several times by Yixing and were forced to retreat. The two of them vomited blood. They were severely injured, especially Nie Dong, who was Yixing's main target. Nie Dong even vomited pieces of his internal organs. It was obvious that Yixing had hit him hard. This was not a competition in the arena. Yixing had no intention of hiding his strength. Once he used the Thousand Shadow Fist, no one under the level 7 could match him, unless the opponent was a martial Dao master. The three of them together were no match for Yixing. In one move, Nie Dong and Ma Bo were both severely injured. Wu Yuan was horrified and quickly retreated. However, the dormitory was only so big. Where could he retreat to? Yixing's 7-star steps was so fast that he appeared in front of Wu Yuan in the blink of an eye. The dense fist shadows continued to attack. It was the Thousand Shadow Fist again. "Spare me!" Wu Yuan screamed. Bang 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 bang, after a few deep sounds, Wu Yuan was sent flying by Yixing. He also vomited blood and was severely injured. In 2 moves, the three of them were completely defeated. They were all injured by Yixing. At this time, Ma Bo, who was slightly injured, had already gotten up from the ground and rushed to the door. If the door was open, he could rush out of the dormitory in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, they had locked the door. Before Ma Bo could use his identity card to open the door, Yixing was already behind him. He grabbed his collar and slapped Ma Bo back. With Yixing blocking the door, the other three in the dormitory were like turtles in a jar. At this time, the three of them were no longer arrogant. Only fear and shock remained in their eyes. They never imagined that Yixing's strength had reached such a level. Yixing walked step by step toward the three of them. Nie Dong supported himself against the wall and stood up. He looked at Yi Xing with fear and said sternly, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Xing's eyes were cold. "Didn't Xiong Qixing tell you that I'm very dangerous?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Niedong. Yi Xing hit Niedong's mute acupoint and then, meridian cutting palm. Niedong's eyes widened. The intense pain in his body almost made his eyeballs pop out. He was sweating profusely. However, with his PU acupoint hit, Niedong could not scream no matter how much pain he was in. He could only see the shock, pain, and fear in his eyes. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were even more terrified than Niedong. They were about to scream for help when Yi Xing hit their mute acupoints with 2 fingers. Then, with a cold flash, the dagger in Niedong's hand was snatched away by Yi Xing. He slit their throats. They immediately felt the sharp aura on their necks, which made their hair stand on end. "Do you want to live or die?" Yi Xing asked with a smile on his face. Yi Xing's smile did not make them feel at all friendly. They only felt danger. They nodded repeatedly. Obviously, they wanted to live. Yi Xing first cut his shoulder with the dagger. Blood immediately flowed out and dyed his clothes red. He hit the wound's acupoint to stop the bleeding. Then, he put Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's hands together and stuffed the dagger into their hands. He glanced at Niedong and said, "Kill him and you'll live. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't, he'll live and you'll die." Wu Yuan and Ma Bo shook their heads repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xing looked at the two with a smile and started counting. 1, 2. When he said 2, the smile on Yi Xing's face disappeared. It was replaced by a solemn killing intent. His gaze also became sharp. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's hands were trembling. They looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. 3. Yi Xing's voice was cold and indifferent. Whoosh! At this moment, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo felt a terrifying killing intent from Yi Xing. They did not dare to hesitate. Both of them held their daggers and stabbed Niedong in the heart. Niedong died silently. His eyes were wide open. He clearly did not expect that he would die like this. Seeing Niedong's terrifying gaze, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo retreated at the same time. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. Yi Xing said from the side, "Ma Bo was kicked out of the gifted class, so he went berserk in the dormitory. He ambushed the 3 of us and tried to kill us. All 3 of us were injured and almost lost our lives. In order to protect ourselves, we had no choice but to resist Niedong and accidentally killed him. Am I right?" Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were like drowning people who grabbed onto a piece of wood. Their eyes lit up and they nodded repeatedly.